What is up, one and all? Oh man, I can't believe that. That was actually almost perfectly timed with the song, and I didn't even plan that. But hopefully you guys are having a good Tuesday. Hopefully you can improve it a little bit with a lot of content. That's right, because today we've got quite a lot to get through. We have got quarterfinals, Anatan versus Dumu to kick off the day. After that, we'll be looking in on the CSO series. We've got Lucifron versus Louis MT series. And we should presumably have the B series today. So, mixture live and from recordings. You know how it is. It's open schedule sometimes overlaps. But we will look to cover, I think, everything that remains here within reason. There might be like one round of 16 that goes on soon. But the rest will be seen. Oh, man. So, I'm trying to cut down my sugar intake by switching to, like, you know, those, like, suckable sweets or whatever. It's stuck to the side of my tooth. I legit can't move it. You see it? Okay, it's kind of disgusting, sorry. I can't get it off. Oh my god, like, what are these sweets made of? It's stuck. Okay. I thought I'd be able to have the suckable sweet in time. I was kind of wrong. But we should have the draft for our first Saturday starting up in just a second. I'm trying to finish the sweet now. I've got nowhere to put it. I have to finish. Anyway, our boys are in the midst of a draft. Let's switch these around because I think Dumu is on the left. We are going to have BO5, of course. Let me import Civ draft there, map draft there. Everything to come. Every single game is going to open up on Pigeon's View. And draft is about to get underway. Oh man, these sweets are really weird. You can't even like chew them when they're low. You know how some sweets like crack and they'll just stay firm? These ones are like very... If I say the word glucosey, does it make sense? You know? Like, it has form, but it doesn't. Does that make sense? It's very weird. That's the sweet done. Now I'm talking like a normal human being again. But draft already on the way. I'm not going to switch it over because we don't have to. I don't know if you guys noticed this, but we actually have live drafting now. So I can just like kick back and it will just fly through. We've got HRE bans to open up. No surprise about the Chinese ban. I believe that was targeted at Anatan. Which is to be expected, honestly. I feel like... Actually, sorry. Like, Anatan wants China. Dumu would rather probably have Rus. House of Lancaster's kind of crazy to make it through, but it kind of shows you the debatableness of like how powerful they really are compared to one or two of the other picks currently. Tier list to AoE4 pros today. Anatan A tier for sure. No. Anatan's B tier, man. He went down after he done his own tier list. You gotta be careful. Casters can get revenge. All right, so like the thing that Anatan didn't think about is like when a caster's watching his game, it's like he should, it should have been the biggest cop out ever. He should have went, I think all casters are S tier, right? Because now the casters, if they feel like they got assaulted on his tier list, they can just basically make up stuff in the cast. Yeah, Anatan just kind of like not really playing at the level he once did, a little bit washed out, I hear he accidentally ran over and ate the neighbor's cat. He ate it because he wanted to hide his guilt and his shame. And ever since then, he seems to have been rattled on a deep psychological level in these games. See? Like, you can just make up whatever you want. When you got a microphone power, man. I thought we'd learned this from the internet. Doesn't have to be true, you just have to be loudest. I feel like Rus is worse than Lancaster, but maybe that's just me. I think Rus has a lot of applicability. Lancaster is very linear right now. I think Rus actually has more flexi between what they can do and where they can be applied. Also, keep in mind Pigeon's View is the opening map of every single series. I would take Roos over Lancaster on Pigeon's View every day. But we are going to be seeing the Shushi pick coming through to open and followed up by the KT. Nice Templar, just a really solid one here. In terms of the map draft, like we've got Gorge, Enlightened Horizon, Dry Arabia, Dry River. I don't know if he's thinking Enlightened Horizon for Knights Templar. I almost feel like people thought Knights Templar would be good on that map, and it's actually the opposite. I think they're kind of bad. Because they can get trapped really easily. So you just don't get to do anything. You don't get to trade. Or rather, Sacred Site Pilgrim. But let me also update the title with first series of the day. Just realized I didn't do that. Okay, so rounding out though, we have got Mongols, Malians coming through. Relic River was banned by Anatan, which devalues Mongols slightly. But they still have some applicability here. EGC Dry River in particular is really, really good for Mongol play. Likely Anatan for that map is thinking Delhi. I actually think Delhi is quite good against Mongols on that map because you can actually just egregiously fish like they would as well because you have boats to guard you. Enlightened Horizon could make a lot of sense for the Lancaster pick. I actually think Lancaster is really good on that map. You're very hard to penetrate. You get the manas up quickly in the corner, and then you can just lean Yeoman, so you don't actually get hurt too much by the lack of gold. It is a bit risky as a 1600 gold vein. More likely, we're looking at either Dry Arabia or possibly the opening map of Pigeon's View for that. That's the interesting thing. Like, I'm curious to see if Anatan is going to open with the Delhi, just because for Pigeon's View, I think it makes a lot of sense, but also you kind of want Delhi for the Dry River. And I can confirm, first game is actually going to be Shushi up against the Ayabits. I think Aya's been looking kind of okay in that matchup, actually. So it's kind of well read by Anatan if he anticipated that. I know, like, historically, I think Dimmu does quite like Highview for either Shushi or French. So I think those would be the primary leaders. White Gilded Crossbowmen have 1.25 attack speed. Did you miss something? It's called a bug. And as infallible as content as devs like to think they can be, sometimes those slip on in. So yeah, that's why we have a tuning pack for competitive games now. After the round of 32 and realizing what had happened, we changed it up so that it now should not be a problem. Good thing one or two pros plus us noticed it in our games. Otherwise, I dread to think what would have happened in the EGC qualifiers. I need to restock my fridge. It's getting low. Might have to phone my Red Bull guy. Ready, and that's a good noise. All right, so let's get ready in game. Let's turn the name tag off because everyone actually has their names correctly. Wow, what an amazing world I live in where like people are able to remember that. And predictions up. I need to get some mods. I need to get some new mods so they can do the predictions for me. One and all, it is quarterfinals time. Welcome back to the channel for Anatan up against Dimmu, a set that I'm sure promises a full 5 games here. We open up on good old Pigeon's View, where Dimmu has almost, I think, just been borderline predictable in his desire to pick Shushi. He seems to rate this Civ quite highly, or maybe I'm just collectively remembering specific games. Anatan, on the other hand, may have used that against him. It kind of feels like it's designed to be an intercept pick against Shushi. I don't want to say a counter pick per se, but you do have some potency. You've got your Dervish timings. You can play aggro very early on. Try to force your opponent to stay in the age and then bypass into castle. I think that's kind of been a more popular build for people leaning into. But curious to see what Anna's going to do. There were some changes to Ibeds. Remember, they did get some changes to the Eco Wing industry. There was also changes to Military Wing Mastersmiths and also the new different type of traders. So there's a few possibilities here. Trade seems very unlikely given the trade post location in the center of the map. I think Dervishes are a little bit discredited up against Shushi because of the fact that they can play into Chiganu. So you can't really fight them with Dervishes. So kind of wouldn't be surprised if we just saw growth, possibly Military Wing. Military Wing reinforcement can be nice against Shushi because they like to pro scout so much. So you pretty much just use it to mess with them a little. And the mini garden. Where are we going to be looking here? Probably, yeah, the 8 stack. This is pretty good. So you get the 48 food, 25 stone, 25 gold. Probably about 10 wood, and it's not far away. I think he's going to go maybe a little bit deeper here, though. Can he? He might be able to slot that bad boy. Oh, Dumu, the chosen one. 42 food, 50 stone, and 50 gold. That's 142 resource meditation garden. Good lord. I mean, the hilarity is we use Pigeon's view because it has more balanced spawns than the high view, but apologies, apparently Shushi contradicted that statement. Other side, Anatan has gone for the culture wing logistics. A little bit curious to see what he wants to do with this, considering that usually, like, you know, Chuganu comes on the menu straight away when you do this. So it might be that Anatan just kind of uses it as a bait to force a reaction out of his opponent and switches. Because, like, realistically, Dumu's probably thinking Pro Scouts. And that means you don't want to have to add in archer range. So all I know is when he finds this meditation garden, there's going to be some words said in Belarusian that would have to be censored on my stream. Oh my god. Does Dumu's wife know that he's been full-on hip grinding up against a leprechaun to rub the lock off? I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Less than 2 manas? GG. This is the measurement standard nowadays in Age of Empires 4. How many manas is it worth? Okay, so Anno, yeah, he's going to lay in the deer here. Makes a lot of sense. Usually, you're expecting Pro Scouts. Looking at the gold gen, honestly, it has to be Pro Scouts. He has 278 gold already, with 4 still on the vein. Not to mention 50 gold. This is going to be a very aggressive timing into Pro Scouts. And it's already on the way. Oi, oi, oi. So, Dervishes for Anno. Now what? I guess... for the deer shove? That's quite creative, actually. I was wondering, like, you know, what the real thought process is here over getting Growth Wing. But if you can deny your opponent his wing condition, which is to get majority deer, which, I mean, theoretically, you can get 1 deer stack back. 2's a stretch, but 1 seems very doable here. The only issue is you have to make sure you push it all the way to the TC, otherwise you're going to get yoinked. Wait, is Anno Pro Scouting as well? No, surely not. He's about to get the last 3 pieces of wood here. He's got enough gold for it. Okay, no, it's going to be Desert Raiders. Yeah, you had me a little bit worried. I've seen Ivids try Pro Scouts a few times back when Pro Scouts was good, and I never really was a big fan of it. I think the first time I saw it, I was kind of like, okay. Second time, I was like, oh, this is kind of quirky. And then third time, it was countered. It wasn't a strategy that lasted very long for the Ivids. So Desert Raiders here are designed to mess with the Pro Scout timing. And remember what we said. This is going to force Shushi to go into archer range. Dumu is already fully aware of what's going to be coming. He has the archers on the way. So key to this is you can harass with the Desert Raiders wide. But if the Chuganu are there, you aren't going to be anywhere within range. You know, treat it like a nuclear blast radius, because the reality check is that Chuganu are going to do 12 damage per attack. Now, the reason that's a big deal is Dervishes may feel tanky against cavalry. You don't feel so tanky up against Chug, because it only takes 10 Chug, 1 hitting, to kill. So if you get a little bit too close to the fight and a double tap comes out, you're dead. The problem's not with manas that you can have mana and armies at the same time. No, the problem is quite simply that manas are way too safe. I actually think it's absolutely fine to have something that passively generates over 100 resources a minute. And I know that's going to shock people. But the way it's okay is if there is associated risk. It's not okay when you're able to just build it safely in your base, like a full-on little suburb. You know, it needs to be out on the map in a dangerous way. Oh, that was... I don't know if that was intentional. He killed one of the deer here and then pushed the rest past. But yeah, harassment comes in. So Dumu basically follows up his requirement to go Chuganu as a blocker. But I gotta give it to him. Anatan's opening is now looking incredibly creative here. Like, going for the deer shove in, he secured, I think, about 2,000 food here. He missed out on 1 deer at least. Maybe 2. I think it's actually only 1. And then he still has the sheep to fall back on, of which he has got 13, equaling another 2,600 food. So he is well and truly cozy to go to Castle H. And that's cool, man. Okay, Anno is making me smile big at the start of the day. The Chug. Oh! Anno playing with fire there does get away. That was really scary, actually. You don't want to lose even just one of these dervishes. It ruins your timing into castle. But this dive, Dumu, what? Oh, no. He got baited. Yeah, I think what happened there is Anatan was harassing over here, which is why he was so delayed pulling away the dervish. Dumu thought he got a one-up, then he focused on the fight, and then Anatan pulls back at the absolute last second, and Dumu doesn't realize. So -3 Chug for nothing gained. And look at the difference in resource gather here. So, Growth Wing? Reinforcement? Wait. Against Chug? I'm a little bit flummoxed by this. Is he going to be scaling Mass Desert Raiders against Chuganu? Okay, so let's think about positives here. By going into Mass Desert Raiders, your opponent can't go Lancers, so you can get all relics. Negatives is, if his full device sends it towards you, you die. Now, the challenge is meant to be on a map like Highview. That's very difficult to do because your opponent will keep flank raiding you. I think that's why Anatan is rating the reinforcement wing quite highly here. Kind of surprising, though, over getting 7 villages. I mean, like, mathematically, with Growth Wing, you end up getting, what, 3 Desert Raiders every 2 minutes? So that's 540 resources. So you end up generating 270 resources per minute. 7 villages would generate 280. So it's weird when you think that people would take that trade. It's the same with Reinforcement Wing in the first age, actually. But you have to think about it a little bit differently, and that's the Desert Raiders will be immediately accessible, whereas if you gather resources, you're then going to have to drop off, and then you're going to have to build. So there's a lot of different details involved there. So usually when we see Military Wing Reinforcement, I think Reinforcement Wing's probably the truest embodiment of a timing attack. It's all about tempo control and not falling behind on scale. Play the game on Carmel and your opponent spawned without a trade post? Alright, good. Map is forming up to play as intended. Think Horseman plus Desert Raider. I'd agree with the idea, but now I'm a little bit worried. Because, like, obviously Dumu didn't take the bait and play full Chug Sen. He scaled for the age. Give me some harassment on the pro scouts. But both of them now going for the relics, and I believe Anatan, did he move out already? He did. So 2 relics grabbed in the center of the map. Now you can try to camp the center. The problem here is you're going to be camping against Chug. Ugly fight there. The craziest part is actually that Dumu is obviously running away to start to lose vision, but Anatan had it the whole time. Didn't even react that quickly. So we have got Camel Lancers now coming in. This is a good sign for Anno. I'm still kind of shocked that he went Desert Raider Wing, though. If the plan was to go Camel Lancers, what was the appeal of Raiders here? Because here's the thing, like, unless you scale a bit of Raiders, you don't really want to upgrade them. You're not really going to rush Veterancy for 4. I mean, you can't afford to. Your stables are stuck producing Lancers. By the way, guys, how's the microphone today? So I was looking into this. And I actually think I might have got it the wrong way around. I think the issue might not be the preamp. I think the issue actually might be the USB cable connecting to the PC. Because I had to use like a long form connector because obviously like my PC used to be on the left side, now it's on the right side. So I might, realizing this tomorrow, just move the whole preamp to the right side of my setup. And that might fix it. Hopefully. Was that camel hobbling? Did you guys see that? It kept like, it kept stuttering as it ran. Undermesh now on the way. Dumu is switching over to crossbows, which is correct here. I know the main focus is going to be on greed right now. So the Camel Lance is going to buy a little bit of time here, while Dumu has to slow react. Like, when you go crossbows, you already feel like you're losing out. Oy, oy, oy. Great raid. Wow, Dumu thought he'd just be able to stand there. Anatan now with a 5 villager lead. That was sick. I'm kind of shocked, actually. Dumu just... I mean, what do you think's going to happen, right? You're like, oh, okay, there's 2 or 3 Camel Lancers, but I've got mass range. There's no way he'd just stand there, surely. Now Veterancy being prepped for Archer. So pretty much just a standard hybrid castle build now. Just obviously with a very creative opening. How did you guys gamble, by the way, at the start? 73% on Dimu. Okay, yeah, a lot of people believing in a combination of the power of Dimu and Shushi there, I think. I mean, statistically, I think this is a pretty close matchup. I based on the performances in recent months, slightly favor Anatan. Maybe like 55, 45, 60, 40 sort of thing. Dimu's just really consistent in his weeklies. He always forces long sets. Very rare you see him get wiped. Nice raid in. Oh my god, Dimu. He went 2 TC against this. Anatan, this is a disgusting timing. Look at the villages. What villages? They just don't exist. 13 villager kills. All of which came in the last, what, 2 minutes? That is insane. Anno is on one today. Double Camel Lancer flop there, maybe free until it went down, but totally worth it to stack up the kills like this. Relic Divide is complete. It's going to be a 3-2 favoring Anatan. And after he just raided in and saw 2 TC, you got 2 choices. You either greed yourself, or you go all in. Think you bet on the wrong person? Hey, never underrate Anatan. Well, unless you want to rate him as B tier. Interesting. He backs really far up. Okay, so you're probably wondering, why did Anatan stop building in the Stealth Forest? Because he was in the Stealth Forest. He doesn't have vision. When you play Camel Lancers, you kind of get this habit of not keeping a scout with them because they usually have great vision. Exception being Stealth. Yeah, we do have the mangoes now coming in. Manjanique's going to be a solid solution to Juke. A little bit of bullying going on here. It took 4 guys and their camels to kill an old man with a stick. What losers. This is such a scary army. Does he build another Manjanique? Double Manjanique would be really good here. He's fishing for a dive instead. Gotta be careful, that wall is up, so if you get pinched inside, your army's gonna get cut in two, and Dimu can basically choose where he fights. So Anatan, he makes the correct call to not dive. Manjanique is now here. Villagers. Oh my god, the Seek Shelter! The Seek Shelter! You could not trust that button! Manjanique's shown up. He's going to target onto the Chuganu bulk. Needs to actually move in a little bit clownery with the deploy, redeploy. One wallop is good. And now he's getting access. Now, remember, it's not just Chug here. A decent chunk of this is also crossbows. 50-50. The Lancers are just going to dive in with full prejudice. I mean, this has to be over. The Camel Lancer count is low, but the state of Dimu's economy equal complete and utter shambles. It's also just frustrating when you have 50-50 Chug and crossbow with his Desert Raiders. They kind of paid off in the end. Because it's just extra crap you have to kill. And you're kind of pretty efficient at killing one, not the other. And wow, Anatan, insanely efficient at slaying the Shushi. Damn. I mean, that was like a standard build in the end. But like the opening was so not standard. It was really cool. That was sick. So what's it called? Ibid Dervish Deershove is so good. Going 2TC when he didn't need to? I mean, he had the huge stone generation, so you kind of feel tempted to. I don't know, like I don't know if the focus in that game would be the meditation. Probably not. It'd be the Deershove, I think. And the Dervish's presence was really cool. So I think he was in a very much uncontrollable map situation, so like going 2TC, I kind of don't blame him. I mean, in his defense, he got 2 relics. He done fairly well on like getting things off the map. But Boyos are stacking up for game number 2. Let me update the UI. So early win for Anatan with Ibids against Shushi. Basically, peels the most powerful pick in Dumu's draft by using one of his like mid picks. And mid picks, like, honestly might be a bit generous in some ways. So let me pull up the draft and see what they picked for the second game. Knights Templar Delhi. Okay, so not Dry River then? I originally thought he was going to be saving it for Dry River. I'm starting to think that this is going to be... Which map would this be, actually? Delhi Knights Templar. Could it be Enlightened Horizon? That's kind of a crazy prediction, if so. But I could see the sense in it. As like Delhi as a counter pick to Knights Templar. Okay, no, it is Dry River. Okay, yeah. So those are the two possibilities. We said at the start, we thought it was going to be Mongol versus Delhi. So I guess Dumu's cooking. There's something he has in mind with this pick. I'm a little bit more skeptical. I haven't really liked Delhi, the Knights Templar odds up against Delhi, but we'll find out. Dumu doesn't pick stuff for no good reason. Alright, let's get ready to go. That's the noise that my prediction makes. Want to know, this matchup is a sad conundrum right now. I want it to be so good, but it just feels so one-sided. I cannot imagine that Dumu would have made this pick, Knights Templar, up against Delhi without something in mind, considering that based on the draft, which you can see here, Delhi seemed statistically almost 100% to come out in Dry River. So Dumu's definitely got to have something in mind. The reason why this matchup is frustrating, guys, is in theory, it could end up being the coolest matchup in the history of Age of Empires 4. Two civs that desire the sacred sites, that fight over the sacred sites, because both of them get something from the sacred sites. But the reality check is that Delhi's timings tend to eclipse Knights Templar, and also the way that Delhi play towards sacred sites disables what Knights Templar want to do. So, with that in mind, how does Dumu approach this? There's a few thoughts in mind. We could be seeing him do a different type of contract than we normally see, because usually it's the French commandery. The other possibility, and there it is going to be fishing. Fishing makes a lot of sense for Knights Templar. We've already highlighted on the YouTube videos, and go check them out if you have not, why KT is broken on water. There's a lot of different details that fabricate a civ that, quite frankly, just doesn't seem remotely reasonable. Their production rate is better than Chinese on water. Their gold discount helps a lot in water fights. That doesn't matter as much here, but what will matter is the efficiency on trees. Great gathering rate, gathers food alongside it while gathering wood. Just gives you a very competitive play with this type of opening. Anno, on the other hand, has not gone for that. So, Anasan, this Delhi pick, we show it in the draft. If you look, you can actually see the Mongol pick at the end from Dumu. That's really important here. I think what Anasan was conceptualizing was a Mongol pick. Because a Mongol pick would have allowed him to play onto the ponds at the same time as a Mongol player, because you can build fishing boats to defend yourself. Remember, Delhi fishing boats fire back. But now, because Knights Templar aren't likely to ever aggro you, there's just not an upside. And arguably, if you tried to play fishing versus KT, you start to lose the game more. But this is frustrating, because usually the weakness of Knights Templar and their feudal timing, and why Delhi roll them over, is because you just have weaker economy. Remember, when you play as Knights Templar, when you tech up, you're going to sacrifice 3 villages just to get to feudal age. That's a lot, considering usually when you go feudal age, you're under 20 villages. But as we can see by the eco count, Dumu has already offset that concern by building into the fishing. Yeah, this is a cool build. Any boy's cooking, man. And kind of needs to. A little bit of shock and awe strategy come out in game number 1 off the way Anatan kind of made him roll over and play dead. Anno. I wonder, does he just try to pro scouts? You probably cancel wheelbarrow and you follow up pro scouts just because Dimu is unlikely to play pro scouts. I haven't really seen Knights Templar try it so far. But they do this all the time. Kingdom of France is going to be coming in pretty much the norm. You're tired and nauseous and ready to watch AoE full day? Well, boy, oh boy, have we got you covered. Because 4 days a week, we stack it with 6 to 8 hours of Age of Empires forecaster content. And then obviously we have YouTube uploading between 1 and 2 videos a day. I mean, honestly, you guys are just getting spoiled here. Meanwhile, my day began grimly. I didn't actually mention this yet. I think I might have sprained it, which is bad that I haven't actually, like, put anything on my ankle. I think I sprained my ankle. When I woke up this morning, it felt really bad, and I looked down, and it's just full-on swollen. I'm certain it's not broken, because if it's broken, I just wouldn't be able to walk on it. And what is up, my boy Chim? That's broken OP. Look at that. 10 months. What a legend. Appreciate everyone who's been subbing. Keep those subs coming in. I can walk on it, so, like, it's a light sprain, but it's so swollen. Meanwhile, for Dimmy, the thing's going to get swollen is going to be his fishing boat count. So second pond setup. Oh, you can see the goal. Yeah, this is kind of cool. So he can basically target the sacred site. And the double docks, I mean, you could basically build aggressive boats here if you need extra protection. That's pretty cool. I think that's the goal here. So he'll be able to blob units, but let's say you get overwhelmed in this area, you just build an archer ship. And it is going to be the opening of Chevalier Confrère. Chevalier, I don't think, do that well against Ghazi for the same cost. It's 140 versus 166. So, like, if you have an X amount of resources, you invest the same amount. I think Ghazi should do a little bit better, I want to say. Their base damage is basically identical. Because, well, their damage rather is identical as the bonus against heavy. But then, two of that gets offset. But Ghazi tend to flood a little bit faster. I think their production rates are insanely competitive. And also, they can choose where and how they fight with movement speed. It's like, if Confrère got an A-click fight with the same amount of resources invested as Ghazi, I think they win. But that's not really how Age of Empires 4 works. And that's why I always roll my eyes when you get those videos like, look, 10 horsemen can beat a tower elephant. Okay, yeah, but, like, where is that tower elephant in a real game? Is he against the tree line? Has he got more troops with him? There's so many details. And also, like, the hilarity of saying, 8 horsemen can beat a tower elephant, but then you don't show what happens when 40 horsemen go up against 5 tower elephants. It's kind of comical. They lose, by the way. Like, the tower elephants are kind of ridiculous. So, poke damage, forcing reaction. Dimu, he has gone immediately into Safe Passage Sanctuary, so double points into the Pilgrims, but I love this. He knows all focus is going to be on the south side, so for now, he Pilgrims to the far east. Much like the Europeans did. But the cool thing is now, if he starts to win these fights, this is a safe pilgrimage that's going to give him almost immediately maximum goal cap. We do have Anno prepping into the Undermesh. It's going to be switched over now into Archers. Steel Arrow is going to want to be aggressive on its timing here. The reason is, like, Steel Arrow obviously is going to enable you to melt the Chevalier Confrère. They just don't have much armor. 2 is plastic levels of protection. Have you guys ever tried to, like, fight someone off plastic? I mean, unless they're allergic to it, you got a problem. Actually, that's not true. There's some forms of plastic that are good. So, like, once you get Chevalier Confrère to, like, 30 plus count, that type of plastic is airsoft rifles where I spend over $1,000 on the gun. That stuff's going to pop pretty hard. We could probably actually, like, put someone in hospital with that. The challenge usually is getting there. The comical element of Dimu's pomp is because he's got so much fishing behind it, it's looking effortless. Already up to 8. Like, he's mirroring the Ghazi count, which is really impressive here. Remember, he produced these every 19 seconds right now. But on the other side, like, look at this, 13 seconds and cheaper. Technically, there should be more Ghazi than there are Chevalier. Simply not the case. First Sacred Site has now been locked in, so finally Anatan is getting his eco-injection. He needed this. He was really starting to slip. Like, at this stage, your opponent has got 40 economy effective. Well, maybe less because the fishing boats aren't as good as a normal villager, but pause that thought. We have got a full conflict here. Trades out favorably for Anatan as long as he gets away, because the Chevalier more than died. But the problem here is, with the skulls in range, he's kind of baiting himself into thinking it's still a good fight. Yeah, and now the archers can actually just last hit the inch by, so we'll have to peel off. Sacrifices double scholar in the end, and the decap to follow up. Like, honestly, Dimu got to be very happy with this outcome. And the scholar on the north side also blocked. Wow, so this was the only Sacred Slate he got. So yeah, the reason why I said that Dimu, when he was at 33, Eco was more like 40. The fishing boats aren't quite as good as a standard villager. They're worse. But what he's making up for it with is 130 gold gen every minute. 130 gold gen every minute is equivalent to about 2.5 to 3 villagers worth of gathering. So a lot at this stage of the game. Like, he's getting almost a 10% booster per pilgrim. So you see why people rush into it, why they sacrifice a villager for this. You're pretty much multiplying that one villager you lost out on by 3. And the cool thing is, like, it might occasionally get harassed, it might occasionally die, but funny detail, guys, these things just keep appearing for free. So, like, who's winning now, suckers? Like, yes, I sacrificed a villager, but what happens when that villager eventually gets sniped by a Ghazi raid? I probably wish I just had a pilgrim instead, every single minute. The gamble ratio? So the Gambaholics, 74% on Anachad, which is understandable. I think Delhi is like very, very, very dominant on this map. And Knights Templar have, historically in this matchup so far on the expansion, looked pretty bad. I haven't rated them well at all. But obviously this is different with the fish. The fish changed everything. Pilgrim's Die is the equivalent of having a villager idled. Yeah, but the point is that you could lose these villagers in your base and it would be gone forever. Or you get idled to the afterlife and then another one comes along 60 seconds later. So you see how like powerful that is technically? It's bad if you don't have any map control at all, but if you're in a contested game, it's actually pretty good. Also, the problem is, like, early on with Pilgrims, you just don't have the mass to block. Because you're gambling. You don't know where your opponent is going to go. He could have went to any one of these sacred sites. We see he finally does intercept, but think about how long that took. How many runs happened in the meantime. And what Dimu can now do is just pivot to a different sanctuary. Like, ooh, villagers. Okay, these ones are going to be going in permanently. Can he actually get the cutoff, though? The Chevalier are moving. Anatan. He had to get out here. Will bar one of the Ghazi. And behind this. What is this timing? Are you kidding me? This is kind of crazy. Anatan is going into Castle Age. If Dimu gets a whiff of this, though, the punishment is going to be all too real. So Anatan, what he's doing right now is huge. Just wasting the Chevalier's time entirely. And keeping them away from his base. I say as Anatan starts to keep them back. Anno. Anatan. We're meant to be running him around his own base right now. Okay, Dimu does back up. So was that like extra levels of mind games? Because usually the expectation is if a Ghazi starts running around here doing circles and you chase him, used to work, but like high level now, you'll hear the pro player immediately say, oh, he's dead. Because he's trying to basically waste my time. It's almost like Anatan running back towards his base made it seem like he was rallying reinforcements. So Dimu just backs off and protects his investment. He is, however, also going to be investing in the Castle Age. So Anatan with the edge here. Dimu not too far behind. Republic of Genoa triggered. Just 40 seconds down. And Sacred Sites, relics. Should be the main target now for Delhi. Let's grab one of these relics here, but Chevalier, we're already waiting and we'll be able to snipe. And that's the only relic currently being picked up by Anatan. What was that for, though? He did just move out for 2 more. We've got one on the way from the corner. Snatches a second down here. These relics were kind of crazy for him, actually. Super far away from the Chevalier. Speaking of c'est contraire. Au contraire, it looks like they're going to raid. The timing. Are you kidding me? This is crazy. Anatan with the triple scout, the pro scouts. Intercepted at the perfect moment. He was blind there. He didn't see that coming early. So by the time he would have noticed it, it would have been here which means you're probably going to lose 3-4 villages that many Chevalier. Demu now with Castle Age achieved. You don't really think Genuine use crossbows because you're up against elephants. I think he did glance the elephant. Yeah, he definitely sees it. Like, actually, you kind of need crossbows of your own. Wait. He actually brute forces the war elephant. I am actually impressed by that damage. That was quite a lot. Bloody hell. Alright, that charge in is no joke. Yeah, 27 damage per lance. Looks like the dock did get burnt down. Unfortunate as well, because Demu actually had a decent amount of food left here to gather. And we do have the Templar brother now getting queued up. Okay. Could this be a rush into the unique tech? Because that's kind of a sick idea now that I think about it. If you get a few Knights Templar and go rule with Templars, you have 30 Chevalier. 25. So that's an extra 50 charge damage if you basically stagger it so that your Templar brother's going first. So initial contact on a War Elephant would be something like 75 damage per strike. Which is quite a lot. Oh, Anatan. Herbal medicine. He's trusting the War Elephants. Is he castle dropping into Imperial? It feels like it. I mean, he's got most of the relics. Free home intel. Other two should get denied, so I think Demu can eventually play for it. Notice that he didn't rush towards the timing because he realized it would have made him weak in the center. He was more about an all-in type moment. And now that he has secured the map, he can pick up what's left. If there's anything left at this rate. Comically, I think Anatan is about to run into the Wolf Murderer. Ooh. Okay, so 4 relics. Demu can't really let this slide. Playing static is going to hurt him way too much now. The problem is, I think Anatan chose very much the correct convergence point with his play. Castle gathering War Elephants, like arguably the point to kill him would have been before the keep got dropped when he had 1 War Elephant. But now with triple Elephant, Herbal Medicine, and crossbows, this is a very hard base for Demu to enter. Now, Demu does at least have his own form of relic. These pilgrims are essentially 2 relics each. But scaling them is always very difficult as Knights Templar. You very rarely will see a fortress before Castle Age. I'll say he's getting ready for that. Could just as easily be 2 TC, but I think he's likely just going to lean into more pilgrims. Nice hit here. Hello! Sick hit! Even with textiles, flops a few dead. Village Fortresses isn't in yet, so this definitely still hurts Anatan a lot. Army is holding back at the second wave, so he could just kind of bait Anatan out a little bit and try to engage. It's tricky though. With a castle there, you know you're going to be seen from any angle. The Stealth Forest doesn't extend deep enough for you to surprise attack. And the other problem is, like, Anatan at this stage has nothing else to do on the map. He's just camping in his base. So if you were playing a game where both players were raiding, think about it this way, that, you know, I'm looking over here, and I'm looking over here, and then you raid my base. I maybe don't see you. Anatan, I mean, if he full zooms out, he pretty much sees everything he needs. Is Demu going Imperial Age? Does that work? No. Okay, so we're getting Rams now. He might be forced into it, actually. Palace of Sultan's on the way. This is exactly what we thought Anna was going to go for. I'm just scratching my noggin, wondering what do you get out of this as Knights Templar if you mirror. We've got a Fortress drop, but that's not maybe what I was expecting. He secures the Sacred Site instead of going for the enemy base, so this is going to be Age 4 versus Age 4. I mean, we do have some rounds being added in by Demu to be a little frustrating, which is going to be frustrating because Anatan has teched a total of 0 techs out of the House of... Wait, what? Okay. House of Learning is about to turn into House of Unlearning. It would only take 30 seconds for some of these techs, but who cares? Hitting it was almost a reminder. Oh, that's right. Free stuff. Oh, no. He doesn't even get Mahoots, which is huge here. Dimu, does he know as well? I think he maybe clicked the elephants and saw a lack of movement speed. So yeah, he commits in. House of Lightning down. That is a huge error. Anatan just missing out on Mahoots, Hakes, and also Hearty Rations. All would have been incredibly useful here with his build. And we have double Fortress drop. Dimu is going to be following him into the next stage. This is crazy. So well played by Ben. Trip Sacred Site as well. Also, keep in mind with these Fortress drops, it sets them up really nicely to go into Treasure Towers, which is going to allow them to generate even more resources from the Pilgrims and the Sacred Sites themselves. So Sacred Sites will end up going up to 340 because you need to set up over here as well to get the 360. But then the Pilgrims themselves, they get a little bit nutty, guys. They go up to 203 gold per cycle. This is strong. Dimu, do it for the memes. You've picked trade once before on Dry River and won a game. I need you to do it again. Because it's kind of less of a meme, folks. The Republic of Venice, in theory, against elephants, I think Condottiero could be quite good. The gunpowder elephant specifically. I don't know, though. I haven't tested this. I wonder if he has. I don't think they have the gunpowder tag, which is unfortunate. Okay, so yeah, you can't Condottiero. Wait, what? That would have maybe been the one niche use where they were good. Okay, I'm annoyed. So for those who don't know, Condottiero, they take less damage from hand cannon shots, and they'll do more damage to those hand cannoneers because they have gunpowder attack. But I don't think that these guys do. I don't think elephants do. 5 condos take out a Sultan Elephant fast. Have you tested that? So these guys do have gunpowder tag? Okay, that's huge then. I just don't think it's going to do it because the problem is there's no trade. So you miss out on half the point of Venice. Instead, it is going to be Kingdom of Poland. Yeah, so the Slashstar cavalry is pretty effective here. The Slashstars can pretty much swarm overwhelm and they're so tanky they just don't die. Before we get to that cavalry, check these guys. Another big deal. Remember, Kingdom Poland is going to give you a 50% increase to your charge damage. These guys are going to strike you so hard you'll feel it. They could one-hit Techstar villages. Dress the target down. Gotta be careful with that elephant, actually. He could just jump it. Yeah, I think Dimu's showing a lot of respect because he doesn't know where the rest of the army is. So he doesn't want to risk it, even though that would have been a fantastic freebie. And we do have the treasure towers in now. Yeah, so nutty amount of gold coming in. He's getting 812 passive gold a minute off of these. That is wild. And really important, actually. You need that for Slashstar. Slashstar are fairly heavy on the gold. Not as much on the food, but still. House of Learning again. It hasn't even been repaired, guys. He still doesn't have Mahoots. I don't know how these elephants are meant to fight. Bombards are now arriving to make it less than 812. Can he at least get the checkout before the kill? Yeah, he can. This is big. Cha-ching! Oh, yes. Ignore the fact our safe passage is about to be shut here. I don't know if Anderson can actually decap this. Oh. Tower Elephant. He gets it. Pins it in. Fantastic kill. And just runs straight away. Look at that lance damage. That's without the extra tech. Remember, the Rule of Templars, which could keep buffing it up. Reminder, by the way, Rule of Templars, the way it works with the Polish Fortitude, it actually increases your damage by 3 per charging hit. Because you get 2 by base and then a 50% increase from the Polish. Very, very powerful. I mean, when you think about the amount of cavalry he's got as well, just 20 of these guys are giving you an extra 3. That would be 60 more charge damage, so you'd be hitting for 128 on a lance charge. Now, that sounds OP, but guys, honestly, I don't think it is. I think calm down, hear me out. You just build spears. Because if you brace, there's no charge. It's a very situational tech. What is quite insane is the other element about Polish Fortitude. It's the 10% health, which scales multiplicatively with biology. Watch the health bar on... That's just Chevalier. I don't care about them. Look at the Templar brothers. 363 health. We're about to start feeling like we're playing with Gilded Knights. Remember, these guys have higher base health than standard Knights. I usually feel like Templar brothers are a bit of a meme in Castle, but in Imperial, they're nuts. 446 HP. More fortresses coming up. So Dimu, he did switch to the other sacred site. This was like a raw economy logic. He's going to get max gold over here. By switching down here, he guarantees that he also gets the castle buff to increase it by 20%. Polish versus Delhi. The elephant can feast on the pilgrim, but I think the Schlachter may feast on it. Yeah, Schlachter are very weird, guys. You have a Warhammer, but it's more effective against light infantry. You would have thought this would be a heavy damage plus. It's not. But their base damage is high enough, they don't care. Meanwhile, oh, hello. Backside farms. I mean, the problem is, Anatan is just playing a game of put out the fires in his own base. It's really smart by Dimmu just to play mass cav like this because he's just uncatchable. It feels dangerous because of War Elephant, but at this pacing, let's say War Elephants try to rush your base. You can just rush his and burn down all landmarks. You like SS healing? I don't think it's worth it. Dimmu guy's a Templar expert. I didn't realize the order required you to shave your head bald when you... Apparently in this one they did. Okay, I gotta get... Nah, I was about to say, I think the Polish cavalry looks sick in purple. They honestly look best in red. You gotta do the Polish colors, you know? Now, funnily enough, the Schlachter do kind of bounce out up against crossbows because of that light tag. Oh, nice snipe on the bombard. Oh, he gets on top of him! It's time to get brotherly in here! And he's going to smother him with ponies. And wipes out the crossbow ball. Elephants are less advisable to intercept here, so we'll back away now. Has got crossbow ball building up behind this. Reminder, by the way, like you kind of have to play hard around cavalry in the late game as Knights Templar because you do not have gunpowder units. Really? Wait, what do you mean Dimmu only plays Knights Templar? Dude spends more time on Chinese sushi, it feels like. Which you're going to probably get banned. Ladder? I watched a few games earlier and I noticed like it wasn't just Knights Templar. He's playing like Chinese, so maybe I'm just watching him at the wrong time. So I think what it was is because he queued in a Beastie and Beastie was picking OP civs, he's like, screw this. Oh my god. Yo! Kind sir, can you just like chill? Okay, the Schlachter, so here's an interesting thought. I think Schlachter cavalry's bludgeoning attacks, which decreases attack speed of enemies it hits. I think it affects both the elephant and the rider, which is kind of huge. Still not sure about Templar. I think they have strong points and weak points in the game. Like in this matchup, I don't know how you feel, Marine. My feeling is that Delhi just roll you 9 times out of 10. But the difference, what Dimmu done really smart here is he picked the map for fishing. I think the fishing changed everything. We also do now have 2 TC, so Dimmu realizing they have to play a bit of catch up. Scenarios is going to be on the way as well. Castle's being built behind this, but like it's so hard to keep that castle count high in Imperial. It's down to just one, second one coming up. And remember, if it's not on the sacred site, you don't buff the villages, or the pilgrims rather. The irony is that Dimmu's playing so much Templar, but when it came to the preview event, I think he played like 8 games and then went back to the main server. Oh no, we've got a castle as well. Which I think is he set that up perfectly to kill just before they get the gold, maybe? Feels a little bit defensive for that. Oi! Oi, oi, oi! Backstab coming in. Such high base damage on all these units. The villagers are not going to survive this. So a big hit to the economy. Anatan may have the military lead. But eco-wise, he's fallen behind. He needs to get revenge. And he's going to try for it. Here we go. Elephants into the main. At this point, I'd be all chat typing as Anatan saying, I hope you've got fortresses. Because you're going to need them. He's just attacking any building he can find. Good interception on some of the tower elephants on the flanks. He's not going to die if he loses the TC guy. Remember, he has got fortresses, so as long as you have a fortress, you have a temporary landmark. Crossbow boys are starting to bulk. I think the Genoese... Wait, why Genoese crossbowmen? Was that a misplay? I feel like... So Genoese crossbowmen are weird. I don't know if anyone else has felt this, but I feel like they're really good in Castle Age, but they really suck in Imperial. Their stats just don't feel like they scale very well. Oh my dear god. Oh, gee, Delhi and elephants. I've never seen this before. I wonder who's going to win. I really wonder who... I can't believe this. I feel so bad for Ben. I feel like he played this game really well. Pinned Anatan in the base, gave him no control, no easy solution, except one. 17 war elephants. This might be a reasonable fight if Schlachter had a hammer that actually done bonus against heavy, but no, in the end, the Delhi disapprove, and the pick works out as expected for Anatan when he originally conceptualized it in the draft. Man, what a crazy game. I don't know what you guys think about this one. I mean, maybe it needs some refinement, but Dumu, it feels like he's cooking. There was a timing in mind here. Just maybe he needed him to go in instead of slow rolling it. I don't know if it would have really changed the outcome. It's hard to say, but you always feel like you're on the clock when you see Royal Elephants coming and you want to play late game as Knights Templar because most of the time it's going to involve a lot of cavalry. Oh dear, oh dear. Benny Boy might be on his way to a swift exit from Midweek Muster this week. Let's choose predictions. Are Delhi the ultimate Knights Templar counter? Maybe something like that. So let's get ready for the next game, though. See where the boyos are going to take us next. What's he got left? Enlightened Horizon, Dry Arabia, Gorge. He's going to go Dry Arabia. Okay. Marleans versus Mongols. Okay. I think this is back to being like decent for Mongols with the Pro Scouts nerfs. It's definitely better than it was, I say. Let's see if it's actually going to be good enough, though. On Gorge, I mean, with the front-facing resources in theory, this is actually like a really good map for Mongols. Obviously, a little bit spawn dependent, but usually the spawns are good enough. But one sec, let me refresh, and we'll get ready to hop into the next game. Let me get predictions up for you guys as well. Oh my god, I almost had a heart attack. One and all, we got into this game and I saw a Mongol TC rolling forward. I was like, have I gone back to 2021? No. We are here in 2025 with a fine man, Dimu. Head on the chopping block. Anatan has driven him through 2 games in a row. He's looking to stage a comeback, and it'll begin, if capable, on Gorge. Mongols versus Malians. Gotta say, this matchup, I was starting to kind of like Malian's position in the Pro Scouts meta. It just felt very hard to stop them just getting there. But with the appropriate nerfs that came in, it was Season 10, I think Mongols actually may be able to have it again. This matchup has a few different curves that Mongols can throw. One is an aggro opening because of the forward spawning resources. The other option for Mongols is delayed aggro into kind of like a semi-fast Imperial build. I don't think you need to do that against Malians on this map. I think the opening aggro just makes way too much sense. I mean, just look at the spawn. They've got the gold. They've got deer over here. Also, wow, okay. Yeah, a lot of the gold and the deer leaning east side. So very clear target for Dimu. Anatan, he is going to make the appropriate reaction here. It's going to be a Rax. One thing that's a little bit tricky about Mongol's timing on Gorge, look at the inclination. Look at the vision difference. Doink, doink. So this uphill area is something that Dimu can play around. It's going to be very hard to see him coming. And usually when you scout that your opponent is doing the Don's opening, the correct reaction is to pull 2 villages, because one's very, very risky. Because if you see, yeah, he sees his opponent's done it straight away. Now that he knows this, if you pull just 1 villager, and wow, he decides not to. Okay, so like if you pull on the 1, you're going to get sniped. If the Donzos get the first volley off before you build the outpost, before you start building it, it's very probable, like 95% you're going to die. So instead of even risking it at all with 2 villagers, Dimu just says no. Yeah, because now all of a sudden he's weighed up the investment logic. He's going to scale into 1 or 2 extra spears here, because there's a chance that Donzos might counterattack. But now with your opponent already prepping up to 3 Donzos, it's debatable whether it's even worth attacking. In fact, it looks like Dimu is waiting to see if Anatan comes to him. Even if he does, it doesn't guarantee a win in a fight for Mongols, guys, because like the funky thing about this clash is these Donzos have melee. Makes them very chunky. You're mitigating 15% of the damage your opponent's doing. It's a lot. And that's before we talk about the fact that you have the hybrid attack, which makes it very easy to kill security injured spearmen. Love this. Okay, can we just like give some appreciation to Anatan? I think he's been one of the most on-it players for this. Any type of opening, dervish, military school spearmen, Donzos, anytime he's forced to build Dark Age units, if he sees his opponent has been pushed off his plan, this is his immediate reaction. He always goes to the deer shot. It's such a powerful play. Well, apparently it is time to rally forward, so unlikely we see an outpost. Oh, he's going for it. Wow. Okay, I thought he might just settle for burning the pit mine, but no, he wants it. So this is a trade-off then. Anatan will get his age up. He'll get the deer in, but he'll likely lose the pit mine. Oh, you cheeky son of a gun. Once in a blue moon, it comes out. It's a Saharan trade network game. And the spearman, you can't die for this. No. So this is a little bit rough. He can try to burn down a few houses. Needs to pay back the investment into spears, because he went pretty hard in this. I think he's produced up to 11. I feel like he actively produced 6 to 7 of those. Needs to be outpost on high ground. So reminder, Anatan can't actually see this. Obviously will once the landmark goes up, but like you're not going to be able to activate the gather gold. The crux the other way is it's going to be very hard though for Dimu to burn down the extra houses. So he's like, well, if I'm not going to be able to gather, I might as well get houses up while I can. And he can build another one here, right? Wait, what? Anno, what? Kind sir, that's an outpost. Chill. This psychopath is like, you will gather. I'll just cycle you guys out between arrow fire. You'll be fine. And of course, Ben is going to be going Deerstone. Silver Tree pretty much is never, ever, 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 ever seen on Gorge these days. It is insanely rare. In general, Silver Tree has become very rare, but like on Gorge, I think it's just too much forward exposure on trade. And too much setup time. Like, you have to build the Silver Tree here, and you have to pack it up and wheel it all the way to the corner. It's a very, very long way. There might be a build that comes back in where you Silver Tree on the stone to begin with double production and then pull. So you could, like, double trade it twice and then pull, but I think it's going to be incredibly situational. Like, in theory, trade is really good on this map because it's diagonal. In practice, it's just too exposed for a Civ that can't defend themselves. And Anno is caught being a greedy mother ducker. Donzos, for some reason, don't want to save a life. That's a bit rude, but it's fine. The charge runs out. He'd already used the maneuver speed arrow, so no Villy losses here. Blacksmith immediately, and it is going to be archer range plus the racks. So you're probably just going to not really invest in many more racks units here, and straight up into the archers. He could technically just go jabs to poke defend, but obviously javelins aren't that good against Spearman. He doesn't care though. He is going for it. Yeah, probably because he's assuming his opponent's going to go archers, which is the correct read. Wait, if you're Dimmu, after what's happened in this game so far, can you not just chill and breathe? Any mod around got a question? I actually need to get more mods. What's the question? Yeah, I think Doom is going full greed. Okay, I'm not even sure if it's that memey to turn this into an fast Imperial game. It's problematic though. We have got Rams coming. And what is up, Trogdor? Appreciate the Prime sub. Thank you, mate. Keep those pumping, folks. Thank you, thank you. Is it KPMM? So to the title, you can add KPMM and like exclamation KPMM if you've got like a command. And then the other thing that's just safe to do is like just at Killer Pigeon. Most people will do those two. It's just obviously a bit more space efficient than having someone type out Killer Pigeons and do more stuff. And thank you very much, Fat Blob. Appreciate the gifted sub. So, Ram to clear the way. This is going to give access to the gold again. Anatan realized that he couldn't play the flanks because this is the crux of Gorge where Marlene's going to look a bit funky. That's why I don't rate them that highly in Gorge, is their secondary goals are really unsafe. Outpost is going to get shunted down. Demu, how many passes? 2 so far. He's actually... Okay, so he's going to play the Age. I thought he'd genuinely just go greed there. Maybe he feels like with Marlene's adding in jabs, Donzos, that's too risky. Which is understandable. Like, if you rush Castle Age, you don't already have Springles in the towers, so javelins can just dive quite freely. I wonder... This is... I don't know if you do Farimba this type of game. Farimba feels really good with Pro Scouts, but he only got 1 deer stack. So you're probably going to feel an urgent need to get more food. Or you could just build more javelins. It's just going to spam javelins. Dumi's mining gold slightly inefficiently. Yeah, Deer Stone offsets some of the problem, but he also doesn't have Wheelbarrow. Where's the gut? Okay, so if you're tilted by that small detail... This must make you want to shave your head bald. Yeah, the Gur's is actually not getting used. It'll get used shortly, so I guess it's forgivable in the future, but for now, it definitely feels a bit rough. Like, yeah, it could even be here on the tree line. I think he just forgot about it. He's very focused on attacking early on, and he's kind of there again, going for all in. So I don't think his mind is even at all on the Gur. Like, he's selected it now for Wheelbarrow, but outside that, big whoop. And yeah, village is now moving over. So at this stage, that Gur is going to be parked there until the end of the time. Well, I hope not. Like, hopefully he moves it in as time goes on. So Dimmu must see his win condition is just attacking this gold and blocking. Anatan is not a threat if he can't access gold, because no gold equal no javelins. Remember, this was not a Mansa game, so he doesn't have passive gold from a landmark. It is literally this. And that's why Dimu's going after this. If this had been a Mansa, I think he would have been less all-in-y. Just because he knows his opponent can scale. The crux of it, though, is like, can Dimu actually intercept quick enough to stop the javelins before they can defend? I know, also adding in scouts here, which, yeah, this is definitely not about pro scouts. He just wants something that can kill rams. He's aware. Smart cookie. It's hard to get one by this lad. Other rough part is Dimu obviously went mass archers against Saharan Trade Network. And reminder, these have javelin placements in them. So difficult for that reason. Also, if he feels like he's getting all in by archers, honestly worth it to build like 2 extra outposts and get javelin placements. Because when you go for the Saharan Trade Network, it changes the cost of outposts on their upgrades to only be gold for the javelin placement. 75 gold. Really, really cost efficient for a civ that primarily gets a lot of passive gold. Double ram. Double ram. Is this going to be fast enough? Double ram always feels a little bit weird against tier 2 landmarks because they have 5k HP. But I guess free rams also feels really bad in this choke point because you're going to basically halving each other all the way. Meanwhile, Donzo's do peel to the north side, so he has a backup gold up success point if he wants it. Without wheelbarrow, unlikely though. The siege of the houses begins. Villagers are going to garrison inside. Javelin placement stacking up quickly here with the arrow fire as well. That's a lot of purple bodies. Now he's at least refunding on them by killing the buildings. But now we get the Warrior Scouts. So remember, even if these weren't Warrior Scouts, just standard Scouts also do get bonus against the siege. Meanwhile, those said Warrior Scouts are actually raiding his tree line. Being a nuisance, just stopping that next wave. Does lose the pit mine. Anno has a lot of gold in reserve though. But this is very frustrating. He doesn't have enough to go age up or afford veterancy. I don't know though. This just feels so expensive for Jimmy. Like this dive, the tower is the difference maker. Donzo village is now being pulled, so the rams are going to get cleared. And as hand, he might not have the raw military count lead, but the quality is most definitely with him. Damn, I don't know. Like, what would the play have been here for Dimu? Maybe a few Keshiks? You're diving static defenses. It doesn't feel good. Keshiks die really quickly to emplacements. I know. Are you kidding me? He will not be phased. I mean, he's got 18 javelins. Oh, I'm starting to sense a Frio. I feel for him as well. Dimu, you know, he tried to be a little bit, I don't want to say unorthodox, but like the delayed outpost timing, definitely not really where you want to find yourself. But I think that was the thought process. As on the opening, he'd already kind of been counterblocked, so he wanted to try and turn it into a victory a little bit down the line. But can't fault Anatan's reactions. I think he's been on point with this. And, you know, usually Farumba can feel very risky. He's going to be limiting on his food access now because of this. But the whole point is the Javelin is going to give you access to the map. So Dimu, what he needs quickly is castle into probably a Keshik switch here. I mean, what else can you really do against Javs? Like, maybe you go Horseman, but the problem here is Dimu doesn't have great income. I'm half tempted to say I prefer him to just go Imperial, but I just don't know how you get Imperial here. You've got 0 outposts. You haven't got much stone, so you can't mass emplacement. Javelineers are really fast as well. There's no way your opponent stays in his base anymore. And here we go. Springs the move. Javelineers going to hop on their broomsticks and go flying. And Dimu, there's just no retreat from this. He already used the maneuver speed arrow. He's going to turn and burn for the fight, but this is a horrible fight. Yeah, this is just ugly. Maybe kills like 4 or 5 javelins and loses everything in return. This is over. So, Dimu, it's going to be a 3-0 knockout this week. Question mark is, what do you think? Anatan on fire or Dimu just not as strong as the previous weeks? I think this is more of the former. Anatan played this series pretty clean. That game 2 is, I think, the one that's maybe going to stick with Dimmu a little bit, because I know he's been apparently working hard on Knights Templar and solving that puzzle. And it felt like for a moment that game he'd solved it. The other two, you just have to tip the hat to Anatan the way he's played. Now, underneath the TC, with 5 ranged armor, soon to be 6, you're just never losing this battle. This might make it up on YouTube. I know, it's kind of a curious one. I think Game 2 is definitely the most interesting in the series. Check it back in the VODs if you haven't seen it. Or watch it later. Benny Boy will come to an early demise. Man usually makes semis a lot, I feel like, recently. Not this week. Yeah, at this point, he's just kind of processed the loss. Going through the motions because maybe, just maybe, Anatan runs out of resources. But if you can't harass him, that's never going to happen. Sends 1 javelin to verse the world. He's still going to get a villager kill. Come on. Oh, now he's pulling himself. That right there is the GG moment. He's rushing outposts to try and protect himself. But there's way too many villagers here. What do you think, guys? Is this going to be Anatan's week? I mean, this was clean. This was very well executed by him on a draft level and a game level. I mean, you know, it's a tough week still, remember. Other parts of the bracket, Louis MT, Luciferon, Vortex, CSO, B, so many names. In fact, we're going to be checking in on the Luciferon set right after this. Hannah may accidentally delete all his villagers, you never know. Exactly. He may accidentally, like, disconnect. And, you know, because he disconnected, obviously it would have to remake. You know how it is. Like, it's content either way. If I was Dimmu right now, I'd be rallying for pity subs. I'd be like, I mean, Anna may have won, but who feels bad for me? Can we get like 50 gifted in the chat? Benny Boy, he always has fun with these. And he refuses to wave that white flag. For like, oh, at this point, I imagine KP's probably said it's GG. So if I come back now, he looks like a fool, and I'm the genius. I mean, in fairness to Dimmu, the thought process here is kind of to do with Javelinier's lack of scalability. It's not a comp that really usually ends the game itself, and it also is hard to transition out of. But with a 20 villager lead, that has to be good enough. And also just the idle time. It's not just the 20 villager lead, it's the amount of time in which villagers were not working for Dimmu. It was kind of crazy. He has got Crow time marching up. Khan definitely took that like a truck. I think Anno needs to slow down, just get home. Like, the funny thing is with Javeliniers, he doesn't actually need to trade with these at all. He can get away. So, usually you'd think Kurotai is pretty good here, but like the one problem you'll have against Javeliniers is technically they can play in a way that you can never touch them. So, if Dimmu wants to try and go for a Hail Mary punt with archers, he'll need the Deer Stone as well. Because without that, you just get kited. It's an extra tar range and better movement speed. Full pit mine setup as well. This is ridiculous. And that pretty much summarizes everything we were saying about Farimba's weak economy, doesn't it? An Amalian player just has to rush 36 villagers onto a berry batch. Tells you everything. He could be spamming for the cows underneath the TC, but chose not to. Spent everything on Ben? Dude, you've been over this. You do that for the Knights Templar game. That's the place to do that. Alright, here we go. The last Ura, do or die. Kurotai, Deerstone. If he does it, it's the comeback of the week. Maybe even the month. The year? I don't know if I go so far as year, but it would be high up there. The tricky part is if your opponent hides in the back of his base, you can't actually use the auras. Okay, keep poking. The Crow-type buff is there, though. Anna needs to show a little bit of respect to this. Also needs to finish his kills. Otherwise, the heal might save the day. Didn't got much left on the flanks? Yeah, okay, he's got loads. Anna's being cheeky, though. He has split off 1 or 2 injured javelins to go hunting for villages. And Rams now. Okay, remember, Rams actually get buffed by the Kurota. They also get healed by the Kurota. You did just hear me correctly. So, technically very hard to take down if you don't have melee. And Anatan, we talked about how hard it is to transition off of Javelineers. This is poor man's transition. You have to see this. It's mass warrior scouts to go with javelins. Which feels really weird because you're technically building a double counter to ranged. But it makes sense. Like, your opponent's already scaling a few crossbows. He barely has any front line, no spearmen. And you need someone that can also kill Rams. So it's the most cost-efficient thing to do if you want to keep building javelins. And look at what it's done to the military difference. After having a big lead, they're now neck and neck. Rams onto the production. Warrior Scouts are going to spring the trap, though. They reveal themselves. The tricky part here is a lack of ranged armor. Only 2 ranged armor against Kurota buffed archers means you melt. You are cannon fodder to buy time. Not going to buy enough, though. Defense arrow gets activated. Dumu value staying alive over attacking quicker. Javelins on the back end. We're able to snipe 1 or 2 villages, but are going to be pushed away. Ben. Is this actually happening? It's 30 javelins. The problem that Dumu is going to keep having here is the initial approach. Rams have at least done a good job of slowing things down, taking out some buildings, and as a result, paying for themselves. Line formation is just proving to actually be Anatan's worst enemy. Oh my god, those health bars. I mean, he might have 31 javelin in raw number, but in spirit, they're more like 22. He's actually switching so far. Oh, but Dumu's been prepping crossbows. This is freaking crazy, man. I feel like recently this Farimba build has been the one that so frequently has this, and it's over, but it's not, type feeling. Something that Dumu will know very well. A few weeks ago, it just felt like all I was seeing him do was play Javelineer. I mean, at what point does it make sense to just chill pill for a little bit and bring the imams over? Especially these A-clicks just waste so much effort to kill a single man at arms. And look at that, Anatan, he was at 30 Javelineers at the start of that. Oh my god. Dumu's not human. So crossbows are now here, so the sofa should eventually get cleared, but a lot of the archers are wasting fire there as well. Important armors wasn't in yet, so Anatan definitely in a bit of pain point with that detail. Economy's still not being harassed. Like, that means Anatan can keep building behind this. The army's spinning on both sides. Yeah, this is the point where the dive gets a little bit weird for Dumu. Because double arrow fire, plus the fact you just don't have enough to insta-kill javelins, it just feels like a bad trade. He needs to reset back to the Kurota again. Villagers pull to deal with the ram. So far, are going to mop that up. So nicely played there. There's 4 javelins left over. He's going to pull back. Honestly, like, Dumu kind of puffed up chest for a moment here, but maybe a little bit asthmatical all of a sudden. It feels like he's out of breath. Keeping this push going is getting difficult. Can you explain why it's so hard to transition for Remember Javelin? Because Javelin require this idea of a critical mass. So to be a power stack, they need to reach X number. That number always just keeps growing because your opponent's building units in response. And in very big bloated fights, javelins on their own are great at skirmishing, bad for static fights as we're seeing here. They suck at static fighting because their attack speed betrays them. Very good at poke raiding, terrible against all-ins. And usually the issue with javelins is it doesn't necessarily stop your opponent from getting to an all-in unless you skirmish constantly. Because the reality check is me having 50 javelins doesn't technically end the game. I can't blow up your buildings. That's the difference, right? The issue is because you don't have Fulani economy, getting away from that becomes even more difficult. You don't have the extra income that you normally would as Malians. He has 0 cow ranches. He hasn't been booming cows to eat. He's actually adding in farms at this stage. And that, by the way, is why he's able to get so far. But you saw how long it took. Compared to like a Fulani type build, how quickly we see 2 free unit comps. This time, it was just mass javelins. And now, Anatan switching into mangoes. Makes a lot of sense, guys. He's got triple pit mine. He also does have 4 relics behind this. Sneaky gear. Didn't even notice the relic detail until now. And this is where the game gets scary. Dimmu, he's going to have to hold troops back. I don't know if he can afford to, though. Oh, Anatan! That seeks shelter! Sends him straight down the center, so a few villagers are going to get sniped. Mango does come out. Needs to just turn for a shot. Might as well. It's already in deep. There's no getting away from it. There is no Kurultai buff in this area, so that wallop needs to be repaired. The bounty is adding up, though. Like, Dimmu, I definitely think it would have been worth getting the upgrade at this stage. You just never know if you're going to get enough to make it worthwhile. This is sick, man. The sofas. I mean, there's a risk of harassed economy now. Dimmu, where are the troops? He has none. Oh, my God. No, he's one by one getting cut down. I think he realizes now. I mean, he's garrisoned the TC, but this is going to hurt. He needs damage on the other side. Rams are going to target down the mosque. Able to deny one of the relics. 5th one is on the way home, by the way. These sofas are critical, man. They may have just won the game. There's no quick reaction to them. He doesn't have Yam in the area. The spearmen are dying one by one. They are not even veteran. Oh my God. Dimmu needs a big hit now. Unlike the javelins, these guys much swifter at getting those worker kills. This is ridiculous. Just a handful of sofas to ruin it all. Meanwhile, all he can do is blow up more buildings to get payday. Now the sofas jump in here as well. Oh no. Crossbow count's only 5. Remember, he hasn't been getting reinforcements for the last minute plus. That's a wipe of the army. Just javelins was something Dimmu could hold on against, but this is now feeling unrecoverable. Man, he played so well as well. I gotta give a lot of credit to Dimmu for surviving this long, for giving us hope of a comeback. But with mass sofa flood on the way, Dimmu with barely any food income, I'm struggling to believe, even in this small percentage chance now. Well played, though. I kind of respect it. Well, definitely respect him for not doing the GG out when we thought it was over. He definitely had Anatan shaking a little bit there with that dive. When he had Siege on the front side of the base and Archer Mass over Javelins, like, the game took a complete curve towards Dimmu. But Anatan, firm defender, man. And now this is the critical hit. The thing you can't move out. What I was worried about the most. The retreat. Kurultai doesn't get away. Deer Stone is irrelevant. It's the Kurultai that matters. Wait, what? How did it... It doesn't matter. It's still going to die. Oh, props to Benny Boy. It may be a 3-0, but he definitely made it an interesting one with game 2 and 3. Anatan, I mean, this is ridiculous. 30 farms spread out wide, and there's just 0 raid. It shows you, like, Dimmu, like, ideally what he needed was raiders, but where do you fit that into the economy of things? He needed everything on the front side. Crazy to think how different this game could have been with maybe 1 or 2 Keshix, but now, oh no, you're never getting that Kurotai back. Anatan wants you out of this game. He wants this series wrapped up, and he knows exactly how to get it. But wait, says Dimu, I can just move my TC away. So like, I'm just gonna move my town center to like the tree line, and then I don't care, right? Right, I don't think it matters. There it is. Wave of the white flag. An admirable last stand by Dimu in game number 3, but Anatan with a flawless 3-0 victory. Woo! Crazy, crazy game. GG's to the boys. Well played to both of them. Okay. But, guys, that is not all we've got. So, we have got other series to focus on today. I think what we're going to take a look at next is Louis versus Lucifron. So yeah, Louis versus Lucifron, guys, is going to be our focus. Let me get the drafts ready. Where's that map draft? Ah, there it is. Need to reset the draft. Need Louis MT on the right. Lucifron. Oh, sorry, Louis MT on the left, rather. Lucifron on the right. And then going to be opening up, obviously, on Pigeon's View. Boom, baby. Back to back to back series, because after this, we'll be checking on like the B vs Kiljardi. Later on, we've got Vortex as well. So, yeah, very busy day. But let's get started. So, G1 is going to be Byzantines versus Malians. I mean, Byzantines are meant to have an all-in timing here, but we've seen, like, it's a bit weirder with the new build. One and all, this was one of the standout series of the last midweek muster, and I have a feeling they're going to deliver again. LNL, Lucifron up against Louis MT, and it all kicks off here on Highview. Byzantines versus Malians. Already seen this once or twice so far in this week's format. A matchup that used to feel really good for Byzantines due to the Kira Siphon timing, but that Kira Siphon timing got hit pretty hard by the changes to systems. Systems have to be scaled into now. That means less prio on getting your mercenaries out. Could hit him right in the gut for timing, but are you guys seeing what I'm seeing here? Look at that. We're going 2x speed for the other game here. It's a double gold vein on one location. All right, Louis may have hit the jackpot. So I've seen this play out both ways historically. And one of the big things that matters in the old Byzantine timing is the gold on the back. Because if it's on the back, you're in trouble. If it's on the front, though, Byzantines can easily glide into this. Because they can keep pumping reinforcements behind the Kira Siphons. Love that from Louis. You see that, guys? Yeah, this is sick. He's going to have enough sheep to go for a wide rotation. That was really elegant, actually. And smart. So this type of play here can be risky if your opponent actually is running the scout across. But because he has the mining camp, the scout can't snatch them away. So really smart little detail there by Louis means that he keeps running with his scout. Should guarantee him the majority of the sheep in the end. Meanwhile, already from Lucifron, kind of done similar. But obviously, I think he actually had to pull the scout all the way back. Yeah, and you can already see a slight cheaply developing. Final haul is going to be in that south side corner, so definitely looks like Louis is going to get the edge and sheep. Yeah, the yoinks are real. So we'll slow down once we're in the start of the aggro. Curious to see if Louis is going to do his longbow build. I'd be surprised against javelins. Usually you just end up doing javelins and you play around timing. I wonder if Luciferon's going to try for the mass javelineer strategy. Has looked quite popular. Yeah, I mean, we saw B versus 194 Unicron. Probably not the best game to reference for a mass javelineer strategy, as that was the game that Unicron took from B. The only one he was able to, in fact. Oh, we have... What? Huh? 2 TC Byzantines. Okay, so Louis not feeling that timing around Kira Siphons anymore. It's a classic counter to Malians when they go for Fulani, but Luciferon's focus is elsewhere. It's going to be Pro Scouts. Okay, it's been a while since we've seen 2 TC Byzantines. That's quite an old build. And yo, that's a new sub though. What's up, Selkar? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Welcome to Swarm. So we'll slow down to the 1x speed here. This is getting very intriguing to me. 2TC, Luciferon, did he scout it early? I believe he did. What? He outposted the 4D. Yeah, but this doesn't give him the key info. I mean, he might be suspicious. We are 6.5 minutes into the game. Your opponent has not connected system level 1. So it's probably a little bit obvious. I mean, this outpost does block the berries. So in fairness, the 2TC might have been a forced reaction from Louis to Luciferon's opening. All right, this game is kind of wild. When do you ever expect a Malian player to forward outpost you? Did so much fast forward we missed half the stuff? Yeah, I didn't quite see the villager walking out. I mean, the problem was we were playing a little bit of catch up to get to live, but we're pretty much there now. Sorry about that. I don't know, this is like the pressure of feeling the need to fast forward because the amount of people like, is the game live? Is this series live? Maybe I just need to start ignoring those people. Okay. So 2TC is great, but the systems are going to be critical here. Louis is ready to start ramping those up. He can basically go level 3 system already. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I need to stop letting those people who like moan about is it live get to me. Because it's like, even if it's not, have you seen it? And if you haven't, why do you care? Like, this game is, like, this series is basically live. It started at 2. It's just obviously we were a little bit late getting into it because Dimu's valiant last stand in his series against Anatand. I mean, pretty crafty by Luciferon, though. This is like one of the most valuable outposts I think I've seen a Malian player do. He almost blocked gold, not quite close enough. He blocks berries, he secures deer. The Kira Siphon's on the way now. And like this has a ripple effect. Technically, Louis could follow up the Kira Siphon with a push into a double pit mine. So, a bit worried as to what Luciferon's plan is here. He's going archers, and there's longbows coming from Louis. Feels like the perfect javelin game, no? Is this game live? No, it's dead. We have less players than Fortnite, so what's the point anymore? You know, when kids like doing those weird dances is winning, I just give up. Luciferon is going for the castle age now, which is correct. I think you don't want to play this age anymore. Technically, you've held Louis in limbo for age 2. He has got a healthy village elite, though. It's a 10 eco up. Luciferon's not really in position to utilize Farimba well, considering he hasn't got a single javelin in the field. He has no ranches either. Could this be Farimba Freeborn? It's been a long time since we've seen it. One Fortnite Tourney prize pool still larger than all of AoE4. Oh, you want the unsustainable esports prize pools? You just need to get the Saudis to announce AoE4 for Esports World Cup. All of a sudden, $500,000 prize pool. Whoop, whoop. Yeah, this is Farimba. This is crazy. What? Farimba with triple stable? Like... I'm so confused. Why is he triple stabling this? With Farimba? Okay, so you go Sofa. That forces your opponent to spear crossbow. And then you build Freeborn? Or is he going to try to delay scale javelin? Because that's going to be very slow. I'm not going to lie. This is a really crazy build. Like, I'm a bit flummoxed by Luciferon here. But, you know, if I've got full vision and I can't figure it out, Louis probably can't with limited vision. It's just crazy. Oh, he catches the villagers out. Louis MT does not have wheelbarrow, despite the fact he's playing flank, which is bold. Does get yoinked on the deer, but obviously it's more about the berries here for Louis. The deer was just a nice bonus. Yeah, he's all about the berry spam. This build is crazy, man. I mean, he built 3 stables. He can't even afford sofas out of them all. Like, it's actually crazy. And yo, it's actually happening! For the first time in 2025, in a competitive series, we have got Freeborn Warriors. These guys felt extinct. No one was building them. At first, they looked like a meme. Then they looked broken statistically. And then they just disappeared. But they're returning. Okay. So, Luciferon will scale Archer's Sofa. That's likely to, force his opponent eventually to crossbows with the same comp alongside it. And then Freeborn tanks everything. He needs to start scaling them ASAP, though. This is sick. Does Louis have any farms? No, because his Grand Winery is blocked out for ages. So he didn't scale them quickly. Louis needs an age up ASAP. He's playing so wide, he's susceptible to these sofa raids. And fortification is going to be too late here. Yep, that's going to be -5. Unless he's quick on the reaction. Troops are coming. Okay, so we'll be able to save the day. I still see 0 Freeborn. So like, the crazy thing is with this Farimba timing, like, he's basically prepping for the reactionary castle. Because remember, the Freeborn aren't actually that valuable until your opponent has castle, I think. Because when he sees Sofa, like we said, he's going to react crossbow. So then you have something high value that gets countered by Freeborn. But like right now, if you build Freeborn, the Lombos are going to kite you because they start really far away. And Spinman will block. So I don't mind that he's kind of waiting. The Sofas are doing fine. Can you imagine if he doesn't build a single Freeborn unit out of this game? Like, imagine it now if it's just Sofa Archers. It's literally just a pointless landmark, and he still wins with Mali. Like, that would actually be wild. I think that's kind of what's happening, though. Golden Horn Tower's complete. It's going to be dive underneath the primary TC. Archers are being target-fired down by that town center. Louis, where's the gold? Wait, kind sir, where is the gold? Oh my god, he needs a backup gold option right now. He's got nothing of value coming. Like, oh my god! What is this timing out of Luciferon? This is wild, man. Alright, my bad for not seeing that outpost. Like, the outpost forced a lot of this. I don't think Louis intended 2TC originally. He done it as a reaction to secure extra berries and drill an eco lead. So the outpost was critical to all of this. I just never expected to pay off this much with Farimba Rush. Because when you think Farimba Rush, you think, which unit are you building? None. He literally could have prepped a Fulani behind this. Built no ranches, and it would have the same impact as this. I'm not even sure Louis scouted it. And here we go. We have got Gal gathering in the corner. Luckily for him, Luciferon doesn't see. But I just don't see a way in which Louis survives anymore. GG gets called. An insanely impressive performance by Luciferon to open this series. He's going to have to watch out, folks. Last time Lucifron took an early lead against Louis MT, it did not end well. Yo, what's up, Zeko Ort? Thank you very much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you, mate. Thank you, thank you. That's crazy. I've never seen this rip rush build before. It's just ridiculous, man. What a madman. Alright, so let's get ready for G2. Incredible. Did they not make the game spectatable? That would make me very upset. No, we're good to go. There we go. Oh, it's the Delhi versus... Oh, God, it's the Delhi Knights Templar matchup. So let's get these locked in. So Byzantines there. And then... KT versus Delhi. And then we'll hop in the game and get predictions ready. Louis and Lucifron. Let me flip that around. When I first saw this matchup, I cried in despair, but one and all, I might be about to become a believer. Welcome back to quarterfinals day. We've got Louis MT up against Lucifron in midweek muster number 21. Dry River for game number 2, and it's going to be the dock drop. Oh, and it gets better for Louis. Lucifron's playing against it with docks as well. So this is an interesting map, guys. Technically, Delhi is meant to be like bordering S tier pick here. Definitely a solid A tier. The triple sacred site, the fact that they can play under pawns while other civs cannot. There's a lot of things to like here. And in this matchup, Delhi is meant to be pretty favored currently. Nice Templar just kind of get rolled because both civs want to play sacred sites, but Delhi do it faster. So they block you. In comes fishing. Fishing changes everything for Knights Templar. It rebalances the economy to a point where teching doesn't leave them substantially weaker than Delhi upon eco into upgrade. Because usually, when you go into Feudal Age and you end up 3 villages behind, that's like a 15% minus on your economy compared to your opponent. The fishing offsets that. Not only does it offset it, but it's the most desirable thing for Knights Templar to gather from. This civ is the best wood gathering civ in the game. They have a nice buff gathering rate. They get food when they gather wood. They are better off than practically any civ you can think of. And then, of course, there's the lack of lumber camp requirements. It's all big thumbs up. Whoa, 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 whoa. What are those static civ flags I'm seeing in chat? Yo, someone show him how you do it. We want dynamic civ flags here. What do you guys think? Let's see predictions-wise. Lucifron 60%. So it makes sense. We've seen this matchup between Anatan and Dimu. Dimu put on a really good show of Knights Templar. Actually convinced me that like fishing could change things. The crux, as is often the case with new civs, isn't if you can solve step 1, it's how you finish the game. It's how you resolve the game. And I think, although I like Knights Templars open, the thing I need to see is how they win against Delhi. Like this, actually. Just being super min-max efficient, building the house out here instead of at home, so he gathers more at home for a quicker temp timing. He's almost ready for the secondary dock. I honestly really like the way that Knights Templar gather resources, at least wood, rather. There's something very helpful and I want to say almost like noob-friendly about it, because you're just constantly dropping off. And the reason that's very important is it just means like you know your timing, you know where you're at in a much more fluid way than you often get in Age of Empires 4. This is a little bit annoying, by the way. The scout potentially can kill the villager. So likely Louis is going to want to pull his scout over now to defend. If he gets here before 10 HP, he can basically hit the enemy scout once and then shift. And Lucifron will have to walk away. Man, Lucy is overloading that pond, though. 5 fishing boats now? Most of the time on Rocky River and Dry River, I feel like the acceptable was 3 to 4 for most civs. 5 is a bit wacky. He's actually going up to 6. No, okay. We've got another dock. Dude, why is green so hard to see in this game? And Villager's going to be able to walk home. So nicely done by Louis. And Kingdom of France is kind of crazy, guys. Kingdom of France is really, I think, required against Delhi. I'm not sure you can actually go the alternatives. It's like, unit-wise, Hospitalia would be really cool because you'd have heal just like Delhi would. And then Axemen, in theory, could be nice because they're very good against Horsemen. The problem is Ghazi get bonus against you. The problem, though, the reason why you can't even think about it, is from a unique unit perspective, having Knights is quite nice against Ghazi. But even outside of the unique unit perspective, it's the passive bonus that matters most. The production speed that you get with the Commandery from France is critical here to keeping up with Delhi. Without it, you just don't have the ability to pump units quick enough, efficient enough, against a Civ that can drop one building and then double its production. You think we'll get Kema or a Civ like AoE2 Kema that have auto farm collect? It's possible. I have a feeling the devs are going to be monitoring reactions to this kind of like auto drop-off that we get from the Knights Templar. But also keep in mind development cycles and how long it takes to make changes and make civs. The ramifications of how people feel about Knights Templar's immediate drop-off, I don't think will show itself in the next DLC. It will show itself in the DLC afterwards. Because what you guys need to realize is, developing a civ can take a year plus. Right, from concept to like execution and building it up. Like right now, the devs behind the scenes, I have no doubt in my mind, although there'll be some design shifts, the core concepts of a lot of these civs will already be ironed out of like what they want them to be. And now it's going through development of creating the units, iterating them, and they'll be focused maybe more on smaller changes than drastic ones. That being said, like behind closed doors, it definitely is easier to do drastic changes compared to when you're live. Because when you're live, you have a lot more production pipeline issues to jump through. Lucifron's being insanely greedy, by the way. Is this, like, is he just, like, fast castle? Because, like, the macro on this is going to be crazy. He's gone triple dock. And he's maxed them out. We've got 4th here, 3 here, 6 here. Likely going to be seeing, what, yeah, up to 4 at least. That's crazy, man. Pro Scout's queued as well. We are going to be getting Ghazi. It's just heavily delayed. Louis now setting up his 3rd dock. It makes sense the way he done this. You want to be feudal rather a little bit quicker because you want to get pilgrims going now while it's safe. Does KT need some kind of counter for elephants? You have a counter to elephants. It's called crossbows. It is the counter to war elephants. As for tower elephants, you've got horsemen, which is fine as well. Yo, you know what we need? Okay, so this is a sick idea for a game mode. I kind of want mod to do this. A game mode where you pretty much just like have a certain amount of different Civ perks or whatever you can select, and you can pretty much like Pokemon breed your own Civ. Imagine Hobbler with King's College charge deck with Kingdom of Poland / the cavalry. So that would be a 50% increase and then a 150% increase. Good lord. So you'd be able to like charge in and do 50 plus damage on initial contact. Alright, I just thought now that's kind of crazy. Oh, this could be a nice pin. Louis. Doesn't actually... I mean, in fairness, it's like 2 Chevalier. Usually when you have like 4 to 5 come from that side, you can get this around. Oh no, we talked about crossbows and Wham arrived in the chat. That's kind of on point. Alright, do you guys want to know what the real counter to War Elephants is for Knights Templar? Chuge Nu Trebuchets. Or Trebenu, as I like to call them. Because remember, Knights Templar, the trebuchets attack 2 times. But if you go Imperial Age, they get a tech to make them attack 3 times. Elephants can't beat you if they can't reach you. Honestly, Louis is in a really good position this game, by the way, guys. I think Lucifron was maybe originally contemplating the fast tech, and now he's just kind of stuck with it. But the Ghazi haven't really achieved anything. I mean, you could argue it made Louis build Chevalier, but dog, he was building Chevalier before you were even thinking about building units. He's got enough Onion Knights to like seclude himself and set up a second order here. He doesn't need to be Knights Templar anymore. I mean, these are literally Knights. That's the new name of the order. We're very unimaginative here in the Chevalier Confrère Abbey. 15 already. And honestly, macro-wise, he can mirror attack. Remember, you can do it in 45 seconds. And right now, I imagine Louis looking at the gold gathering and going, is he there yet? Has he gathered enough? I don't know. I just don't know how Louis comes back in this right now. He has pitiful amounts of golden reserve. He's got 4 scholars. The triple dock almost feels like a negative here. He's just got too much food and nothing to do with it. And now the dive. Ay, ay, ay. Undermesh already there. Villagers. Good luck repairing. Okay, so this is about to be like minus 10 villagers. He's going to try to go for the repair, but I mean, against this many Chevalier. Only a handful of the Ghazi. Louis does need to finish these outposts ASAP, though. He's kind of getting griefed a bit. The Ghazi are actually buying a lot of time. Even with the undermesh, he's slowly getting whipped away at. There we go. Does grab the villagers in the end. I don't know if it was as much worth it for Louis MT to fully commit like this. He lost a lot of Cavaliers. Has got more on the way. I mean, there isn't really anything to protect these eco units, though. Like, I think if Louis just targets the tree line, Lucifron has got nothing to defend with, but crazy. He walks away after that, and the moment he does, Lucifron immediately pulls the trigger for House of Learning. That's crazy. That is actually wild out of Louis. Obviously, we have God Vision. He doesn't know if Lucifron's going for attack. He doesn't know where he's doing it. So for him, I imagine for Louis, he's probably concerned that his opponent was switching spears. Because, like, you're losing the Ghazi battle. You can't win with Ghazi. So spears would make a hell of a lot of sense this time. Going for another kill. The crazy thing is, like, I don't think Louis realizes that there's tech happening. For him, he probably sees the state of the gold and just assumes he's still blocked him. And that Lucifron is desperate to get Castle Age. It's already happened. He just got the key info. Louis not going to be far behind. He has got double Pilgrim about to drop off. A little bit extra gold gathering at home. So we'll be able to mirror the timing, but probably less than a minute behind one of these tech timing. And he has map control. Also, remember, Lucifron has practically got no scholars. So this isn't that very dangerous timing from Delhi where they just pick up all the relics. And we have got Angevin Empire, folks. Bit rarer these days, ever since the nerf to the cost of heavy spears. But it does make your docks pretty much unkillable. And gives you a perfect answer to the mass cavalry that Lucifron's now doing. Also, I guess, answer to Warlord. Well, not really, guys. Like, heavy spears are really, really slow. It's technically not a great answer to Warlord. Because you chase them, but they kind of run the same. I'm going to strike back. No veterancy, I'm afraid. That would take a million years. So, not a good fight. Chevalier Confrère about to be upgraded. And spears already being created. Yeah, so now you just keep raiding with Chevalier and you defend with spears. So Lucifron doesn't really have a good exchange in mind here then. He'll have to defend fully. There's no way you can just send lancers across the map. Chevalier upgrades, kicks in so fast. silver hat's achieved. Looks like the relic will sneak in. Second relic has also been picked up. So Lucifron, he's looking to sneak them on the way. I don't know if Louis actually glanced and checked the relic. Looks like he might not have. He went spears to count the elephants. But like once again, I don't think the spears do a great job of countering war elephant. It's 140 health versus 110. What's the veteran spears damage against cavalry? Isn't it 24? So you don't actually get that much more damage compared to standard spears. It's just more health. And obviously you have the melee armor. So you, in a fight against a war elephant, I think maybe survive 2 extra headbutts compared to normal spears. So it's not too bad. Actually, no. If you're a primary target, you survive 1 extra headbutt. Secondary targets survive 2. Lord Horse. We're better to dive onto that. Homeblade's almost complete. So time is going to be good to counter lances. Yeah, I think like the heavy spear play wasn't about war elephants. It was legit about these. The scary thing about this, by the way, is like technically Angevin French loses to crossbow entirely. No, so all spearmen now have an extra plus damage against elephants. It's not heavy spear specific. So if this was a standard spear, you'd also see cavalry and elephants separate. That was a change they made about 2 patches ago. Because elephants were overperforming against spears. And that made no sense. Yeah, like Louis' issue is his whole comp just gets countered by crossbows. This is very reminiscent of Keshik Ghulams for Byzantines. It has the same issue. You offer up a unit to be countered, and then you offer up a second unit to be countered by the same thing. I think it's why I've not been very crazy about Angevin, because most games are going to be French. Little funny thing here, actually. Like, even if you don't go French, just I want you guys to think about which tag every single unique unit from Feudal Age has for Knights Templar. Did it just click? Did you just have the light bulb moment? Every single unique unit you get in Feudal Age is a heavy unit. So with that in mind, you start to understand why Angevin is very debatable against kind of semi-fast castle. It's good for the bonus. Your castles just feel unkillable. Look at that, 6,500 HP. But for the unit, very, very scarce use. You have to stop making the point about the Keshik contract. It is so stupid because your entire army is never all mercenaries. It's not really that stupid. It's not the only reason you don't go Keshik contract, but it's actually a pretty important detail. Think about every single other contract and how it offers up things that get counted by different things. It's not the same thing. Nice blocker here. I don't think Lucifron's going to be able to claim this, though. There's a lot of stake territory being taken by Louis. So you start to see what the real goal was. It was just kind of a distraction for his real win condition on Sacred Sites. And wow, that raid on the gold secures it. GG gets called there. I think he saw the fortresses go up. He saw the hit on the gold. And he says curtains closed on this one. So well played by Louis MT. Proven that Knights Templar can take the dub on this map. But you have to focus on that castle timing. Never allow it to go full Elephanto fun time in Imperial Age. Yo! Louis MT, what a Chad Lord. Keshik contract's best if you have crap micro? I mean, yeah, because it's melee blob, A-click. The other issue is, like I said, it's not the only reason why you would not go Keshik. Like, the other big reason is 2 of the contracts allow you to scale into a backline unit. The other one's a frontline unit. So, like, if you're going to build a limited one, which one's safer? You know? So it's layers to the cake. But yeah, like, if you don't think it's actually, like... if you don't think that the fact that they're both heavily armored is a big problem, then I don't think, like, you're watching a lot of AoE 4. Okay, so... Let me just quickly type that out, and let's get ready for the next game. Heavy Spearman's nice against civs that don't want to go expos. Agreed. But like against Delhi, ever since they added Pakes, I don't think Delhi care about getting crossbows. Even though they don't do Tower Victory anymore, right? It's very interesting for that reason. Like, you'd think without Tower Victory, they feel kind of sad. Wait, was this prediction for game 1 or game 2? I think I forgot to change it to be game 2. No? Guys, did I already pay out for game 1? On predictions? I think I did. Oh, and we're now on Gorge French versus HRE. So let me update the overlay. Oh, sorry, Order of the Dragon. I think I paid out. It doesn't let me see. All right, no one's saying anything. So I'm going to assume I did pay out, and this is payout for game 2. It definitely was. Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll start the next predictions, and we'll get underway. Genoese crossbowmen not good in castle, but heavy spears is good in castle. I think it's kind of the other way around. No, I'd say Genoese crossbowmen feel better in castle than Imperial Age because their stats don't seem to scale. Or, like, it almost seems like they were overlooked. It doesn't like feel statistically like when you upgrade Genoese crossbowmen to Imperial Age, they're being upgraded. Their bump up compared to other units statistically, like percentage-wise, is very low. All right. Let's get to it, though. Game number 3. I told you it was going to be competitive. I told you it was going to be close. We head into Gorge to break the tie here. Order of the Dragon for Louis MT up against Lucifron's French. A signature civ. A classic, one and all. A banger, I think, actually. Order of the Dragon. Early days in the new meta, still trying to find their way entirely, and also a little bit controversial right now ever since the Gilded Chuginu got discovered. If you've not seen it, go across to my YouTube, look for the video. It will all make sense to you. We solved the Gilded Chuginu issue, though. That can't happen here in Midweek Musters. Instead, Louis MC, it is going to be the spear opening. Makes a lot of sense on a map like Gorge. Gorge tends to push your vein resources ahead of your base. And one Gilded Spearman is not something to be trifled with, folks. Oh, and the timing on this is glorious for Louis. Yeah, he should see the goal just in time to pull the Spearman to the other side. If he didn't do this type of rotation and pull back already, he'd be running onto berries right now, which is a waste. And there you go, sees the vein. So can redirect. I've been seeing people start to make them in the team game ladder. What? Genoese crossbows or the heavy spears? Yeah, we were still having some discussions about that last game. Heavy spears coming in super clutch for Louis MT. Just to secure his holds. Oh, the Order of the Dragon Expos. Yeah, like they are gigabusters. Those that don't know, Relic and Forgotten Empire's done a slight whoopsie when they updated the game. So, did anyone notice that crossbows look a bit cooler recently? There's been some animation upgrades, and crossbows was one of them. Sadly, when they upgraded the animation for crossbows, on the back end, something changed with attack speed intervals. So, Order of the Dragon on ladder have a really big problem right now, where they attack like Gatling guns. I'm hoping that gets hotfixed quickly, but currently they attack 0.5 seconds quicker than they're meant to, which means they attack quicker than a standard archer. They almost attack as quickly as gilded archers, which is crazy. Still possible we'll see them this game, mind you, even with the fact that we have a tuning pack to fix that. Just because, like, Order of the Dragon, Gilded Crossbowmen are going to feel very good against French Knights. Even if your opponent goes arbitrary later, obviously you have the extra range to contest. Not something you necessarily rush, just because you need a front line to protect said crossbowmen. And Arkin coming in. So I wonder, do we see double Pro Scouts? It's 5 on gold. It seems like it. And Lucifron loves Pro Scouts. He's been playing, I think every single French game we've watched him play so far has been Pro Scouts. Has the perfect macro for the first night. He got pushed off the gold though. Yeah, so like this can't be Pro Scouts in a rush. And if it can't be in a rush, you've got to wonder if it's worth it at all. So instead, he pulls for the ball. Without wheelbarrow. Wait, what is that rally spread as well? All right, split up, boys. We'll meet over there, just in case the spearman finds us. That's crazy. 6 on the board, though. Is there a reason why he didn't pull the full 8? Like, Lucifron, you're the one playing French, not Order the Dragon. He can micro this to still make it okay, but it has vulnerabilities to it. You just gotta make sure you pull away the injured parties quickly. And he'll be able to get the kill. So those injuries could matter if the spearman had actually gone looking. But funnily enough, Louis, yeah, he's just gonna lay in the deer. This has to be Pro Scouts. But Lucifron now has an all-in in mind, and I love that. Yeah, this is going to be a cool game. He's back on the gold now. That's going to allow him to get back in the Knights. Probably wheelbarrow is a priority here, just because the boar villages are very exposed now. Another nice thing about doing this as French compared to any other civ is just how cheap these mills are. So it doesn't really hit you on these early timings, just 25 wood. If you play Expos as all the Dragon, am I considered as an abuser? I mean, it's like just in the game. If all you're doing is playing Order the Dragon and building Expos, I think that's the point where you do look a little bit like an abuser, yeah. If all you do for the next 2+ weeks is spam crossbows as Order the Dragon, and then make a post praising that you got top 5 on the leaderboard, let's be told that's the point where I think we can agree there's some correlation there, you know? Wondering what the player numbers are like right now. I felt put off by the new civs and wonder how many other people have slowed their playtime with the game. I don't know if that many people have been put off by the new civs. Maybe Lancaster to a certain degree. I think the problem is the DLC was really good. It's just some people had unrealistic expectations for what the DLC was going to be. And then some people got really moody about pricing. Even though these 2 new civs are so unique, they're really not variants. I think, so my take, I think if the DLC had the campaign, if it had the 4 historical battles and a campaign, people probably wouldn't have even been complaining about pricing. Yeah, balance-wise, I think the thing that has always kind of haunted Age of Empires 4 to a potential negative degree has been the time it takes to react to discoveries of broken things. We've just discovered the Gilded Crossbow issue. How long is it going to take for us to get that fixed? Because it took the community a day from when it was discovered to come up with a tuning pack. Now, development has to go through a full cycle. They can't just release it. They have to get approval. But the approval process needs improving. And to give you a little bit of insight behind the scenes, it's not impossible for them to get an improvement process. Because even on Xbox's platform, guys, there have been exceptions to the regular approval pipeline that Microsoft uses. For example, when they get MMOs that launch on the Xbox, a lot of them negotiated a bypass on that pipeline, because you need a bypass on that pipeline because of the always live nature of MMOs. So there are exceptions made. I just wish it was more than normal. Yeah, the true test of this year isn't going to be the uptick in people playing the game after the DLC. The true test is going to be how much it retains. And I'm hoping it retains. I'm hoping we have regular updates that allow for that. Good poke harass, by the way, from Lucifron. So a little bit on the game, the current state of things. Louis MT, he's gone greed. Burgrave can make a lot of sense here, though. You're up against archers. Probably going to be opening with a few meta arms. Even a Gilded Landsknechter when the archer count's so low could be good. But I think maybe that the fact your opponent has knights keeps you away from that. Love the fact that he's just playing full flank, though. The good news for Lucifron is with Louis going into Gilded Men Arms Rush, he's not likely to check the flanks at all. Because Gorge, the positives and negatives of the wideness of the map, very good for cavalry civs, very bad for infantry civs. Unless you play HRE, but it's HRE. Being angry about the DLC pricing is ridiculous. It is, so I'll say in some ways, like, it is ridiculous. In some ways, it's kind of valid. So the argument that you can get hundreds of hours is true if you are solely interested in 1v1 competitive. So, like, I've played a decent amount of historical battles, but I was thinking about going in and doing, like, more runs, and my brain was like, well, I could improve my timing, but I really wish there was, like, mutators or something, so I could keep coming back and playing. So there is, like, I think there is an audience within Age of Empires 4 that maybe could disagree on the pricing because of the lack of replayability on a surface level, if that makes sense for the historical battles. I think there's a lot you can do to keep playing them better and better. But obviously, I do hope, maybe with the big expansion at the end of the year, we get something akin to StarCraft 2's co-op mode. Not to the fully fleshed extent of, like, all the hero units, etc., but just, like, mutator modes and replayable formats. Also, I do find it comical when people moan that a Civ is overtuned on release. Yep, that's, like, how development works. And I know people like to call it pay to win, but... And while it is certainly a little bit that, it also just makes sense. If you release a new Civ and it's bad, why would I buy a bad Civ? You see why it makes sense. That's why I've talked before about classic Civs needing to be overtuned because of power creep. It's always going to happen. There are things that the new Civs do, like Order Dragon, Byzantines. The older Civs will just look very primitive over time. Right now, this looks like primitive defense. Louis MT, it's Mass Men at Arms. The problem, Mass Men at Arms doesn't really stop knights from clubbing away at those villages. No wheelbarrow either, no textiles. Did that dive in really do enough, though? It's going to be 2 worker kills. A lot of army value lost for Lucifron. I don't know, it just doesn't feel like he's cracking the egg right now. Also, do you want me to let you guys on in a bigger revelation? People who complain that they want perfect balance are deluding themselves. No one wants perfect balance. I've seen many games over the years achieve perfect balance and people get bored. What gamers want nowadays, what gamers seek, is change. Change is more important than perfect balance. People just want new stuff. New shiny toys. We live in an era where there's so many games developed each year that most gamers have become seasoned, not committed. I don't like committed. No one is committed, brothers. Lucifron is to this dive, though. This is crazy. I don't think this works at this stage, no? The men arms are just so insanely bulky. Archer's going for the dive, so he's trying to get rid of the crossbows, but it's very difficult with the extra tower range your opponent has here. And the other awkward part is Louis still got food. Food, gold, nothing's been blocked. Yeah, kind of wild. Like, if this was a Pro Scouts game, he probably would have been a bit more exposed. But this fast castle build is looking pretty damn good right now. And Lucifron, there has to be some hesitation setting in. That this just isn't doing enough. Having some sort of balance, you cannot pretend Hull is even close to balance and release. No, and I think their economy is at the core center of all the problems. I think other things that people complain about, I shrug and say, well, these would be cool mechanics to start introducing to other civs as well. Like, I think synchronized shot as a skill shot maybe needs some tuning. I don't think it's completely OP, it needs tuning. But, like, the idea of those abilities would be cool to see expanded into other civs in the game, actually. And people who want to be the macro sim cities are going to object to that, but I've got news for you. It's not going to hurt your type of games. Because your type of games, whether you're playing macro sim city, most people are going to do. The sweat lords that do use those abilities and punish you for it will quickly move out of your bracket on the ladder, and they won't be your problem anymore. They'll be the problem of other people that use those. Now, not defending Lancaster's current state. In fact, I've been one of the biggest moral objectives to the current state of economy. But once again, I understand why devs leaned on making them OP instead of guaranteeing they were underpowered. After what we just discussed in the last several minutes, if you can't see that, I don't know what else I could say. People complain about elephant balance, conveniently forget they cost 1k resource and your spears is 8 res. Oh, I complain about elephant balance, but that's for very obviously different reasons. Like, that comparison you just gave is kind of contradictive, isn't it? I agree that, like, spears, which are meant to be a counter to elephants, can be a counter when it's, like, you know, 1 elephant versus 1 spearman worth of cost of an elephant. The problem is that's not the way melee works, as you well know, Lam. When you scale up to, like, 6 to 8 elephants, and I do a similar counter for spearmen, I can't actually get around you. And I don't mean to fat shame you guys. The elephants are pretty fat. And they tend to smush together like a meaty wall. So, anyway, Lucifer is going for the castle up now. Gotta give it to him. Big eco lead is extended. I mean, this is the power of the French. I think French is probably the only civ on 1 TC without any extra investment like, you know, Song that could have done this. 6 to 8 elephants lose the cost of spears to the same cost. Only if you can get around the back. But I think we had to talk about this earlier, that the comical element of, like, yeah, horseman counter elephant, and it's 1 versus, like, the horseman. That's not the way battles work. Micro also positioning changes the dynamics. Good raid here, by the way, Lucifer. Able to cut down a few more. The problem here for Louis MT is his comp isn't designed to roll fast, and you're up against Guild. So you're on the clock, but you don't really have a comp that can rush that clock. 35 elephants storming your base is your own fault. Agreed. The problem sometimes with elephants is it's not 35 elephants, it's like 5 elephants. I don't know why we're so focused on elephants in a game with French and Lord of the Dragon, by the way. Gilded Knight has decided to club down a few villagers. He did get the 2 out here. Spearman reaction is going to be good enough to shut that down, though. So expensive loss if he goes down. Can those archers get the final flurry? They will indeed. Louis, yeah, he didn't actually micro the full way out. He might have been able to escape there. Would have definitely been close either way. Expensive loss. Louis now switching the Landsknecht. Archers are the counter to this, remember? They get double damage against them. But these boys are also insanely tanky. You're an elephant lover? Yeah, I know. The way you're fervently defending them, I believe it. It's like when Wham goes, I hate the mangonel meta. And then I like watch a game where Wham's got 5 of them. He's like, it's a necessary evil. But like it's different when he builds his war elephant. He's like, I'm having a good time. I play so many pro games nowadays. I never find time to visit the zoo. This is the closest I get to petting an elephant. Okay, so Lurie, if he can shut down the economy, I think Lucifer's in a lot of trouble. An 11 men at arms should be good enough. Like, actually, this crossbow count is pitiful. They're trickling in right now. Can the Landsknecht touch? No, good micro. Luciferon gets rid of the biggest threat straight away. And wait, Louis? What are you doing? He just sends it onto the outpost. But the Gilded Crossbowmen are unguarded. Let's force the reaction again. I mean, if you micro this right, where archers just chase after the crossbows, keep the arbitrary alive, I mean, Louis' dive is just not going to work. They're able to push him away. Meanwhile, Knights went into the tree line, found, what, 2-3 more kills? And are still circling. So that was kind of Louis' timing. That was his big momentum moment. Momentum moment. And it whiffed. The Order Dragon Expo machine guns, was it caused by animation change? Yes, that's the presumption. Because the way most games of this type work, and I'd have to double check on the code on the back end, but I'm pretty sure I'm correct in saying this. So, games with this caliber and style, and actually like a game that doesn't hide it and makes it very obvious, like if you know and read numbers, is Dota 2. Dota 2, for example, has a base attack animation and an attack speed statistic. Those are 2 different things. They have different impacts upon your ability to attack. And that's why like scaling base attack speed is very strong, whereas scaling attack speed, less relevant. Matters, but not as much. So with Age of Empires 4, there would be an attack speed and there would be a base attack. The weird thing though is like whatever they done wrong here wasn't related to animation entirely because on a statistical level, the stats actually show 1.25 attack speed when you use crossbows without a tuning pack. So something very big went wrong. That being said, now that they are balanced again and aren't OP, these Arbitriers are kicking the teeth out of him. 20 Arbors. Louis now forced into Horseman, but great read by Lucifer. He's already on his spears. He's going to start sniping out one or two of the villages. The other thing to keep in mind is that guild hall's ticking. Remember what we said. Louis MT is on the clock in this game, and the clock is looking pretty mean for him right now. Well, wow, like the other problem with elephants, quite simply, is I think it enables the fast Imperial build a lot more than it intended. So to my whole point of like, same amount of cost spears, counter an elephant. Okay, but what if I'm hiding in a choke point? It changes dynamics, right? And that's why spears is kind of a sucky counter to war elephants. You'll always do crossbows over spears. This is with most units? To a certain degree, yes. But like elephants, when you then compile things like the healing behind them and everything else, they are the biggest criminal of it that exists in the game. Siege being one of them. Are we really going to argue a Mango is more impactful than a War Elephant on the defense? I mean, War Elephant, well, they cost kind of the same actually as well. Because I've watched a lot of one Mango defenses versus one War Elephant defenses. I back the War Elephant. You don't mess with that guy. If a Disney executive watched Age of Empires 4, he'd immediately initiate a sequel to Dumbo. Mango can be repaired, so can a War Elephant. What is this argument? Bruh, if you're playing Delhi and you do not have at least 10 scholars when you've got War Elephants, something's already gone really wrong. I guess we can have this topical debate against Delhi, about Delhi rather, because everything's slowed down. I don't know what Louis' game plan is right now. 2TC maybe? Because he's meant to be pressure gaming. 10 skulls can heal anything, isn't exclusive to an elephant? I mean, that is a full bait. Dude, you are the biggest elephant fanboy, and I'm calling on you on it right now. You think you can perma-heal a spearman against like a handful of archers versus perma-heal an elephant against a handful of crossbows? Raw HP being high enough to heal matters a lot. We're not a fantasy world in which we can resurrect zombies. Oh my god, zombie elephant? That's actually horrifying to think about. Can't perma-heal? Nah. Okay. Wham also believes that there are not tariffs in Northern America right now. I mean, the idea that you can't perma-heal is something that I brought up that would be cool, though. I do wonder if it would be cool to have religious units have a mana system. I know Louis likes macro games, but is this really to his betterment right now? The guild hall's already close to where it needs to be. It's 2,000 food. Can target scholars? True. Not always that simple again. Also appropriate that watching Louis MT, one of the, I feel like, best uses of military unit garrisons in TC. Okay, so Wall's going to complete. Louis has been annoying with these horsemen on the backside. Or big horsemen. 3 TC. Alright, he's not hesitating. This is a double down on greed. Honestly, if Lucifer doesn't realize it, it actually could catch him. I mean, do you really realize it when you see an army this big as well? Would you think your opponent is going to trip TC? Beast drop can come in. guys, this would be great because now that he's gone free TC. When he techs up, he can build L's back and then get those black right. Oh, that's right. HRE got those. And the arms are actually surviving through quite a lot of this. So spin the arbitrary account a little bit. The Gilded Archers are actually doing a great job. V's drop ran out. This is where the Gilded Archers should be able to rinse everything remaining. I mean, Louis, the timing looks decent. If he can actually force Lucifron to drop a very defensive Red Palace, he's going to be feeling good about this. Sacred Sight's also being locked in, so he's going to try to force Lucifron to rush out. Lucy farm count is sitting at what, 27? So not too bad. Not crazy. Yeah, I think I've talked about like at the core of it to round out the Delhi talk because, geez, can you guys talk about balancing Order Dragon maybe? Jeez. The biggest like funky thing with Delhi at the heart of it is Scholars are the big conundrum. Scholars cause all the issues, but Scholars are literally the entire Civ's identity. So, like, if you rework, rebalance, whatever, in that area, you're completely fundamentally changing it. But the elephants, the tech timings, all the techs, healing, it's all Scholars. Talking about why Order of the Dragon has no dragons? Well, they used to, but then they changed their names. Remember, they released with Dragon Villages. I don't know. I don't know why they got rid of that. I don't care if someone's like, this is the historical way they called a dragon. Like, why they called it gilded. Dragon name is badass. You know what you do? You should have just given them Kuro Siphons as well. Just call them Dragon Rams. Lucifron, Red Palace, where did he drop it? Oh, wow. That's very defensive. Like, he's at least getting a discount on a lot of his production. This also secures double stone, so he can follow up with keeps out on the map. Wouldn't be surprised if he goes back for a 2-free TC, just because obviously they turn into... The problem he now has is how do you actually protect all three? I don't think you can. Instead, probably going to see him backing off and going for attack. Maybe to remove healing stack. Like, once again, the thing I said is if you just introduce a mana system, then prolonged healing in fights eventually disappears. Problem solved. Cool, Faith. Order the Dragon Elephant? Why? Like, do you just want an elephant so big it fills the entire screen? Will you see the green decap? Will we stopped? So, you wanna know why I don't think they added the Gilded Black Rider to the game? Have you guys looked at like a Black Rider statistics and thought about a gilded version of that? Well, is it 300 HP? 4 melee and ranged armor? Was it 55 damage on a gilded on the Black Riders? Or was it 42? And like you probably like you wouldn't want to increase their damage, so you give them attack speed. But if you gave them attack speed, it would be ridiculous. Yeah, 225 HP, 45 attack. Obviously, biology works them. It would have been crazy. That's why these guys didn't get Black Riders. It's sad for them though, because H3 really didn't need more units. Not in their current state anyway. So, Eco's more or less neck and neck positioning now. I think there's going to be a really big focus on Blob Military. Double TC in the corner. Gold-wise, a lot of runway here. Remember, he's got discounts on a lot of his production. He's got Guildhall that he can easily switch over. Hasn't done so yet because currently Lucifron is still adding in additional farms. So you want to rework Delhi so they don't pay gold, but they pay food wood for the attacks. I think that's like such a drastic change to the Civ. And then you just like you're missing a lot of upsides. I think step one of the simplest things I think has been problematic with Delhi, I've noticed, is it starts early. The problems start early. There's something you could do to nerf the early game that would have a lot of knock-on effects. Okay, wait, I'm not even going to talk about a Delhi game. You can wait until we have an actual Delhi game on screen. You guys, I've had enough. I'm focused on the game. I like the podcast vibes, but my god, we've got a lot happening here. Mass farms coming in from Louis MT. Horseman is still playing stab on the wide flank. And was like, but KP, it's a Louis game, and they're walling, and they're setting up for the late game. Nothing is really happening. Yeah, it's kind of fair. I mean, this is usually what happens when you have a raiding player up against a turtle player, right? Because the idea is, like, against a turtle player, you just want to have someone that can be like the battering ram, like a Vortex. The Luciferon is historically a very raid-oriented player. Especially if he thinks playing late game benefits him, and why wouldn't it? His opponent went Burgrave, no Rignets, only 2 relics. He has Guildhall. You have the best crossbows in the game. I mean, what is not to like about your late game? Big full Arbiter now showing up. Louis. He's got Els back on the way, so that's probably going to push his opponent back. But map control is kind of concerning here for Louis, especially if Lucifer leads north, where all the gold is. Oh, wow, he sees him building up. Crossbows dive in. We'll get the tech up complete. Does end up losing a few of the villages, though, and that is a healthy economy lead starting to show for Lucifer. Switch here, also now on the way. No instant arrows just yet. It's going to fully back away from the L's back, but it now makes this base a lot harder to blunt force into due to the influence of the minus 25% damage. A lot of farms getting shut down, though. Louis, only 21 working on farms currently. I think from here, Lucifer's goal should just be pick up all the secret sites and just keep sending it. He's got someone moving over now. Keep drop's also a possibility here. Lucifer's stockpiling a lot of stone. And he might actually... Is he going to look to yoink? There is E-repairs, so it's very difficult. Villages, they don't come to repairs. His armor just so fragile. It's practically all backline, which is really good when you're in your base, technically. But the Arbitry are just kings right now amongst men. If these drop alarm, they just camp here a long time. He's shutting down, what, probably about 15 farms? Actually, no, more, 20. I don't know, this kind of looks over. The problem is Lucifer's just capped, so he's going to keep scaling more Arbitry in a backlog. While Louis is struggling to get anywhere near max pop. We'll pull back. Speeds have not been upgraded. Damison's removing a heavy dose of damage, basically halving the damage output of the spears. And now the horsemen dive in! The Gilded Archers aren't even upgraded yet, folks. He still doesn't have elite tech. That's going to be a wipe, and that's looking like G3 secure for Lucy. There it is. Curtains close. His French, impenetrable. Once again, just like last week, he now finds himself on match point up against the beast from the east. Did that game, Lucy and Vortex change to die? What game are you on about? They've done, like, they played a lot of different games. These guys competed in, like, 3 or 4 different games at the top level. Okay. So, let's update it. Lucy now taking the lead. Win. Why were we so Delhi focused in that game, actually? You guys were obsessed over elephants. But yeah, so like now they're out game, I can kind of say it. So one of the big things with Delhi, actually, I think military efficiency in Dark Age shouldn't be a thing. I feel like that makes Delhi a very unenjoyable experience for the average gamer. Because they just vomit out troops so quickly while also getting sacred sites so quickly. It'd be more interesting if you actually had to choose between sacred site prioritization or unit production speed prioritization. Actually kind of sounds like a cool choice between Dome of Faith and Tower of Victory, actually. Anyway. Let me get predictions ready. On to game 4. Oof. Oh, this feels like a blast from the past. One and all, welcome back to Louis MT vs Luciferon. The last time we cast this guy on Dry Arabia playing as China, he delivered one of the most absurdly efficient Chinese games I think I've ever witnessed. Ironically, up against this man's brother. That's right, that was the deciding game for Vortex vs Louis MT in Midweek Muster number 20. Here we are a week later in the quarterfinals between these two. Luciferon with Jean. How will he differ from what his brother done? What will he have learned from that game? Will Louis just prove to be the prodigal Chinese son in-game and out? All that to be revealed. 2x speed just for the other game, so we can get to the fuel age, as we're 2 or 3 minutes away from live. Sheep dispersion. Already off to a great start for Louis MT. 11 sheep compared to just the 6. Wow, yeah, and the long wrap rotation didn't pay off, but luckily for Luciferon, he's now going to cut the other side of the map, so should catch up on sheep at the end. Do we see double pro scouts? Is going to be the question. In theory, Jean can play pocket economy really well because you're going to have knights. Whereas China tends to feel a little bit less safe. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get Chinese open spears into pull for deer. This deer shell feels really desirable and easy to achieve for Louis, actually. Same for Luciferon. They both have really nice starting deer packs to just push in. And the predictions, look at that, Louis MT. I mean, people have seen this man on China. They know to fear him. Louis' China is so-so. Huh? Rogan? I think Louis' late game China is probably one of the scariest in the pro scene. Puppy Paw's early game China is one of the scariest in the pro scene. Like, Puppy Paw and Anatan's early game China is probably the scariest in the game. But Louis' late game China? Dude, don't write this guy off. I don't know. I'm trying to think if anyone really comes close to this guy in the ultra late game. It's ridiculous. So final sheep haul, it's going to be 7-12. So an edge gained for Louis. At least John has some food to work with. 4 on gold. This is... Wait, is this just Pro Scouts Rush? No, because he went Wheelbarrow. You usually don't go Pro Scouts if you go Wheelbarrow straight away. The weird part, though, is he hasn't queued a Knight. Was he missing food? Yeah, something looks like it went wrong on food gathering here. He only has 5 on it as well. So it's going to be a very late night. Imagine if he just doesn't build them. Okay, that would be kind of weird. Oh my god, that's exactly what he's doing. Like, it's Archer Spears. What? This is kind of crazy, actually. The implications are huge because the expectation is Knights. Like, look at what he's doing right now. You don't wall like this for archers. It's pointless. He's assumed that Luciferon is going to spam Knights at him like any normal Jean player would. Instead, it's going to be melee Jean into Pro Scouts with Wheelbarrow, which does feel a little bit funky, but I think the goal here for Luciferon is it's unexpected. If Louis was scouting the gold right now, he'd look at the amount of gold taken and go, oh yeah, that's Pro Scouts and Knights. It's 0 Knights, it's Wheelbarrow Pro Scouts, and he's already on his way to the Chinese base. This is cool, man. Oh, yeah. And if you're talking about the best people to wall with China, yeah, Louis MT and wow. I still remember that sushi Chinese game. It haunts me. Spear reaction. Louis MT right now was probably expecting melee Jean. Just makes a lot of sense. Logic being if your opponent's going to go pro scouts, you don't want to be range on because you have horsemen. These cleaves are good so far. A lot of damage being done. I don't like the way that Louis is trickling out spears one by one. That favors Lucifron because it gets them low for the sweep. Trying to get this round now. Archer does arrive, and the bad news is in. Louis, he does have the stables. He did go pro scouts. But Archer spears counters this perfectly. First is already on the way home, but this is... I gotta give it to him, man. This is really created by Lucifron. He snatches deer from the enemy side. I mean, he had to bring the scout here to get info. Might as well make it worthwhile. Like, hey, just in case you didn't know, I'm pro scouting too, so you want to be a little bit worried about that, okay? Have fun. Nice. Does find a little position where you can poke at the villagers. So the wall's buying time, but this is the tricky part. If this had been just standard knights blowing the wall, just repair. You don't care. Against archers, it's impossible. Lucifron, after a heavy delay, we're going to see the first knight post 8 minutes. That spear did actually find the deer gathering, so it's going to be a little bit of a nuisance. Actually can get a kill here. Louis not respecting the damage. The rest of the army is on the way, so actually pulls away from the wall despite all the effort. Yeah, wait, but Louis can Benny Hills you now. Because he has the back deer. Could Lucifron not afford to split his troops? I guess it's too risky. We can see it's like mass archer blob. So your opponent probably doesn't want to rush out as much just because of the knight potential. In fact, it's kind of crazy that he's forced Louis into archers like this. I wonder if that was the original goal from Lucifron. And archers with enough scale do counter Jean. It's just scale's kind of ridiculous. It's like saying with enough archers you counter a knight. It requires that type of level of comp. So in the meantime, Jean actually is perfect for this type of engagement because she just absorbs the blows and heals at a rapid rate. We do have Barbican now coming. So Louis, I guess now you just want to try to hunker down, maybe play for castle. He got, what, half the deer pack here back. He can secure the flank. It's not bad. It's not crazy. Your opponent's going to have more food, like 2.5 deer stacks to 1.5. But because Lucifron did open archer spears, he doesn't have that many knights either. So it's not like you're as concerned about fast castle royal institute. Wacky opening though. I'm still quite shocked he went this way. Alright, ones if you think Lucifron's going to win this. Twos if you think Louis. It's a very curious game state. I think the problem now for Louis is he maybe gets baited into a long feudal. And Jean XP, right? What's interesting is the longer Louis now plays this age, kind of the worse it gets because it's knight scaling. The reason this is the problem is when you bulk mass knights and mass archers, it is a micro bout between Chug, Spear, and Knight Archer. But the problem is, in that micro battle, one side heals, the other does not. Now you're mine. Yo, check this. Actually goes in super aggro early on. And what is up, Benny boy? I see you the raid. Shout out to Dimu for his series earlier. A valiant effort against Anatand. That man, I'm an absolute monster. Hope you had a good stream, my friend. Perfect time as well. This is actually one of my favorite feudal matchups because it is a pure micro battle. If you talk about Archer Knight versus Chug Spear. The problem is I think it's less advised against Jean because against French, you both scale your villagers and you just clash and you trade. Against Jean, if you want to do what Louis is doing, there's urgency. Because Jean will get XP. The whole goal is you want to keep her just far enough away that you can't kill her straight away. And she just chews on 8 XP here, 8 XP there. Until eventually, she levels up and it wins the game. And I think that's also why Lucifer's kind of rushing the engagements versus waiting until he's got like 10 plus knights. He also, correct me if I'm wrong, does not have chivalry yet. Yeah, no chivalry. In fairness, he doesn't really have many injured knights. Some are flop dead. Usually chivalry feels good once you've got like 3 or 4 knights that are almost dead. And obviously you have a backup plan with Jean anyway, which is the Divine Restorations. Wasn't this from renowned as the best knight player? Yeah. French was his signature civ for a reason. He was always, in everyone's mind, a top 3 micro player. So, like, the 2 obvious French players is Marine Lord and Luciferon for playing French. That, to me, was a difference in kind of strategy versus tactics. What I mean by that is Luciferon's tactic was micro very well, whereas Marine Lord played French in a more strategical, methodical way. It was about eking an edge and then building that into something macro-focused. So very, very different approach. Don't get me wrong, Marine Lord fantastic with his micro. But the goal wasn't to just win because my micro is better. Whereas Luciferon was oppressive with his micro. Well, look at that. You talk about Marine Lord, you compliment him, you get raided. Thank you very much for the raid, mate. Hope you enjoyed the games. We were just talking about you a little bit. That was actually perfect timing. What's Louis MT's timing, though? I can't imagine scaling Chug like this feels good anymore. It's 12 knights. Jean is still out of range of being killed. And she's farming XP. This is not far off now. Look at what he's doing. He's intentionally skirting. He's never going in with her. Because she'd immediately get targeted and killed. He's going to chase him now. Whoa, boy, whoa. Divine Restoration does get pumped. And, I mean, that's it. That's level 3. I think you just get broke by level 3, no? With the range reduction, this is going to tickle. Champions as well. It's go time, baby. Rock and roll. And Louis MT is going to feel like he's on fire in a bad way here. He might need to duck and roll. Cleave comes through. Big strike straight away. And Louis MT, the man who made it to the grand finals, the man who forced all the way deep into the set, will not get that chance here. This week, he is not the Spanish Slayer. He's the Slain. Undeniable victory here. Well played by Luciferon. An insane opening strategy here. Archer Spears, delayed knights. Louis MT just looked like he didn't know what to do with it. Luciferon giving us a firm reminder. French or Jean, either one, he is still a king amongst peasants. Damn. Well played. That was really, really well played. So a 3-1 victory for Luciferon. Wielding the power of the baguettes. The most unexpected Jean opening, I guess. Jean comp? I mean, he didn't build a knight until 8 minutes, which is just wild. But, having a look at the brackets, that gives us a slight moment of breathing before we continue on with more games. So, next up, I don't think we'll have enough time to go back for Kiliadi versus Jif, because of the scheduling, so I can just reveal what happened there. I believe that was a 2-0 for Kiliadi, because we're going to have a look at B Kiliadi next. Let me double check. Oh, damn. No. Credit where credit is due. Jif won against Kiliadi in G2. But like I said, we're going to be doing the B versus Kiliadi set anyway. Just because I'm conscious of the amount of time we've got. We want to try to be ready to pull the trigger on any live series that appear. So B versus Kill Yadi will be coming up next. I'm quickly going to update the brackets, the current standings, so you guys can see the full picture painted. So, as I said, 2-1 victory. Damn. God, we've had to skip 1 or 2 of the 2-1s so far this week, but I think it was to be expected. There was like a rush of players just playing their series in the end, because obviously everyone was busy with ETC on the weekend. So we had the B Kill Yadi result. We just watched a beautiful 3-1 victory for Lucifron. He is now through into the semi-finals. We caught Anatam versus Dumu earlier. That was a 3-0. If you have not caught it, watch it later in the VODs on YouTube. There was actually some really crazy games within that set. So what we'll likely do, guys, we'll do the B versus Kilyadi. We'll look to cycle back towards the CSO series. Oh, I forgot to add in the Vortex score. Vortex, I think it was 2-0 if I remember correctly. Like, I'm going to reveal it now, because even if we did have the replay, we couldn't watch it, because there was obviously a bunch of games played on the weekend, and scrims and whatnot. So yeah, that's how things are looking. We'll be doing B Kilyadi into, should be Vortex CSO afterwards. Then maybe we have a semi-finals today. We'll see. I don't mind having, like, Thursday super stacked. It's pretty cool. But yeah, let's get the draft. Let me see if I can find the B Kilyadi draft. I think they're currently mid-set. They're mid-set right now. So let me check AOE2CM. And guys, I'm going to run a minute and a half ads now while I set up the draft stuff, so you guys don't have to worry about it when we're in game. Boop. But also, remember, subscribe. Find the draft. B Kilyadi. Yep, so the Civ draft. Where's my map draft? There it is. Alright, so let me wipe the slate clean. Control F5 that. We're gonna have B Kilyadi. House of Lancaster again. Pete, dude. B's draft is always just so funky with this stuff. Game 1 on Pigeon's View. Ottoman Japanese. It's like you just take one glance and you can tell it's a B draft, you know? If you got 10k sub right now, what would you spend the money on? 10k subs right now, what would I spend the money on? Tricky. I think I'd reinvest it into the channel. Maybe try and organize a tournament. Does that sound like lame? I don't know. Other things is like maybe like home stuff, sprucing up the garden, because we really need to do the garden for the kids. I'm a simple man in some ways, you know. I'm not one of those people like, let's go on holiday. Maybe I should be like, maybe I'd organize, like, try and find some time to go on a holiday, take my kids. But, like, part of me wants to wait until Ezra's old enough to process those to do, like, regular holidays, you know? Yeah. Because the tricky part, I think my brain has gone immediately to the tame logic of it. Is like, when you say, if someone gave you 10k subs, what would you do? What does 10k subs mean? So, like, someone could give you 10k subs in from Turkey, and Turkish Twitch sub price is, so the Turkish Twitch sub price is 43 try, which in pounds is 86p. So you do 86. Well, it's actually gonna be 43 because you get half. So let's just say you get 50p per sub. So you like have to go, so 0.5 times 10,000. So you're actually getting 5,000. So that limits like the idea of like doing holiday plus garden plus like tournament. You'd have to choose one. You gonna give me 10,000 subs, J2 shots? I don't know. I don't know if that was a good answer or not. What did people just want, like, roulette table, baby, blackjack and hookers? Whoop, whoop. Yeah, I'd put some of it back into the channel on, like, upgrading certain things with the channel. Bringing more people on to assist with certain elements. For sure. That would be, like, part of it. And then, you know, some would go to improving the life of my kids. If a product that I advertise blocks my ads, I mean, joke's on you. I never advertise that product. They ain't paid me crap all, so I wouldn't advertise them. Lamau. You don't get ad integration for free. Send the fam on holiday so you can play more AoE. Oh yeah, just don't be there with them as well. Yeah, I think Turkey... I don't think Turkey's the lowest cost country to, like, subscribe from, but there are, like, it's very low. Oblivion Showcase? Might have a look later. We got a series to cast. Who cares about that? Showcase can wait, Lamau. More importante. Alright, let's get it. One and all. It's happening. B versus Cagliari in the quarterfinals. Byzantines up against Knights Templar. I have not got to see this matchup very often. But something tells me it's going to be another Byzantine nightmare. Because Knights Templar, believe it or not, are one of the best outpost rushing civs in the game. Why? Wood. They love it. High in a fiber diet, they even eat it. They give you food as well as the wood, and this makes them very efficient on the racks, outpost, and spearman timing. And they are playing against a civ that absolutely hates that timing. Byzantines, it's not about the gold. It's about the berries that you go for so late. But this could be better. Could he actually do like a crazy outpost hit? Maybe? I don't think you can, though. Against Akratoy, it's too risky. So yeah, he'll just take a safety. It's going to be an outpost drop on the berries. B should know about this, so he can't get blocked out. I will 2x speed just for the Dark Age. Yadi. I mean, this must be him feeling right at home. Guys, for those that know where our journey with Cagliari began, a long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, there lived a boy that would only ever men-at-arms rush in the Dark Age with English on Highview. His name was Cagliari. He's returned home, baby. Returned home. He's even gonna start torching down the Grand Winery? What? I mean, it's ambitious. But in fairness, you do a lot of damage to it before it's complete. And it's not like you've got anything else to do right now. The tricky part, though, is this outpost kind of wasn't deep enough. Because without an arrow slit, he can't block the full berry patch. So just a bit unfortunate there. What he's at least doing here, guys, is if he garrisons the outpost, he's not going to hit villagers until the second berry. So by doing this, he can force his opponent to waste wood repairing. So he's getting some value while he can, because the archers are on the way. Oblivion's just fine. I don't need to play again. Bro, I'm sorry. How many hours did you play it? Did you actually play Oblivion proper? Oblivion had a lot. The problem is Oblivion's primary content kind of sucked. Okay, and I'm saying this as someone who loved Oblivion. I think the thing that sucked with Oblivion is the repetition of the demon worlds. But the overworld was phenomenal. Okay, so B does realize he's not going to get berries anymore, so he pulls back. Archer's here as well, so that's going to keep him content. I don't know, like... I guess you kind of need the archers anyway just to guarantee you can't dive, but this definitely doesn't feel great for B. Especially with Kingdom of France now coming. Like, what you realistically need here, guys, is javelins, which is why he's rushing berries in the back. Javelins is your saving grace, because Knights Templar would love nothing more than just to do France into Chevalier and archers. It is their go-to comp. They are poor man's French in that regard. What are you doing? Okay, that's kind of cool, but also a bit weird. So Cagliari, he pulled the villager back to capture the outpost. This is the one that built the outpost originally. So he pulls him all the way back here. Chopping wood's good. Something I've noticed, and this is another reason why Knights Templar is like one of the best outpost rushing civs in the game, is because they're also one of the best proxy-based building civs in the game. their villagers don't have to waste extra wood to stay out. They don't have to build a mining camp or a lumber camp or whatever. Just go over and chop a tree. It's free real estate. Aren't Keswiks better for mobility and killing pilgrims? So, what you just said sounds cool in theory, until you realize that your Keswiks are going to get contested by Chevalier, and will eventually lose. And then, what's your counter to archers? Do you see the conundrum? It's kind of a scale point issue. Honestly, I think usually Keswiks are only good to stop absolute greed, or if you just have very limited olive oil. You'll always feel better about the idea of scaling javelins and longbows because they have a realistic critical mass, whereas Keswiks don't. This is a bit rough. He tried to spring a trap on the other side, sends the archers over. First Chevalier, getting good value. Club to kill, gets away. And also that creates the space now for the pilgrims. Remember also, because he captured this point of interest, he can now see if his opponent's leaning this side and switch. So, yeah, POIs on high view, very, very important for Knights Templar. Are you going to check out Tempest Rising? New game similar to Red Alert? I already have. And I think I talked about it the other day. It's cool. It's okay. I don't mind it. I don't think Templar Rising feels like anything special, though. It's not trying to be truly innovative. But I think also, in some ways, it's paying a bit too much lip service to Command & Conquer without understanding what truly made Command & Conquer captivating. And that's the character building, the world building. I wasn't enamored with the world building of Tempest Rising. It's okay. Like, I've been playing through the GDF campaign, and I'll continue to do so, and I'm having fun with it. But what I'm not convinced of is that 10 years from now, I'll be talking about Tempest Rising ever again. And that's fine. Not every game has to be iconic. If you want an RTS experience that's reminiscent of Command & Conquer, it's worth picking up. But there are some simple things that will frustrate you that frustrate me. For example, the fact that you can't just have all buildings split production between them. I don't know, I think they were so focused on being Command & Conquer, they overlooked some very basic things that Command & Conquer done differently. Like, in Command & Conquer, those don't know, if you have multiple production buildings, like multiple Raxes, it doesn't produce out of multiple Raxes. You have a primary Rax, and more Raxes improve the production rate of that Rax. And it's almost like they forgot about that with Tempest Rising, because you just have this weird situation where all of your buildings are on a UI slide, and you have to click between the tabs to use the different buildings. Unless you control group, but Chevalier, in the meantime, have failed to get a single worker kill so far this game. It's becoming a little bit problematic. Kiliadi has at least kept pressure on B side of the map, so it's not all doom and gloom. His opponent isn't really countering the Pilgrim. And in theory, B, he still has to address this outpost, which is now fortified. Looks pretty in the orange, by the way. He also has another issue, which is if you're not going to be building olive groves, which are probably not next to Grand Winery, then you eventually have to go more wide to more berries, more deer. And your tree lines don't really serve to assist with that. So Chevalier over time should feel really, really good here for Kiliadi. Yeah, my worry right now for bees is going to be a bit too defensive. And I like that he's doing this. Kira Siphon's on the way. So he will be clearing the way onto the berries and the deer. And that might set him up to start prepping Grand Winery into groves. Okay, how do predictions do, by the way? 91% for Kiliadi? That's crazy. Elaborate. I guess, like, you would have seen the outpost rush, and we did big it up. It is a big deal. Guys, hear me out. I figured it out. Knights Templar is broken on high view and low rank. Because low rank people don't build scouts. Why would you? A scout doesn't win a fight. That's lame. So, hear me out. You send all your villagers into the Shroud. Never to be seen again. They never will get scouted. Big brain. Anyway, we do have the eventual pawn. Yo, you know what? Okay, this is kind of Giga Brain. I don't know if he's going to do it. You could technically tank with the Pilgrim. If you got the timing right on what you're doing, like, you could actually, like, just have free damage absorbed on the unit that's going to disappear. But obviously, you got Chevalier here, so, like, he'll just... But that is a curious idea for early game with Pilgrim. Because a Pilgrim has basically got textiles already. So, in theory, if you bring 8 villagers out and then aggro onto, like, the Pilgrim, it should be very hard to lose the Pilgrim. Because also he's going to run away. So, like, he'll tank 2 hits, and then you just kill the ball. Very situational depending on the map, but might be worth it. Just like this fight over here. Kira Siphon. Taking a long time to actually get through this outpost. Gotta be very careful the overlap when you charge in here, because sometimes you actually take the pure full damage from the siege. Start clumping down. Remember, Kira Siphons do not have as much health as Rams. That Limitane line is quite thin, actually. Yeah, the Kira Siphon looks like it might be given over at this rate. Let's dive in. Looks like that is going to be the cleanup. Just needs one more club. Okay, nicely defended by Kiliadi. Huge military lead now. B was thinking about going Castle Age. I wonder if this scares him a little. Because that's actually quite a big army. I gotta say, I really like Kiliadi's position. I imagine we're looking at Genoa next. Angevin, I don't think Angevin is that great against Byzantines, unless you're against a Sippy Cup build, because Cadders. And we don't talk about this. Doesn't exist, guys. Like this isn't a thing. Ignore this, because no one builds Genesis. So most likely it's just gonna be Genoa. I don't know. I think Genoa is just the generic go-to option because the bonus is applicable to almost every Knights Templar game you could imagine. It's 30% more gold, you know? Like, what more do I need to say? In theory, Angevin's really good if you're going for an all-in Sacred Site win condition. It's just... the issue is how expensive that is. Because you need the keep drops to really make it sense. Nice diving. Let's end up losing one of the Knights, but that's absolutely fine. Do we have raids? Yeah, we did have a little bit of poke over here, but outposts are up, kind of making it more of a nuisance. I think the goal is, like, you know, eventually B will secure the kill on this outpost, but you're just making him pay so much for it. This is now the 3rd Kira Siphon. And reminder, these things are not cheap. 260 resources. Almost the cost of 2 Chevalier. Wait, are you trying to justify genitals in my chat? Okay, that actually might be like a perma. I don't do it out of joy. I do it for your own safety and sanity. Yeah, genitals just ain't it. They need a complete rework on their animation. Nice diving again. Another freebie? I'm perplexed. Was he feigning aggression? I mean, he's going Golden Horn Tower, and oh my god, you tried to feign aggro against the most aggressive player in AoE 4. He sees him. He's sweeping through the army quickly. I mean, this isn't a race. There's nothing left of him. The archers can now peel off to deal with the villagers. Unbelievable. Okay, so against a tame, logical player of, like, average game style, this makes sense. Against a guy who every 30 seconds feels a thirst for blood, it does not make any sense at all. Oh my god. And Kiliadi now to hunt down the villagers. I mean, there's nowhere to really run. He hasn't got a gate. The archer count is too high. Textiles plus Akratoy will minimize the losses. But it is definitely starting to add up. I mean, the idle time alone. Unbelievable. Now, it's not over. Technically, B can supplement its economy with Assistance to buff what remains. And it has been a long feudal, so the eco count should be quite high, in theory. In reality, there's like a lot could still die here. Okay, seriously. Can we just agree that villager formation shuffles are ridiculous? How have this many survived? How is that only the 9th kill after he lost that dive? Well, that defense, rather, so convincingly. This is ridiculous. Ring a roses. Do I need to get my daughter out here to play, like, ring a roses? Pocket full of We're just going around in circles. And finally, he has mopped it up. So it's going to be finding his way into complete the Golden Horn Tower. But oh, will you look at that? Kilyadi now has immediately what he needs for Republic of Genoa. Benny Hill's music? No, like... Benny Hill's music is more appropriate when there's like 20 knights following, they can't reach you. When it's just 1 or 2, it's full of Ring a Rosies. Also, I can sing Ring a Rosies and not get DMCA'd. I feel like if I had a trumpet and could play the Benny Hill song, I'd get DMCA'd. And I need the money, so no. Someone who doesn't really need the money as much anymore is going to be Kilyadi. A nice big inflation coming in. Timing actually perfect as well. It's going to get it trigger in before the next Pilgrims pop off. Is formation shuffle abuse in tourneys? No, it's just a mechanic that we've had to get used to, tolerate, live with, all the above. Kilyadi, he's still going to be leading archers. I think this is fine, though. If your opponent had a lot of javelins, it's a problem. But, like, realistically, javelins trade worse into their archers than they do into healers when both in the same age. To be honest with you, right now, there's just the lack of quantity that's kind of worrying me a bit for me. Native plastic, mate. Cataphracts now. Okay, so he does go for it. We talked about cataphracts and why, because like they're not usually on the table, Angevin Empire would kind of suck. This is interesting though. Kilyadi already reacting with crossbows, but that does enable javelins. Can Knights Templar do pilgrims and traders? So Knights Templar can do traders in Imperial Age. So in Imperial Age, they get access to the Venetians. If they choose them, they'll get the ability to build 5 traders that move quicker than standard traders. Like, we're talking they've got a canister of nitro attached to those boys. Nitrous, rather. They be zooming. Like, Venetian traders go so fast that rumor has it that Vin Diesel took one look at them and decided he immediately wanted to buy all of them and race them. So I wonder if Kilyadi starts playing Stone. Oh, that's only one so far, but it could make sense to gradually trend to secure the Sacred Sites. One thing that is going to be big is the Monk transition timing. We don't have it yet from Kilyadi, and I think the Cataphracts are why. Normally you just, with this type of map control, straight up, and yeah, that's what I was talking about. You see how quickly that guy died? You've got to be really careful standing behind buildings, you take fewer damage from the Hero Siphons. Is he gonna kill another one? Is this the 5th Hero Siphon? This is quickly approaching the most valuable outpost against Byzantines. Looks like he will get the clutch repair in the end. Yeah, back to like the original point. The reason why he didn't rush monks is the cataphracts, and I think that's intentional from B. They just wood? No, Hero Siphons cost wood and gold. They're expensive rams. Even though they have less health than standard rams, they're more efficient as entities of one. They have good range and good damage up. He's still alive? Oh man, he's looking more than just alive, guys. If he starts getting these systems up, he's going to be thriving. I think that's the only negative right now with B's build, is obviously he just hasn't really been accruing stone to escalate economy. But he's going to de-escalate Kilyadi's. He's got the outpost to protect on the ball. Pilgrims are still trending this way, so he needs to get the army over here ASAP. This is true budget knight versus true Chad knight, and it kind of feels bad because with Knights Templar, you do have a way of kind of contesting cataphracts with Knights Brothers, Templar Brothers. The problem is they're just so slow and inexpensive. So instead, he just wants trash tier frontline, good backline. The problem is your opponent has so many archers and javelins that counter that backline perfectly. They'd be in a really good position. I think Kiliadi is in such a rush to protect. He does look to sneak the villagers out, but that is going to be seen. Two of them get sniped. Kiliadi. He's just going to have to forfeit the area. There's not really anything he now wants right now. I mean, the ball would be nice. Be behind this, there's bigger problems though. If Kiliadi doesn't pressure, this is going to start happening. Olive Grove's a key here, folks. He is trying to centralize his economy on a map where you feel very naked and vulnerable. You just don't have vision. One more to speak on the retreat. I mean, this game is just getting better and better for B. He's about to go up to 4 relics. I'm kind of shocked that Kiliadi never found his way to relics. We talked about why the cat is, but sometimes you just kind of got to punt. Now he needs to just basically attack. Could he seize down the Grand Winery? Take the goodies, maybe. Gotta find out. There is a one lol available. Yep, nicely done. That's going to scare him away. Cataphracts on the back line are just munching away at this as well. There's a few spearmen plus the crossbows in there. He does have numbers, but obviously not all of them here. Chevalier Confrère. Just enough of them left. He's going to go for this again. We've been here before. Another dive underneath the primary TC. Stick on top of this. I mean, the problem now, though, is the Chevalier, last time this happened, there was a lot of them. Now there's 1 or 2. The enemy's crossbows also just do not have much range on them. They can't camp here. Camel's also arriving, so that's going to be a pushback. And all of a sudden, like, I'm starting to look at this game, and I feel like B's ahead. Which is crazy when you look at the worker kill count on each side. Why is Kiliadi still making budget knights? Because Templar Brothers are way too expensive. They're just not spammable. They take a very long time compared to Chevalier, and they're very expensive. So you have 2 thought processes here. If you want to raid, Templar Brother. If you want to full all-in, Chevalier Confrère. And he wants to all-in. Arguably, even for raiding, Chevalier Confrère aren't too bad, guys. Because at this stage in the game, they can free hit a villager like a standard knight would in field range. I know that sounds pretty underwhelming for a Castle Age unit, but for raiding purposes, keep in mind how many more of these you'd have than Templar Brothers. Templar Brothers, you can see there, 253 resources. These guys, only 166. So Kiliadi still has flex to play Sacred Sites for resources. That's the good news. Bad news is starting to look like everything else. Why is there a relic? Yes, this was a strategy. It definitely wasn't that we looked here and realized we still have a monk back here. He's going to bring it over now. Needs to build a monastery to secure that. It's just been that wall very comical. This is like you walk in like, what are you doing back? We're working, horse. Definitely going to bill you for these hours. Double Sacred Site for B is going to get decapped. Kiliadi, if he was thinking about a Sacred Site win condition now, there is a very fair argument he has completely missed his win. There was a timing earlier where it would have made sense, but something we highlighted that feels really rough with Knights Templar. You can't rush fortresses. It's a 900 resource investment that takes a very long time to build. That's why you never see them. Should it be better to put the relics in a monastery in this situation? In this situation, no. He's fine on gold. He's got a 4k in the corner. It's his olive oil that's laying him down. He only has a small handful of grove, so actually Grand Winery is super valuable. The only reason he's got this many javelins is because of the Grand Winery relics. Javelins really are the MVP for him. Kiliadi, an insane bloke, by the way. 35 archers, 31 spears. It's definitely budget tier army. I think B, Cataphracts isn't really as desirable anymore. For raiding, fine, but definitely not your frontline you want. What could make a lot of sense here is actually just Varangian switch. You could even just think about Limitani if you're tanking this. What do you think, guys? Ones if you think B's going to win, twos if you think Kiliadi. This game feels like it's getting hard to call. I mean, technically B's economy looks great, but Kiliadi does have bulk. And I never write this man off for the levels of aggression that he applies. I mean, this is a guy that can out-aggro Vortex. Not many people can claim that. That is ambitious, though. Rule of Templars with 0 Templar brothers. What? He's only got 6 Chevalier. What? That's crazy. I can't believe I'm saying this. Well, B is going to get scared away. He was starting to macro up a little bit. I don't know if you really want to be rushing Imperial per se. Probably not sure what he wants to commit into. It's going to be additional cataphracts, and we do have the toxic stuff being prepped. Double outpost, fortifications rushing in. That means Kiliadi has to kill these now. Fortification. Oh my god, wait, is he using the... That's sick! The System Dialecticus! He's rushing Mangonels! 12 seconds to get an emplacement. Forces the fight onto him, so there's going to be at least one Mangonel emplacement. B, this is a hard fight to stand your ground on, but now with the Mango to reinforce, maybe, just maybe, it's good enough. Spearmen have reached the javelins. I think he's just going to get overwhelmed. If he had double outpost, very different fight. So great read by Kiliadi to block one of them. But oh my god, imagine if he just now switches Presidium. You'd never kill the thing. That was crazy. What a sick play by B. You don't really see it used very often, but yes, you did hear me correctly. Dialecticus, research speed, applies to emplacements. You can get an outpost fully upgraded in 24 seconds. That was crazy. And look at the tail end of the fight. Kiliadi lost military mass advantage. Absolutely wild. Another fortress drop in the meantime by Kiliadi. So he's at least scaling his eco. He's got a sizable lead already. Soon to be up to 4 pilgrims. I don't think he's going to be fast enough to get max payday on this one. Did he go for... No treasure towers. A little bit surprising. Once you have the double fortress, I think it's worth it. Oi, oi, oi. You could die here. Yeah, you... Kiliadi? He's going to get seen. Yep, that right there is a freebie for B. And he knows it. He's going to head over. So Fortress has to be cancelled. I can't believe he even tried it. The moment the point of interest is being captured, alarm bell should have been going off. So yeah, instead it's going to be on the east side in the end. All that effort just to end up walking to the other side of the map. That's got to feel bad, especially considering now that B has gone to TC. This is full Fortress. Guys, in fairness, it is a lot of gold. 119 gold currently. He's going to be able to buff that up with treasure towers eventually. It's definitely worth playing it like this. Traps in the meantime. Please tell me he done it. No, Presidium, come on. Presidium's super efficient for this play right now. Not doing it. Yeah, this is the annoying thing. Like, statistically, you could argue you're more likely to get killed with villagers repairing by Knights Templar trebuchets. Because, for those who don't know, the Knights Templar trebuchets individual shots are weaker, but they shoot twice. There's even an upgrade in Imperial Age that allows you to add a third projectile into trip shots. I'm wondering actually like what B's win condition is. Because you can see what Kiliadi's intent is. He wants to cap out on Pilgrims. I think for B, the longer this goes, the harder your entry point gets, no? So like you probably just play Imperial. Because cannons will solve all of this. Real cannons will destroy all of this. What's that graveyard of fortresses? Attempts. I mean, technically, so here's the thing that I don't get. I shake my head at people who moan about Stealth Forests. What a noob. If you really hate Stealth Forest that much, just start fake building everywhere and cancelling. Stealth Forest is gone. Problem is resolved. You're welcome. Smash fortresses. He has got camels in there. Spear's now arriving though from behind. He's also got the armor increase. I don't think the Springles care though. Like, wait, no, he's actually lining up perfect for Springle shots. Most of the cav is dead. Backline looking sturdy for B though. He can start to back off a little bit. Mangonels are now arriving the perfect time after all melee has been removed. It's going to be mango on mango gameplay. Also, Kiliadi, yeah, feeling a little bit overextended now with the Trebs. I'll start to back him off just in the nick of time here. The Fortress drop in the Stealth Forest. B was unaware of that. That's going to force him away. But we do have a trend towards Mass Mangoes, which usually follows up with... It seems more and more likely, more and more undeniable, actually. This is feeling like a pretty crazy game now. So, Genuine's Crossbowman. What's the thought process for Kiliadi? Technically, with the range aura on the fortresses, javelins can't hit you. So that's actually not bad. I think for Kiliadi, though, like for this to be a real win condition, you need the other Sacred Site, no? Right now, he just looks a bit stuck. I think he's going to try for it again, folks. He, in the meantime, is going to now secure the 8-stack, the 8k. How is B not further ahead on economy? Has this TC not been frequently producing? We also have 3 lines that remind me of my own. A reminder that even top-level players can do this. We're all guilty of it, folks. There's a big gap with no lumber camp. It wouldn't be a B game in the late game if we didn't get more and more sprinkles. Ah, yeah, guys, I understand the thought process here. Oh, Genuine's Crossbowmen. Those are just like a poor man's Springles, right? Right? I mean, technically, actually, yes, they are. Now that I think about it, they have a worse attack speed. Actually, sorry, no, they have better attack speed, they don't penetrate. So as long as you hit 2 units with a Springle, it's going to do a lot more damage. Because you hit for 28 versus 32. Yes. That's actually an interesting dynamic to think about. B can't win. That's a bold statement. He can't win this? He's got Trebs, guys. If he starts targeting down the fortresses, he can force an attack on his side. Yadi is now obliged to take. That's a lot of cavalry, though, and not much front line. He's going to split up and head straight into the mangoes. Giuliani, that's an overextension. He's going to try to protect some of them, hides them deeper into the range line, but that's just not going to work. So all siege gets purged. I'm sorry, I thought casters had the curse. Apparently, chat has it too. Even able to get the trebs. Okay, that's huge. That is so much kill value. It's actually going to turn around for Mango, sees it as a higher value target. Makes sense. But now we have the trebs to start sieging into the fortress. This is where Killjoy's game is going to slow down quite a bit, actually. Farm count behind this is at least decent. He's sitting at 36. But Olive Groves are just better. 33. And the other thing, guys, like, while you're looking at this going, but he has all the pilgrims. True. But remember, you have to add 25% villager count onto bees because of the systems. Like, economically, bees are actually not as weak as you think. And then there's the olive oil on top of all that. So you start to see why, actually, it's not just as simple as Kildadi has the pilgrims. Yeah, it doesn't have many of them. One less. It's going to be 3 remaining standing. And the interesting thing about taking fortresses out is, of course, you take away map control, but you also take away economy from your opponent. Normally, dropping a castle is to protect a Nico expansion, but with Knights Templar, it's a double pain factor because it removes a secured area for resource gathering, but it also removes pilgrims. Yeah, it's definitely a valuable target for your opponent. Because realistically, if they take out a fortress, they're taking out 3 villages of gathering per minute. Count now. I mean, the problem is, like, you just don't have a high-value target to the same degree. It's nice to take out the seeds if you can, but difficult. It's also nice to remove these outposts because of mangonel placements. But... yeah, he's genuinely trying to use Prep to snipe siege. Are you kidding me? 5 HP. Alright, refund. I'd feel so scammed by this right now. Kiliani just needs to finish a target. Just keep switching. Oh my god, there's so many almost dead siege weapons. If B backs these up right now, I'm gonna cry. Oh, he's going to trade against the remaining siege. Both of them are just draining each other's driveways, by the way. I can't believe it. He does pull villages. Okay. But, like, is it maybe too late? They're still dying. And also, where is B's army? What? Pick to the bone. Camels arrived just in time. The clutch save there. Chevalier would have actually cleaned that up. This game is crazy. What? It's kind of funky how B's economy just evaporated in terms of his ability to produce units. It shows you how expensive Horseman's Man can be. Hence why most players reserve it for Imperial Age, not Castle. I got a big smile on my face because this has been almost comical the way it's been played. KT Mango Treb's kind of good. Yeah, like it's... I mean, someone just mentioned English. The old Sharon projectiles is a meme now. Because of the spread. And reminder, like I said, you know, if you have a static fight, at least in Imperial Age, these things can snipe all the siege then as well. Because in Imperial Age, you can add a third projectile, so you spread the damage. Is Nice Templar B? Siege Stiff? No, I'm not going to go that far. Horseman, an ambitious dive in by B is going to be wasteful. He just doesn't have a front line. The mangoes? Chevalier are not going to finish them off. If Kilyari could just sneak a small retinue down here, unfortunately there's already a castle up for B, so Sacred Site win condition not seeing realistic here. Gotta give it to him though. This is a pristine Shurna Genoese crossbows now. They're very snowbally. It feels like they're hard to bulk, but once you have that critical mass going, hard to counteract as well. 110 health on this ranged unit compared to a standard crossbow at 80. I think the funky thing is like crossbows, generally these crossbows look really sucky at starter castle age, really powerful when you get scale, and then kind of plastic when they go Imperial because they don't scale stats that well. This is crazy. Look at the aggro from Kilyadi. That chase in, man. Has he got greased axles? Yeah, there you go. That's the difference. No greased axles for B. So he actually can't run away. He's losing more siege. Horseman not going to get a dive in for free, though. And Kilyadi, that may end up being an overextension. Full blitzkrieg effect. We go so fast, we have no fuel. Looks like maybe he can get rid of the siege. I don't think there's anything left of him. His economy has been picked to the bone in terms of his ability to produce army. He's been found wanting. Kilyadi able to punish exactly that. Genovese crossbow mass remains. Trebs now moving into the base. Systems would make a lot of sense. Even just the olive groves, actually. But there we go. Insta-kill. That's going to put him down a tier. And B is apparently planning to look so desirable to the Americans that they invade the map and protect it. That is how modern history works, B, but unfortunately for you, this game took place in like the 14th, 15th century. So probably shouldn't rely on the Americans to come with them. I mean, this could be a lot of javelins. A lot. They're just not being produced. I guess B just wants to try and go Imperial. That's the only reason you'd hold this much olive oil is Imperial into mass siege. Nesta B's, yeah, actually that makes sense. Nesta B's is the counterplay. Against 50 Genovese crossbowmen, it makes sense. Then though, B forced to reinvest again. Doesn't Crusader like to raid Byzantine and Constantinople? Yeah, but usually you could just like bribe them. Okay, and he actually spends the oil, so 4 camel riders queued up. Or 8 though. Mango emplacement proving a little bit annoying. Actually goes after the siege with them. Not ideal, very ambitious target. But this is double Mango emplacement still, because the castle has one too. Speaking of Mango fight, nice wall up onto B's villages. Gold gathering has been fully denied. B, by the way, has no other gold source behind this. Horsemen, however, once again dive in. Siege about to get swept. The difference here, however, is like long-term gold. Kilyadi has infinite gold. B does not. He has infinite liquid gold. Can't believe they're still in castle at 45 minutes. Welcome to Kilyadi gameplay. I don't know, sometimes watching Knights Templar players, it really feels like they don't want to go Imperial. You could just imagine them chanting, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in, don't go in. This game is wild. So B, into mass camels now. He has reclaimed gold. Like, if you're going to go Imperial, this is the moment. But it's tricky. He just doesn't have good gold reserves. He can somewhat fix that if he actually just pulls the relics. So he can passive gen gold to try and bypass it. The issue isn't teching and then getting your techs so you get them fast. Your issue is actually having enough to improve tech. That wallop right there, the Mango is the follow-up here. Oh my god, he's full on wiping him. Another villager pull. Into Genovese crossbowman? Are you insane, man? That was an insane hit by Kilyadi. It has, however, enabled a ridiculous quantity of horsemen to flood the field. It's breeding season in Pony Farm. Kilyadi's about to find out. Mangoes get mocked. Mass horsemen. They're circling. What happened to Kilyadi's military? Oh my god. It's just gone. And crossbows, I don't know if they're rescalable quick enough. It's a 26-second wait period. Actually, not true. He has military academy. It's down to 17. Maybe the mangoes is a big concern. And the farms. Oh my. Actually wrapped onto them with Expilatores. This is it. B. He shutters the farms. And Kilyadi is nowhere near maximum population. Also just pushing the front side. It's just ponies everywhere. Well, this is true Byzantines, isn't it? Hide behind the city walls. And then when a tiny opening arrives, raid the countryside. Which is ironically what I think the Templars usually like to do to the Byzantine. It doesn't matter. Alternate history, baby. What is this ridiculousness? 47 minutes. And we are still in Castle Age. This game is wild. But I think it is coming to conclusion. It's crazy just how much mango play we've seen in Castle. Normally this is reserved for Imperial. To this scale anyway. Yeah, this is a zero wall game from both sides. Walls are overrated. Kilyadi wouldn't give you time for it, and B's like, fine. Aggro it is, sir. Aggro it is. There's out wave number 1. Okay, so actually Kilyadi did have a gold vein in reserve hiding in the corner. Gold? Not really his problem right now. Food is. Also, keep in mind, additional fortresses down means less pilgrims, less gold. Like, long term, you know, all of a sudden we have a situation where Kilyadi might not be gold favored. Do you get gold from killing pilgrims? You do. So we used that when we played in Beastie's Hidden Free-for-All to milk a Knights Templar player next to us. Kept killing the pilgrims with wonders. It's a good payday. Sacred Size, is he just, he's going to lock it in, man. This is over. How does Kilyadi get back out now? Because now, like, the gold that he's got is all he's ever going to have. So Imperial is just not happening. Genu's crossbows burns through your gold quickly anyway. You definitely can't play mass mangoes anymore. I'm bloody impressed. And he has just enough gold to get him across the finish line. Because once he has got Foreign Engineering Company, he can just build Nest of Bees. That's all he needs. Kilyadi seems to have thrown. I think he just got baited into an overextension. Like, you say through, but, like, how? Going to the base to try and press an advantage. I don't necessarily call that a throw. B was insanely weak on military production at a certain point. Just unfortunately, Kilyadi wasn't able to use his base to protect him. I wouldn't be surprised if he just called GG at the moment before Foreign Engineering Company comes in. Because he'll know what it means. Like, even if you could wipe the siege that the current army has, it's just going to be replaced. And you can't do that. You shouldn't cap the sacred site so you can farm pilgrims. You can farm them anyway. Like, they'll still travel, guys. Like, you know, the pilgrims don't, like, they're not blocked by a sacred site being captured first. At this point, Kilyadi's probably going to say screw it and have one final fight. Do pilgrims get textiles? No. But if you get the Hospitalier choice in Feudal Age, they do get extra health. Crazy game. Wait, is that? I thought you could still send them to the sacred site. Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm an idiot. I misread that. Wait, did that get changed? Or is it always that way? Wait. Oh, I think they keep traveling if the capture happens after they spawn. Is that correct? Maybe that's where I got you baited. Right, my bad. I take that back. Well played, Jack. But I think they will continue and do their final trek if the Sacred Cycle capture. Yeah, okay, there you go. That's where I got confused. Because I've legit watched 10 pilgrims walk onto a captured Sacred Cycle. There you go. I like that. I like that I've still got things to learn about this sim. But B doesn't care about the exploratory tech. He cares about having him just forcing Kilyadi out of his base. But what was that for? We do have a remass here. This is pretty ridiculous. Where did this army mass come from? 90? I mean, he can't keep this up, though. A valiant last surge, but unless you can get right on top of the Old Grove now, inevitability is knocking at the door. You're talking about elite techs here. And also, remember, one of them is going to be the camel support. Because everything just got so much harder to kill. Kilyadi is basically looking to end this game the way he started it. Tilting only speeds. I can't believe this is just game one. I don't know. I've got a bad feeling. Like, sometimes you kind of get these type of games that just exhaust the players and then it rolls quickly. But either way, this set off to an insane start with G1. You take out a Pilgrim loan? That's a good question. I wish that was in the UI. I don't think so. No. He doesn't even have the ability unlocked. I don't think I've seen one pro use that ability yet. In a game. In a proper game. Byzantine Fortress is going to get cleared. But that was his last punt. Kilyadi, bless him. You got to remember he's an old man. And B is taking him on a marathon. At this point, he just wants to go back to his good old rocking chair. And catch another season of Neighbors. Most aggro game 1 hour I've ever seen. Yep, these guys had no chill. I freaking loved it. And yeah, just in case it does go deeper, B, he already has trade going. That's it. GG gets called. I can trade. You cannot. Kilyadi and B delivering quite the bloodbath on Pigeon's View. That was a crazy game. What 1 hour? This is what 1 hour of non-stop aggression looks like. Okay, so that's just G1. Win for B. Let me mark it up. Next up, we have got Carmel. Okay, so Chinese versus IU. So I just need to double check someone. Good to go? Should be. Yep. Okay, let's hop in. Whew. Okay, hope that doesn't mess with things. Yeah, we'll rock through. I think we should be fine for the most. Will Hidden Valley be on KPMM? No. Hidden Valley is just categorically bad. Pigeon's Valley was at least a slight improvement, but Hidden Valley is bad. Okay. One and all, we have what is fast becoming one of my favorite matchups at the moment. Ibid versus Chinese has delivered some incredible games in the last few weeks. But this is a different ball game, guys. We're on Carmel. Carmel is a very different affair. The lack of gold means lack of security, and it requires a lot of presence fast on the map. And that is what could lead to a very quick castle conclusion. Because this matchup, when we've been watching on maps like Libany, it's not unusual to see it creep all the way into Imperial. And believe it or not, guys, Imperial Age, Ibids have been looking really good against China, which is why I found this quite an enjoyable matchup. But on Carmel, there's two very big upsides for China. Actually, three. The third is a little bit different. But the primary two is the Taxman makes you very gold efficient, where other civs cannot be early on. And then the other detail is Pro Scouts. This is irrefutable Pro Scouts territory. There is 60 deer that spawn on this map in total. It's way too much to resist. That's two negatives that Ibids have to overcome. There is also a third. They can technically do something about this as well, but China just does it better, and it is the keep drop in the center. This map, for anyone who's watched EGC tournaments, you would have noticed and remembered a map called Regions. Carmel plays a lot like Regions, just if Regions had more deer than is necessary. Because the thing about Carmel... Actually, Regions has a lot of deer. The thing about Carmel is it basically accelerates that endpoint that you see in Regions. Because all the gold's in the center. And for all the map that exists, there is literally only 1.8k on it. Right here. So reinforcement wind coming through. And yeah, we don't talk about the tree lines. Like the tree lines are fun. Wait. Where's his marketplace? All right, this is on Kilyadi. Like, old man. Oh, no, dude, he hasn't scouted it. He doesn't know. If he scouted it, he could have asked for a remake. I mean, I don't think a marketplace should matter that much for him, but... What? This map. I can't believe it. It's sad because Karma has a lot of potential, but, like, what the duck? Hold on, let me just pick this up. I'm gonna have to send it over to a dev in a sec. What are trade posts? I just flaming Biddlin right now. Oh my god. So like, in theory, probably won't matter. In theory. I mean, you can see Kilyadi, he wasn't going to go trade wing. Like, oh my god, could you imagine if he'd done trade wing and didn't know about the trade? I'd cry for him. But like, the reason why it's probably not going to matter is we mentioned this matchup can be good for IU in the hyper late game, but usually the gold spawn is conclusive. Like, this gold right here is everything. And Kilyadi, it looks like he is just doing a Desert Raider spam build. Yeah, because he's trying to block Pro Scouts. The problem is B can just surge Horseman reaction to mirror this. What if he wants Trade Wing? Honestly, when you're losing a series, if you want Trade Wing, you probably just want to lose the series more. Trade Wing is such a punt and a Hail Mary. It's like you start the age, and if you don't get the correct options, the game is already over. And even if you get the correct options, winning isn't always that simple. Are we going to have to remove Carmel from rotation? I think we might. It frustrates me because I think the map has potential. It just isn't there right now. And looks like it got revealed earlier. Okay, so Horseman already on the way. B, I like this going wheelbarrow. Usually you try to be greedy and you don't go for it when you have pro scouts, but thought process here is if you get pressed by desert raiders, you need to run away quickly. So it is necessary here. Is Kiliadi just gonna now tech? I don't know. Like, it's always weird against China and Sushi. You just feel like if you tech, they follow you at the exact same time. So instead, he's gonna stick to Desert Raiders. Has he got Steeled Arrow coming in? No Blacksmith. I mean, technically, you could just kind of ruin the Horseman if you get Steeled Arrow as a priority. B is gonna show a lot of respect to back off. Second wave of Horseman's being prepped. What an interesting game. And this is what Kiliadi wanted. So, raid point. Unfortunately, because that is a real tree line. Oh, come on. Ah, this hurts. If B had Kiliadi's tree lines, he'd be vulnerable. Look at it. They're tiny. It's like Himiyama. Almost like Prairie. In fairness, Himiyama does this as well. Sometimes you just get the luck of the spawn to an insane degree. The Horsemen are going to swarm. Desert Raiders will flop dead. Kiliadi basically has to go for an angel. Oh, this is a sad, sad game. I don't know. Like, maybe Kiliadi kind of shot himself in the foot a little here. Because I think with this type of build, you want to add in at least a few Horsemen. Because your opponent could technically try to go archers to counter you, so it covers you there. But also, if you have a few horsemen, then the enemy horsemen don't just insta-kill your desert raiders, because the fight gets muddy. So you can essentially turn it into a micro battle where you just like, hold your desert raiders back slightly. The enemy horsemen attack your horsemen. And if you guys remember Abbasid mirrors, they used to be literally massive horsemen with one camel archer. And whoever lost their camel archer would then lose the fight. It's the same dynamic when you add in horsemen. Imagine if Kiliadi's like, can we remake now? Question mark. Like, dog, it's been several minutes. You missed your time. Okay, so what now? Growth Wing? Or do we go Loggy? Loggy could make sense if you think it's going to be a Relic Rush from B, which likely is. Yeah, and okay, so the other reason why I agree with this is we already mentioned that Iabids have gold issues on this map. So by going Loggy and playing for the infinite gold, you kind of resolve part of that concern at least. And it is going to be triple Dervish. Also, your opponent only has Horsemen. Horsemen aren't great at sniping Dervishes. They hit for plastic levels of damage. Yeah, so just to clarify remakes, as hilarious as it would be for Kiliadi to ask for a remake right now, you can only ask for a remake within the first 3 minutes. Now, I know what some people are going to say. KP, how can you possibly scout a whole map in that time? Blah, 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 blah. But, mute button, very important thing to highlight around that. The reason why you only have 3 minutes is any deeper and your opponent's strat can be revealed. So, I had to balance that. Nice little raid there. Does get a working kill. He's just feeling comfortably dead right now, though. Wait, what happened here? Did Kiliadi skip on villager production? Because B has 2 extra villagers. There's only been 1 working kill. It's not textiles, so something definitely went wrong there. Or if your opponent's fine with it, would that make a difference? I think you have to consider that for most players, even asking at that point is awkward. There are some players that would shamelessly do it. Like, I have no doubt. I could see Kiliadi being one. But you want to always minimize that variance. So I think the rule set is it has to be 3 minutes, no exception. If there's a disconnect and a remake or whatever, something we do take into consideration is if a player's like, I'm fine with a remake over a default win, then we take that into consideration. But I've been pretty big in highlighting this before. If you're ever going to get players' opinions on whether they want re or not, you do it separately. because we had a situation at a LAN where a player was making an argument for why he didn't think it should be a remake, and the other player walked in and in front argued his thought process in front of the other player, and then the admins asked the player if he was okay with a remake with the other player there, which like was problematic because like technically one of the players was like physically notably small than the other, and although the big one was not meaning to exude any threatening behavior, the subconscious nature of engagement would have done so. Horseman. Oh, that will, yep, nicely deleted. Okay, this many horsemen, like I said, they hit like they got plastic, but this many will be able to get a kill. He just needs to surround. And you can see actually the Desert Raid's making that complicated. Good God, Kiliadi gets it through. Doesn't mean he's going to lose the Desert Raiders. And B gets a good trade there in a way. Like, yes, a relic is in, but he's got his own relics coming, and also veteran horsemen just designed to shred through the Desert Raiders, and also quick enough to dodge out the Camel Lancers. Love that switch. Notice that he didn't keep running away. Against Camel Lancers, when they charge, they will gap close. They move too fast. So actually, just allowing them to hit you straight away, they do barely any damage. Remember, by base, they do 25% less charge damage, and then build up. Same thing if you've got like Knights versus Lancers. Often it's better to just turn around and take the thing. Crossbow's now arriving. Dervish is already going to again. Okay, so 3-2 split. Really good for the Ibids here. Crossbow. Ooh, fight getting a bit weird. Needs to protect them. It's really the only way you beat Camel Lancers. He's even got the Monk here to heal. This is an interesting comp. The reason B's doing it is he's waiting for the next step. Like, realistically, Kiliadi is meant to start building into archers. That's usually the expectation. But this is just encouraging him to only build lancers. The crossbows are definitely paying the price for it. Getting a little bit weird now because he's not diving to the backside, and some of these are also Desert Raiders. Yeah, if you're ever wondering like what the difference between Desert Raider and Lancer is, the main one is like you can tell shield straight away. If you can't see the lance, the shield. And then also the armoring is kind of different. Like this guy is in feudal, but when he's in castle, they're also different. How is Kiliadi falling behind on villages? I'm so confused right now. It's a 5 villager lead now. It's not Song, guys. So Kiliadi keeps getting distracted. He's missing villager production. Yeah, if you ever wonder, just look at the top here. It tells you which dynasty. He never built the Barbican. No, Imperial officials don't make up for it. They make up 4. Look at the maths. It's 43 villages for Ibids and 48 for China. So he skipped on 5 villages. And also, none of that was textiles. That's crazy. Yeah, this is not a good sign for Kiliadi. Sega sights now in the stare down. What is that? Oh my god, we were so distracted by the lack of a trade post, the tree lines. How did I miss this giant rock? I think this is the thing that took out the Titanic. Jesus Christ. Oh, I'm getting Altai flashbacks right now. Good lord. Nice intercept, so we'll stop the cap on the side. But like early on, this looked really good for Kiliadi, but between the missed economy and the fact that your opponent now has critical mass crossbows, things are bad. Real bad. Another reason why I think B kept going Horseman isn't just the Archer follow-up, it's if Kiliadi stops just spamming Lancers, what happens here? He's playing Risk on the flanks. The rock that contains Vibranium? That's not true. I don't see Malians on this map. No Wakanda. Now that is crazy. Kiliadi's mirroring Horseman now. I actually, like... I kind of like it. Concept makes a lot of sense. You debuff your opponent's Horseman, you win that fight horse on horse, and you counter Lance, you counter crossbows, rather. The problem for Kiliadi is his economy's not the same. His timing's not the same. You're making a switch when your opponent has critical mass into a unit that technically is a subtle counter, not a full counter. Oi, oi, oi. Those Desert Raiders and those Camel Lancers dive headfirst into the crossbows. Did he actually kill them quick enough, though? I don't think so. Helen's looking a little bit better. The Horseman just tanks so much attention. And wow, he hesitates to continue. So he backs away. For good reason. Oh my god, I wondered where they were. The second wave of Horsemen go into the base. They're going to cycle through towards the deer. So the crossbows basically get a stay of execution. He's now going to get idled on the back. I think B knows. He has to. He can see all the dead carcasses. Or rather, lack of a live deer. Nico lead at least shrunk a little bit, courtesy of Kiliadi getting 2 kills. He actually might find more? No, he gets poked away in the end. It's borderline feels like BM to just watch Horsemen winning against Camel Lancers. But you know, pony production speed strong. Why isn't Pico's song? He's losing out on a lot of build production. He technically could have. I think he's just been kind of full focused on the all-in. Oh, but we're hearing riders, guys. Oh, no, that outpost is not safe. Torches out, boys. It's time to roast us some IB villages. This is where it's going to snowball. He pulls off the deer. He has gone onto the east side. The scouts are going to see him move out there, though. At this point, I think Kiliadi's economy is just too weak to get what he needs. When you play mass melee, it's about numerical advantage. You do range when you need to be more space efficient with population. You're just not there. Miles apart. I mean, it's just a great read by B. So to the whole point of why you keep playing Horseman, the pressure is good because your opponent has 2 flanks he has to dart between. And the gap between his base and that deer and those berries is big. Also just gold. Like, you know, your opponent's spamming Camel Lancers, the more he does this, the wider it goes. By doing crossbow and horseman instead of, say, crossbow lancers, crossbow palace guard, any of these things, what it means is that he just taxes in his base safely and gets easy peasy wins like this. Game 2 for B. Starting to feel like it might be a wipe. More weird game. Wonderful game. The word's wonderful. What the hell? Alright, so... trying to think. So we might have to make this our final series. Some real life things to attend to. Especially if this goes like more than one more game. And it's going to be Enlightened Horizon. Okay, but like, interesting matchup. What do you guys think Kiliadi would pull out here to try and make a valiant last stand? It's pretty obvious, right? We're actually going to get treated to a House of Lancaster game. I do think this is a good map for them, by the way. Let's see if it pays off. Alright, let's get into game. F-tier Civ versus S-tier Civ? 1-0, it's happening again. House of Lancaster up against Ottomans, but it's not just anyone on the Ottomans. One of the best Otto players we have in Age of Empires 4. It's B. Okay, I'm excited for this. This man does not pick this Civ without a reason, a logic, a cause. And I'm curious to see what he's going to be cooking with. Enlightened Horizon is going to be the map, and it is the 2 Sacred Site spawn. What the hell? We just had the trade post bug spawn, and now we get a 2 Sacred Site spawn as well. I mean, luckily that shouldn't matter too much. It's not a Delhi, it's not a House of Lancaster. Curious to see what Kilyadi is going to do. My feeling is this is going to be just a normie build into the Manors. I wonder if actually it would be better to play Abbey of Kings here. Matchup-wise, I think the Manors make a lot of sense. But from a map perspective, I quite like Abbey of Kings. Just because you can rush your opponent really quickly. The reason this is going to be pretty interesting as a matchup is, while Yeoman is all the talk of the town right now, Ottomans is like the epitome of perfect counter. Sipahi are phenomenal up against them. And if you ever miss position even slightly with Lancaster, obviously you just immediately activate the juice mode with the attack speed buffer. And we do have military school beginning, so usually the reason B does this, it's not to harass your opponent. The problem is multitude of problems here, actually. Lancaster has short bows to defend against spears, and also the TC is too close. So this military school beginning is about the deer shell. He's going to want to get 2 to 3 spears and get all these resources home. Good news as well, actually, is down the line it doesn't hurt him, because down the line there's probably going to be a Demi-Lancer play from the mana spam. So then you have a few spears to hold that back. I swear, every time I see Lancaster being played on this map, they get 2 stones like this. How's the ban rate of Lancaster so far? Good question. The win rate actually is negative in tournament play from EGC. In this week, actually, maybe we should be going for... I say let's have a look at Midweek Muster 20. So we have a full picture of what happened last week. So, statistics-wise, House of Lancaster had 38 bans. H3 had 46. So H3 and then Lancaster was second most banned. They had a 60% win rate. But looking at the current, looking at 21, if I can actually find it. Currently, statistically, House of Lancaster's 66% win rate with 3 games played, 25 bans. H3 once again above them at 33. And then Roos is at 16 bans, Delhi 18. So yeah, they are still unequivocally banned by the majority of players in these tournaments. Understandably so. I think even if this wasn't too strong, I think this is not fun to play against. And I think, you know, as much as it's obviously about winning and tournaments, etc., being the best, blah, 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 there is also an element you got to enjoy what you're doing. And I think this current version of Lancaster doesn't lead to enjoyment. Why are we banning HRE? Bruh. Have you not seen Black Ride enough? I'm not even gonna start. So, like, my big wake-up call I keep bringing back to people is if House of Lancaster Yeoman are OP because they move really fast, why is HRE Archers not OP? Because they move even faster. People are going to argue because of the tower range, but I'm like, well, yeah, but HRE Archers, you build more of them quicker, and they gap close quicker. So... Okay, so I thought it was going to be about the deer shove. I almost forgot. Yeah, we have the merchant camp. So he uses the spearman to capture both of these, both of them being worth a villager. It's not the same. It is. It really, like, in terms of what it does to the state of the game, it is the same. I'm sorry, I'm not, like, backing down this hill. Yeah, you can argue a yeoman in singular compared to an archer is better. But how the hell is House of Lancaster's economy at the beginning of the game comparable to HRE's? It's not. And the fact that HRE gets banned more than Lancaster still to this day proves that. The HRE is literally a higher priority ban than Lancaster in all tournaments. And this is why I keep going. Like, you can argue Yeoman will feel overtuned, but the moment you nerf the mana economy, I don't think they're going to be the problem they currently are. Well, I'm so averse to nerfing Yeoman. I'm averse to completely killing the unit that like makes the Civ unique. I'd rather we deal with the totally unfun thing, which is manners, and then address the Yeoman afterwards. People like you who cry for everything to be nerfed at once are one of the biggest problems in like balance winning. If you shoot everything down that can make a Civ good, they become the worst Civ in the game, and they're redundant. And thankfully, like, the devs understand this. There's a very good reason why the devs, for a very long time, let the floating gate mounted samurai build exist as it did. It's because they knew the moment they took it away, Japan had nothing. So you always have to think about this when you, like, rebalance. Because, like, technically you can overbuff a Civ and dial it back, but what you don't want to do is overnerf a Civ. If you overbuff a Civ, it gets picked too much, you fix it. If you overnerf a Civ, no one picks anymore. And also, here's the other thing. There are going to be some people that actually probably enjoyed the House of Lancaster experience. If you kill the Civ, you've now removed players from the game. Because less than 5%, I'm going to punt, less than 5% of the game's audience plays more than 2 Civs. Not everyone is a pro-level player. So, speaking of the Yeoman, they are coming, but the ultimate counter is there. Sipahi should be able to wipe these boys, and it's going to be stable production to get them out fast. We also have the wall up, well timed as well by B. You just have to get this wall here, otherwise Yeoman will just keep wrapping around the back tree line. Does reveal him. Okay, so this is tricky with the ranged armor, not something you really want to fight into. Melee armor is also pretty smart to switch to if it was just mass spears. So spear archer versus archer Sipahi. And the thing to keep in mind is B got the Imam point. He's so good at this, man. I legit think someone like B or Louis at this rate is going to get this ban, or rather reworked. This detail is very powerful at high level play, where every unit matters in the early game. This Imam play, while very hard to thread, if you execute it elegantly, it can be oppressive. It's an AoE heal, a targeted heal combined, and at the early point in the game, your opponent can't snipe. But it's ballsy what B has done here. He done this against Yeoman. Yeoman are a unit more capable than most of insta-sniping those Imams. So likely what we're going to see from B is he'll probably look to keep the Imams really far back and maybe bait Kilyadi into overextending. Meanwhile, on the land of Kilyadi, money! We've got level 1 mana tech coming in, so 3 more to be added soon. Yeah, and this is the thing. Like, the problem is manas are too safe, they pay off too quickly. If you had to build them out on the map, he could have counteracted this and you wouldn't just have so many Yeoman already. Yeah, Kilyadi, whoa! So much focused on mana timing, he forgot about his blacksmith. That's a big deal. B actually could take a really good fight here. Can march up. Spears in the formation is going to slow down the retreat for Kilyadi. And he does have the escape route up top at that village. Kilyadi? Wait. Donation? What? Alright, villager out for a stroll is going to get punished. Remember, by the way, behind this, B does have Pro Scout, so he has safety in his base. Yeah. The other thing, right, so like the final nail in the coffin I'll say on the H3 Archer Yeoman argument, eco aside as well, like also keep in mind these cost more than standard Archer. Like that, I don't know. Like, I think I've said, you want to retweak this, rebalance it? Fine. Bring them down to 5.5 tower range. Nerf the manas. I think you solve all the problems, actually. Sink shot needs a rework so that it's more powerful the longer you cast it. Weaker if you just instant fire it. And you're good. But here's the funny thing for you guys. I think simultaneously, H3 archers should not move quicker than standard archers. Their movement, like, I think HRE, only melee infantry should move faster. There you go. You keep the unique identity of marching drills. You don't have to turn it back to a blacksmith tech. And Civ not too oppressive. But yeah, the funny part is the person calling me out saying, I don't know why you're so, like, fixated on not nerfing Yeoman to the ground. At the same time, I'm starting to think if I check his profile, it'll be mainly HRE. Because also every time I bring up HRE, he skirts around it. Is B just going to go next stage? Could you even, like, trebuchet here? Because it's a really short route to your opponent's base. No, I think he's going to keep leaning, because obviously you can start stacking up Vizier points. Gradually you find your way towards Great Bombard. What said China? Oh yeah, does he not? I think he chimes up when I talk about Imperial officials. Although Humoke is much worse for that. Like, I'm usually a bigger fan of buffs over nerfs. I say nerf where appropriate, and I've already highlighted like where appropriate nerfs are needed. Map name's not changed? Oh, thank you, Mahodo. Sorry, it's been a long day. We totally missed that. Mahodo's angling to be my cameraman. So what's Kiliadi's game plan here? He's clearly thinking about Castle Age. Sticking to Mass Yeoman, maybe? B's got like a scary combo with Sapahi, though. And if this trends Castle, Ottomans are very good at rushing into Spring. Make it automatic? It's not possible. I have to manually select a map name and add it to like an overlay piece. It's Cal's new system. It needs a little bit of rework in some areas. It's cool, though. He basically rejigged it so it has like auto draft update. And yes, this map is meant to have 3 sacred sites. Apparently, we've just got multiple bug maps in one series. Did they choose a different... No, it's European Temperate. Okay, and King's College on the way. So, what's the play now for Kiliadi? Well, if he had good gold access, I'd say Hovelars is like secretively quite good here. Or just go Knights. But he doesn't have good gold access. He has 1,000. This map is not protective against greedy defensive players, in my opinion. I actually think that's something really well designed about Enlightened Horizon. If they didn't introduce the 1600 gold vein, I think this map would be trash. But because they did, your core only has 3200 gold, and the second one's not in your base. It's actually really well thought out. It's definitely got some spawn issues that we've seen here, but like overall, I'm quite a big fan of Enlightened Horizon. The only issue is I might say just make it a 2 sacred site by default, because my instincts like Delhi will end up being too good on this map. And yeah, I've said I like the concept of Yeoman. Like I said, I can admit it needs some looks at, like, in terms of tuning. But I want to keep the identity and the ability of the Civ alive, the unit alive. Like, I actually think from a, for example, synchronized shot perspective, more units should be added to the game with this type of ability. Or these, like, impactful abilities. And my defense on it, before anyone's like, I like my macro games and my Sim City and I don't want to lose an army straight away. That's fine. The people that sweatlord that out and do those things will move up the rankings, and you'll be with your fellow SimCity guy. He's getting down with the push though. Yeah, it does have the Demi Lancer timing. B's just trying to buy time for the veterancy. He does not want to fight before then. Kiliadi tech first, so he knows it's coming too fast. You do have a Mango being prepped as well. How long? Quite some time. 1 minute 20. This could be a hard hold. B just... He considered the Janissary point. If he baits his opponent deep enough to wipe the Demi Lancer straight away, it could be worth. I just don't think you want to do it. He's stop fine. Another point in. Okay, yeah. He's going to prep for scale. So more military schools to come behind this. Archer should be good for this fight, though. He's got the ranged armor, guys, which for some reason isn't glowing him. He has got Billman. It's only 10, though. I don't think this stops Sipahi. You can kind of see the hesitation how Kilyadi's trying to approach this. Also, the fact it's a choke point between the trade posts, it makes it hard for the melee to dive in. Gonna bait him in range here. Demi-Lancers have to fully commit. Sync shot is on the way. This could be the money shot that Kilyadi needs. I don't know if it's gonna be quick enough, though. Lancer's on top of him. Demi-Lancers are failing. And the Sipahi are through. If you thought a sync shot was good, wait until you meet Fortitude. Munching him down. Pushes him away. In a matter of seconds, the outcome could have changed in that choke point, but Kilyadi no longer has the mass to flex the synchronized shot. Are you kidding me? Synchronized shot only feels OP if you've got mass. An 18 Yeoman is exactly not that. The balls of steel on B. Because there's always a risk that tech is going to be coming in when you see that many Yeomen. To do so, to fight on the short route in a choke point like that. An absolute masterpiece by B. Absolutely crazy by him. Also, with that many archers, there had to be a temptation to switch attack speed, but to stick to range, just to last longer, to break through with those Sipahi so elegantly. People molding over manners when military schools exist. Military schools take longer to pay off, and also they have a weakness. When you're max pop, military schools are worthless. When you're max popped, manners are still generating resources for the next wave. They are not the same. They are drastically different. Also, military schools have balancing based on age. You can't just build 15 of them. You have to age up. He didn't need to age up to mass manners, but he's going to need to square up real fast with his army. Sync shot coming in. Decent, but I don't think 10 is going to be enough. Bodies a few of the archers, but the Sipahi, the Lancers are in. Practically no spears left to defend with. And now a few knights are going to peel off to go hunting. Not just that, he actually bought the Ronin. They're coming in on the other side. Yeomen are going to dive out of the base for their own protection. But who protects the villagers? Oh my. Oh no, 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 no. Your blade is much tinier than his. He's going to ring a roses. Looks like B is going to back up a little bit. He's learning the hard way just how toxic these manners are. Yeah, reminder, if it wasn't for Lancaster Castle and all these arrow slits, like, this game would already be over. B would have lost maybe 10, 15 less units than he currently has. Don't tell me Lancaster Castle manners isn't the problem. Because Lancaster Castle and the manners, and then I see Yeomen, and then I see Knights, and then I see Hobilars. I've seen it all. And every time, at the heart of it, it only reaches that point because of the mana spam. But B shuts him down before it can truly become an oppressive factor. That was sick. Whew. Crazy game. So, 3-0. Do I go and eat and then come back? There is one more set. Yeah, because we've still got Vortex versus CSO. My feeling, my instincts is that's going to be like a mismatch stylistically. I don't know, CSO's... I don't think CSO's looking as strong at the moment as he did, is what I'll filter, like, unfiltered take say. He did qualify through to EGC, but compared to the CSO of a few months ago, he definitely struggled a bit. Okay, so let me update this. It's going to be B. B versus Lucechon. Why you never eat with us? Something tells me most people would not want to watch me eat. Also, it's usually nice to eat with my fam because I spend most of my day with you guys. Because like Freya's in nursery now as well, so I don't get to see her that much. Then Emma just avoids me. She just goes out all the time. How rude. Keep your family. Yeah, I'm weighing up whether I come back or if I just call the stream. That's what I'm trying to decide right now. So we could put a video up for half an hour or so and then go eat. Or we just call it. Because we've only got one more series when you come back. And it's like, I always feel bad if it's potentially like a wash. Let's do a video. We'll do a video. Alright, guys. Let's see what we've got. I did like that game. The Rax Rush, but not for what you think. Gold Starvation is real? What and all! Oh, yeah. That was a sick game. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, let's go for that. That game was kind of epic. Another Lancaster game. Lancaster versus the Bassids, Voldemar versus Kiliadi? Or would you guys prefer... What's the other one we got? Or we can do Lucifron versus Louis. One and all, there's... I got a feeling you guys want Lucifron versus Louis. So let me change the title. Up next is going to be Vortex versus CSO. Yeah, so guys, I'm going to play a video right now while I go and eat. And when I return, we'll be rounding out the stream with Vortex up against CSO. So stay tuned. Definitely don't want to miss it. And enjoy what honestly was, I think, one of the highlight games of the week. It was a really, really good one. So finally hope for Louis MT because Lucifron has picked the Monka. He's going to fast Imperial Age, isn't he? Yep. And every time you age up in response, you lose villages. Yep. And that means he's going to be seriously economically ahead. Yep. Bring it on. Okay, Louis MT chooses Knights Templar to make his last stand. Map is going to be Dry Arabia, the purest of pure. Otherwise, all you're going to hear is... I'm not really sure what you do against fast Imperial Mongols here. I guess you have to send it if that's what Lucifron's going to do. We saw a fast imp build by Krakedy actually up against House Lancaster that was even able to break them. And I think most people would agree right now, like if you're faced with either Lancaster or Knights Templar, you're a lot more worried about Lancaster. But opening is going to be the norm. It is going to be the Spear Rush. So Lucifron... Oh, this makes sense, actually. This makes a lot of sense. Because usually, Knights Templar, I want to say like 60% of the time right now, doing 2TC. So even if you whiff on the gold, you can hit the stone. And that is a juicy blocker. You might even lean to the tree line, because... Yeah, if he gets here, that's disgusting. I'd be surprised if he could get here and set up an outpost, but if you block stone and wood... I mean, that's the lifeline of Knights Templar. The best resource in the game is wood. You think this matchup benefits KT? Elaborate. So, my thoughts is there's just some areas that you're just going to look really bad in. So one is this. I don't know if Kingdom of France beats Mongols. I feel like no, because Keshiks. Keswick should be able to beat Chevalier Concher. You have higher damage, and you heal. And you have less health of the scale, but otherwise, like, you're fine. Because I think it's, what, 160 versus 145? So, like, there's slightly more health for Chevalier, but they don't heal. Hospitalier, probably not against Keshiks. I think maybe Principality of Antioch might secretly be, like, a really, really effective option against Mongols. because the armor of the Principality of Antioch on the Axemen lets them offset 30%, 33% of the damage from Keshiks. Looks like he's going to get his outpost up on the gold and the tree. So a little bit annoying for Louis, but not the end of the world. I wonder if Lucifron will try to turn this into a delayed 2 outpost. It always feels uncomfortable to go double outpost in Dark Age because you split the spears in a really unreasonable way. Because if you have like only 2 spears garrisoned here, then Louis can pull all the villages and burn this down. But this is kind of crazy, actually. When you think about this matchup, the initial impact. Yes, you know, Lucifron's going to stay in the Dark Age longer, but Louis is already behind by bare minimum 2 villages in most cases. Like, you remember, it's normally meant to be free, but Mongols move their TC at the start. Love this. Just sends a spin around the back, makes sure his opponent isn't going onto stone. And Louis MT with the correct reaction to archery range, but that's kind of sick. Silver Tree. We don't really see this landmark as much anymore. Kind of fell off in a big way. I think the problem is Silver Tree scaled really way too slowly. Especially against Pro Scouts. But Pro Scouts is heavily weakened now. And if your opponent is thinking 2TC, this is perfect. The spawn, not so much. Yeah, like there's 3 types of Dry Arabia. There is one spawn type with the tray post, which you never do Silver Tree on, which is behind your TC. There's a second one, which is slightly staggered like this, which is hard. It feels like you have to go diagonal to make it worthwhile. And then obviously there's a jackpot where it's in the corner. Wasn't Tower Rush accomplished when you're not gathering gold? So if he didn't want to do 2TC, it hurts him on the night scaling. But like this is the problem with Lucifron's play and why I thought he'd outpost here instead. Because the gold is just accessible. Lucy knew this as well. He even checked around the back on the stone. So unfortunate. So I don't think there's anything you can do in a rush here. Because Lucifron went for Silver Tree, he's going to be focused on scaling some economy. That also leaves him vulnerable. Your opponent's got archers. Archers are actually one of the best units to kill traders. And the second best has to be cavalry, which he's going to have a lot of. Double stable Chevalier. Don't know if you like this spawn for trade. This is the thing I was talking about. Like, usually when I see Dry Arabia, and this is why I've called Mongols a coin flip, see on this map. If you don't get corner trade options, usually your strategy becomes way too predictable. But what a monster. Are you... Okay, that's how you make trade worth it again. You've got to be kidding me. He's trading cross-map to Louis MT's trade post. This greedy son of a gun. I mean, you've got to somewhat respect it. It's so dangerous, but I think the danger here really comes in the fact that if you now aggro up here to block Pilgrims, then Louis is going to switch Pilgrims here. And that means that he'll see the traders because of the Pilgrimage. Yeah, I don't think the player's going to stay hidden for long. Calming while being a little bit of a nuisance instead Pilgrim. But Louis doing a good job of just bodyguarding all the way to the secret side. Maximum gold income as well. Yeah, Lucifron is showing a lot of respect. So this is what I was talking about with the stats. You see that? So it's 15 on the sword, 23 on the lance, 145 health. But you also have more armor. This is why, like, Chevalier definitely do not need Keshiks. Because although you have an extra 15 HP, you have 1 less melee armor, and your damage is... what? It's... before we even talk about the healing factor. I don't know. And this is reasonable, by the way. Like, Chevalier, they cost less. So you only pay 166 compared to 200. So you should be weaker than a Keshik. But when you consider the stone scaling of the Mongols as well in the other game, it should keep them ahead compared to Chevalier. If, however, you decide to be lazy and you don't block the trade, or rather the Pilgrims for Knights Templar, there is a big growing risk here. Because the longer that you don't fight, the more it balances towards Louis in terms of his survivability. Because every Chevalier... Sofa with a lance? Yo, a sofa with a lance sounds really dangerous. You sit on the ground. Oh, you meant those types of things. Damn, nice strike though. Double kill. Okay, so the Pilgrims... He's switched it up now. The Khan... Oh, you've got to be kidding. No. Dude, Bruh. Bruh. I think he saw it. I think he saw it. Yeah, but it's going to be too late. This is so doing. He gets another one through. Meanwhile, Lucifer's traders just feel like traitors. They haven't really been able to achieve anything. And Louis, it's almost like he's got a stopwatch going. He's roughly gauging exactly when the next units will be coming out based on Silvertree's production speed. And then you add in like, what, 5 to 10 seconds for walk pattern? Clever boy. Chevalier sounds like Chevrolet. I mean, it's kind of funny because I think a Chevrolet is probably worth about the same. Whoa! Guys, chill. They've come down here. I used to play Midnight Club. I used to like my Chevys. Long time ago. There goes my opportunity to ever get a Chevrolet sponsor. Okay, like, full disclosure. Yeah, I'm just going to say it now because it's never going to happen. I mean, why would they sponsor Age of Empires? Dream car sponsor? Reasonable. Like, not like going McLaren to Ferrari like most people. Honestly, I always had a soft spot for Skylines. I'm not even that much of a car guy. So looks like the outpost is going to go down, so re-securing the gold. That's really important because Lucifer's getting to the point where he wants to raid. And that means now, like, you could pull back the safe gold. Actually, it doesn't even need to. He went double outpost on the back. Yeah, I've seen this type of style of Knights Templar from Louis before. He does the same thing against House of Lancaster, and he actually plays really, really well. It's just kind of a poor man's French. So what's Lucifer's out now? Is he starting to wish he'd just gone for the Fast Imperial build? I mean, I really thought that was going to be his idea here. Because I don't think you can actually scale pilgrimages quick enough to mirror or match the potency of that play. You'd have to go 2TC. But 2TC is like vulnerable against an opening handful of Magadai. And now the Wolves. Ah, yes. I forgot for a moment here, because of how quick the game's been so far in this series, that we are watching a tournament series featuring one of the most prolific wallers that Age of Empires 4 has. Yeah, Louis. He's just one of those players that finds a way. I always say the Wallathon series is when you have Wham and Louis playing. Those guys, they just find a way to get them up. Wall MT? No. You see, you got it's much easier than that. You just don't realize it. It's Walui. That's his Nintendo avatar. This is Walui. Or you can even just put an Italian accent on it. It kind of sounds like you're saying Waluigi. Go Waluindi. Waluindi. What was the matchup for Game 2? Game 2 was French versus Chinese. Yeah, so Lucifer is not really building that many traders because he can't, guys. He's blocked out pretty hard now. He just spawned a trader, and he doesn't have anywhere to trade with because the walls are going up. So now his only option is to deploy the silver tree down like here and diagonal trade to his own. He's in a really bad spot. And this is why I've vocalized a lot about Silvertree before, is that Silvertree actually sucks. It sounds really good on paper, but when you realize what it does to your game strategy, you don't like it. Mongols need to have options. I think Silvertree makes you way too linear. You're investing into greed instead of aggression, and then you're the one who has to protect. And if there's something that Mongols are inherently bad at doing, it's defending. If you have trade out on the map, you have to defend. Give me a raid for attempt. UMT doesn't have enough time to get walls up. The Chevalier actually went around because the Spearman Master is so big. So Louis, he's going to have to give a little bit of a breather here. So that's some bounty into the strong. That's good. I think Louis is just going to try to avoid the fight until he's got to just march. Probably wasn't expecting 25 Spearmen to turn up like this. Yeah, this is actually kind of... Louis' woodline also feels immensely threatened. That's a gap in production, which he can't really afford right now. No, I think he's starting to realize that Louis, if he just stands around like this, he's going to start to lose the game. So he tries to start marching across the map, maybe even intercept reinforcements or go for economy. Because the other thing is, Lucifron doesn't have... He actually doesn't have wheelbarrow. His villagers are absurdly slow. Good lad, though. He did at least get textiles, so respecting the night raids. This is crazy. Like, how has Lucifron pulled this one out? This guy is not human. Just as we thought there was going to be a new L taking to the podiums, I think Lucifron has something to say about it here. It's crazy as well because considering the similarities between Lucifron and Vortex, their playstyles, the way they practice together, Louis doesn't have an easy bracket. If he wins this series, it's going to be Vortex afterwards. Either way, if he manages to beat Lucifron, it's going to be a crazy matchup. If we get Vortex versus Lucifron, that's statistically the most likely to go all the way. It might be the quickest best of 5 you ever see. Flash coming in. Catching's benefit the more that there's no charges involved, because then it's lower base damage and more strikes. Archers are just trying to clear the way, but the Spearman Blob's so big. Choke point defense is smart by Louis MT. Usually works when you've got enough archers, but 12 is nowhere near enough here. Louis. Dubious to say that he's going to be able to hold on here. Chevalier Confrere. Now fully accessed. He goes to the backstab. He pulls them out of the TC. He was waiting for him to overextend. The archers coming from behind. The mischievous Louis MT and his garrison shenanigans. Spear stand their ground, but the Chevalier Confrere try to carry it on through. This is going to be a hold. Villager lead. Slightly built for Lucifron. Nothing too crazy so far. It did cost him a lot of troopers, but a lot of Chevalier melted as well. That was insane. Louis, I wondered when he was going to spring it. He had the villagers not in the TC. They ran away. This was fully garrisoned with archers because he needed Lucifron to create the space so that he could attack him safely. And Lucifron, of course, so thirsty, bloodthirsty for kills, was never going to do anything but dive here. Looks like he's going to get cleaned up now. A few more villagers do go down. Gets the shivs out. Not going to be enough to save in time, though. So another worker kill. Lucifron almost 10 ahead. None of it traders. We've got Silver Tree at 60 minutes of the game and 0 traders. But this is shaky ground now for Louis MT. He's not got much food safe anymore. He burnt pretty much all the Chevalier Confrere. So for Louis to be in control of this game, the next goal now is to flank. Your opponent has either gone pastures or he's playing onto deer and boar. You can actually see if he's playing on deer because you can just look through the stealth and see dead deer or a lack of deer. So for Louis, his number one prerogative now is to make Lucifron pay for losing the entire arc. Goodness knows he needs to with this type of villager lead. No steeled arrow, by the way. Technically, Chevalier could do some damage here. They're going to dive in just for the worker kill. Lead though, too many spearmen. And Louis, the issue here is he has got archers, but so long to arrive. What a way it would be to start a comeback though. Like Louis MT with that type of defense, that might be the defense of this week. I think that is the single best defensive hold we've seen out of a player so far this week. I mean, you may be some more flashy ones, but the imperative nature of that moment. True turning point at Louis. Where does he get the food for this? This is the crazy thing about Knights Templar. It kind of creeps up on you. That extra sliver of wood in there actually does matter a lot, but he's definitely been rushing on the food sources. Was Prime Lucy better than Prime Vortex? I think so, slightly. But both were worse than a Prime used on this channel. Lucy going 2TC, it feels like... I think that dive, he was way too focused and lost focus on the macro bit. But he's going to readjust now with mass patches. Meanwhile, oh, Louis, oh god, no. Come on. This is rough. He doesn't have safety in food. We have 0 farms here. I think Louis' problem right now is he's being forced back to defend way too much. He needs to aggro and keep aggroing. With this many Chevalier especially. He's going to try to stab at it again, but Lucifron has been doing a good job of dodging death when necessary. Charging again. There is no steeled arrow, but the spearmen are too close. He's going to leak over towards the deer again, but just a handful of spears, man. This is the thing about Chevalier Confrere. They melt against spears. You know when you're like, knight beats spearman? It's never really that way with Chevalier. I think mathematically you can beat one spearman, one Chevalier, but you limp away barely alive. Look, he still hasn't come back out here. He keeps trying, but his Keshik just keeps seeping in. Yeah, honestly, if any more villagers die near here, the deer are going to get a taste of villagers. Hey, that's a dangerous Age of Empires world. You know, when you're like, we're hunting deer, and you look down your scope, there's a deer behind you with a sniper scope looking at you. Rams now. He can't afford these dives on the outpost, he knows it. However, he might not be overextended. He's fighting Chevalier. He's sporting the archers. I think his goal here is to lose archers for spears completely, and then Chevalier swarm. Yeah, you see, I love that. He's baiting the brace. That's intentional to stop him getting hit in melee. And there we go. He's going to charge in now. Movement speed arrow gets activated by Lucifron, but it just doesn't matter because Louis wanted the fight. Archer Micro seems to be on point. Actually made it simpler because Lucifron put all the spears on the north side. Louis MT is just getting a-click target down. Should count is looking strong though. 19 to 22. If Lucifron can get away with most of them, he can come back again later with a heal, but no. Louis MT pummels him on the exit. Lucifron once again with the overburdening onto wood. Yeah, this guy has some big macro issues right now. And it's not his fault. Like, he's stuck like this. If he runs out in the flanks, he's paranoid about knights. That's why he keeps doing this. It's giving more and more opportunities to Louis. Enough archers left over to spook the spears. One very brave villager in a way. But this should be the dive in for the outpost, I think. It's got to be considering it. The longer you stand here, the worse it gets, because this archer count is getting defeated by the outpost. Our pilgrims continue. Lumity just getting more gold injection. I wonder, does he have a marketplace? Because I wouldn't be surprised if he's trading. No marketplace. He's just balancing this out with food and wood. You can see how things are starting to kind of swing a little here because of the fact Lucifron's defending. Mongols, just, as we highlighted earlier, it's not their prerogative as a civilization. And this feels like their prerogative for most gamers right now. Dying Mongols. That was so close. I think if there was not textiles, Louis MT would have done that dive. Reactions out of Lucy. Work difference. 10. Louis just knows he needs something. I mean, do you think about going to Castle Age here is my thought process. You could upgrade the Chevalier. Fun fact about Chevalier, they're a fast upgrade unit. They only take 30 seconds, not the full 1 minute. Veteran Seaver Archers would take substantially longer, but I think he might just play full feudal to start. That's awkward though, because Lucifron has got the pasture switch in one location, so everything is here. If you can beat him in this fight, sure, game is over. The defender's advantage is real. What did Lucy do about traders? Ignored them. It was a bait. I'm pretty sure that's what Lucifron fans will say. Chevalier charging in here though. Archers. This is awkward. Lucifron, the way he has to fight here. Movement speed arrow gets activated, but love that body black from Louis. Just stops the Keshik from reaching. He's keeping his distance so perfectly here. We're going to have the same situation again. If we see a peel to the east side and spears stay there, Louis could do what he done last time. He's just sacking those archers. This is smart. He's fighting towards the choke point, so melee can't concave. Okay, these fights are just getting better and better for Louis now. He also just got a huge influx of food again. Yeah, the boar. So this is kind of do or die time for Louis MT. If he waits much longer, he's going to be out of resources. He has got a handful of farms up, but only 15. Whereas your opponent's got like 10 pastures. And this is smart. He takes the age. Genoa it is. Okay, so you could go Janui's crossbowman against the spears, but this is more just about the extra gold influx. Yeah, like I don't think the unique units matter much. You could argue armored spearmen, but it's just more important to get more gold. We need to be careful not to overextend. Lucifron. We've seen him move towards these choke points and get punished before. Can that force him back? Louis. Yeah, so I wonder if Lucy's suspicious at all, because usually Lucifron's suspicious rather, because Louis is usually a bit more aggressive on the retreat. Ah, okay, that might offset suspicions. Yeah, that little raid on the backside gives him space. So tech up complete. Lucifron now an ace behind. And the Chevalier are going to be upgrading 25. This is go time. I don't think you wait for Vet Archers, because if you wait for Vet Archers, your opponent will get Vet Keshiks. And a Kurultai defense here is big. It's a melee blob, but like it's the way you survive. Time to tell us what you're made of here. Chevalier upgrade in 5 seconds. Doesn't know the landmark is being built right now. More villagers about to be pulled away. Alarm bell should be ringing. We do have Seek Shelter. That's a lot of AFK time actually for Lucifron. The villagers lost here, but the Kurultai complete. Okay, so Lucifron not dead yet. Louis knows he needs to go. The silver hats are in. Death to sheep. We don't see any of them in our crusades. Okay, if he can brute force him off the Kurultai. Easier said than done, though. Veterancy for Keshiks just a few seconds away. Louis, he is switching to Genoese crossbowman. Slow, very slow unit. But wait, Lucifron, he brings the villagers back! Chevalier starting to leak over onto them. Shivs are going to be out. They have got the Kurultai buff with the heal as well. He brings everything for the defense. And it looks like it's going to work. Louis MT, he still doesn't have the veterancy for archers. He's going to get wiped underneath the Mongol town center. He holds. Lucifron. What a sick maneuver there. The villager losses stack up, but it was that or lose the game instantly. He could still lose it 5 or 10 minutes from now, but Lucifron, at least for now, gets a huge stay of execution. But you can just see how high the cost is. A 13 villager lead now for Louis MT. And Woodmass allowing... That's rock strap. Okay. So spears it is. Louis MT still has a decent number of Chevalier, of course. And they are still circling around the Mongol base, but Lucifron knows after a hit like that, it is go time. Step Lancer upgrade? No, he didn't get it. Like, you don't have the resources at that point. You don't have the time. He was able to get the veteran scene, and that was it. Genoese crossbowman behind the wood line now. Behind the wall, rather. And yeah, this is the full melee comp, so if he can get the repairs... No, that doesn't... No, that's not going to work. That's too late. Uh-oh. Villagers have to run away. Nice. He does get in the garrison quickly. Minimizes any losses. Chevalier is still diving the base, by the way. Oh my god. It doesn't... Like, this attack doesn't matter. If he can't end the game now, he's dead. Genoese crossbows start stepping away. Once again, the Kurultai gets griefed out of a fight. The Chevalier are still murdering him. The Onion Knights just seem to be unstoppable here. Oh my god. There's a park spot here for the Kurultai, but like there's barely any army left for it. And here come the spears. This has to be the wave of the white flag moment. Again, spears, what do you really have here? Chevalier have at least been pushed away, but Damage. Irreparable damage, it feels like, done. Alright, this is a game of the week. From the hold to the turn to the fold, Louis MT makes an insane comeback. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I told you guys, insane game, really cool game. Yeah, that one, one of the best Knights Templar holds I've seen for sure. But back to some of the best. It's time for Vortex versus CSO. Probably final series of the day. I don't think we're going to have semis today. So we probably are going to be looking at another uber stacked Thursday with double semis into grands. Yeah, we keep busy. Let's get this bad boy started up. Look at the draft. Did he really just get both KT and Lancaster? Huh? Huh? How? Why? What? Bruh. Okay. Apparently that happened. So, opening map Pigeon's View. Probably Byzantines to Vortex. I imagine CSO's thinking Rus. Makes a lot of sense here. Oh, and I didn't say that from Emrys earlier. Players using Ottomans more often now? Majority no, but B's always been this way. Even before the switchover where we were like seeing pro scouts, get nerfed. Even before that, he was a very big fan of it. So, in some ways, not too surprising. But, yeah, let's get ready for it. So, game number 1, it is going to be Rus Byzantines. Damn! I feel like an oracle. It just makes sense. Ibids would have been the alternative. Delhi, I think you just save for some like Dry River. It's just a lot more valuable there, in my opinion. More sacred sites for a start. Let's have a look. So, let me mark in Byzantines. We'll mark in Rus. And we'll hop in to G1. Thank you, Charter. Who is now a chatter. Hey, see what I've done there. Yeah, appreciate you, mate. Appreciate everyone who's been tuning in and enjoying these. Reminder, we've still got many weeks of these coming, and if support continues to grow, I have no doubt we can very easily justify renewing them with Microsoft for next year, or maybe even going for something bigger. Yeah, appreciate everyone who's been making this happen. YouTube, Twitch. Should we start streaming to Kick? I did try streaming on Twitter. I don't know how people make Twitter work. It just feels like no one cares. I guess you just have to have a very big attention pull already there. Yeah. Shout out everyone. Okay, so quarterfinals time. One and all, welcome back to the channel. It is an interesting one, actually. Vortex versus CSO. Yeah, so this is the original product versus what I quite often call the discount product. Like, honestly, we see actually quite a lot of Vortex in CSO historically, especially when he plays civs like the Rus, because he's all in. Curious to see if he's going to play that way here. I gotta say, CSO in the last few weeks hasn't looked as confident with the aggressive plays. I want to say he's dialed it back to be a bit more defensive, which does make sense for the current meta, but also could leave him a disadvantage against a player like Vortex. Speaking of which, Vortex, very big fan of the 2 onto stone opener. This gives him a very fluid timing into max level 5 system at the sacrifice of slightly early mercenaries. But honestly, doesn't feel like it hurts him at all. And CSO, the Rus pick just makes a lot of sense here. Draft-wise, you can have a look at the full draft there. Hi. And overall, kind of shocked that Vortex got his hands on both Knights Templar and the House of Lancaster. Rus definitely makes a lot of sense. Like, I think for CSO to prioritize that is just so damn good. And he did get the Delhi, so like I actually have a fair amount of confidence for CSO to be capable, from a drafting POV at least, of taking some games. How are we looking sheep-wise? 13-6? Okay, but who cares? What the Yeah, why would you ever care about sheep? What is that spawn? Double backberry. Oh my lord. That's crazy. And he sees it, right? No, he doesn't know. Oh, the timing actually might work against him. I mean, it's very rare you place a Grand Winery out of range of the TC, but this could have been the game. If he's feeling greedy, he could cancel move. I just don't think he's going to. But it's still good. Like, the systems are going to actually trickle across onto the berries, so you save a little bit of stone if you don't have to build it out here now. You can instead focus on extending down, say, to here. or maybe even to the north side. There's another 6 berries over. Final haul, it is going to be 14 sheep to 7. So he got a little bit more. This is important to kind of edge you through. You don't want to run out of sheep before the Grand Winery is complete. The Byzantine Dream? You know that dreams can very easily become nightmares, right? And that's the problem with placing a Grand Winery out here. You think it's good, but I'm sure H3 players are nodding along to this. Have you ever built an Archon out of range of your town center? It feels good for about 10 seconds upon completion, and then you cry. Because if you place an eco landmark outside of your base, your opponent's going to harass you off of it. It becomes worthless. For CSO, we do have Gongate on the way. Pretty much what we would have expected here. I wonder if we're going to see some reworks of landmarks with the DLC later this year. I've been thinking about this. Things like Kremlin for Roost probably needs a rethink. I think Hippodrome probably needs a slight alteration right now. I think Hippodrome would be interesting if it gave you access to like an additional merc contract option. Not that you could have 2 at once, but like, for example, a track that had Sipahi, Knights, maybe something. What's Bruce going to do? What, the deer in castle? Oh, they totally wouldn't just completely ignore the game until castle age, right? That's exactly what they do. Fairness, Vortex is going to accelerate pretty quickly here. Not just in terms of raw eco, but also the production speed on getting Limitane out to block deer gathering. And if I'm not mistaken, is he going to go for the deer shove? If he gets free Limitane out here, he might be able to get the deer shove before CSO realizes. Yeah, and he's scouted. He sees what CSO is doing. Wait, is that triple hunting cabin? Oh no, he's just very delayed on the second. I mean, it's tempting. You always have to just linger out here, guys. It's usually worth the slightly longer walk because the straggler trees actually add quite a lot into the gathering rate of the cabins. Hippodrome is slightly underrated. Sorry, that wasn't me singing. That was me being unconvinced. So, interesting thought. And you were talking to someone who thought Hippodrome was actually like at risk of being OP when it came out. But the problem with Hippodrome is the theoretical OPness of it, and I need to stop saying that word because it comes out wrong, of it in the hyper late game is eclipsed by its irrelevance in the early game. Hippodrome is a nuclear deterrent. It is not a nuke to be launched. Until you're in the late game where you can just murder 40 units every 30 seconds and keep restocking it, it kind of feels worthless in the mid game entirely. So games where Hippodrome actually works out are usually ones where you just basically threaten to use it and your opponent is strategically aware enough of its value that they don't press you on it. Does that make sense? So it's, to me, I think Hippodrome just like doesn't really fit currently. It's one of those classic examples like, if I could have 20 mangoes, I'd be broken. Yeah, but you have to get 20 mangoes. Like, who the hell is going to let you do that? You know when someone moans that Ottomans are OP because they let them build 20 Great Bombards? You're like, why did you let him do that? And it's kind of similar with Hippodrome and Triumph for the late game. You give so much up in the first 3 ages to do it. Tower Offense Hippodrome? No, it's Magadai. Face correct, it's Magadai. Magadai statistically are the biggest winners. Actually, that's not true. There is a bigger winner. Could you guys guess what the biggest winner from Hippodrome is? Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Send out the scouts. Yeah, so scouts are actually the biggest benefactor because they increase their damage by 500%, up to 500%. It's a 400% increase to your DPS, the scout. 5 damage scouts, could you imagine? Get 50 of those bad boys in raided tree line. And they move fast. So CSO, he's guarding for the retrieval of the deer. Vortex is being very aggressive here, by the way. Kind of crazy. CSO is pretty blind. Because obviously he now has to wait for the scouts to come home. So like, there's actually a very big risk to what he's doing here. I'm surprised he hung in the tree line that long. Does back out. Both of them seem to have a similar idea in mind here. They're both holding reserves. Steel Arrow is definitely worth it for Vortex, but I think his ideal goal here is Castle Age. He just wants to try and make CSO work overtime to get the food. Okay, do you want to know what would be Giga Broken for Hippodrome if they added it to the trade posts? Akinji. Whew. Who wants +4 damage when you can get +8? And don't get me started on when they finally add mounted chicken into the game. Can you imagine? Oh my god. That would truly be the most broken thing. I mean, that would be +12 damage. Okay, so calming moment here, but no surprise. But not calm for long. Once again, no surprise, because we're watching a Vortex game. He could think about going Castle Age, but why would you let your opponent get his good units? Kara Siphon time. So what, you front with the Javelins and poke, and then build the Limitane? Or do you use the Javelins to build while the Limitane burn? Okay, that should give us our answer. Vortex. He did get it, right? I'm not imagining. Yeah, he has got Kara Siphon available if he wants it. Instead, he goes to the trade out. Horsemen are lingering around the back. Intercepting is really difficult in high view unless you have the scout. He has got one with them. And that did not feel worthwhile for CSO. It loses the building and 4 archers for 2 Limitane. Yeah, that's a great interception though. He's trying to threaten critical mass here. Limitane are on the way to defend, but all but 1 javelin dead. Ui, ui, ui. Now the Kira Siphon time is coming in. So yeah, he targets towards the tree line. This is big, guys. So what do you think is your biggest weakness when you defend as Rus against Byzantines? Like, shout out on the chat right now. What do you think is the biggest contradiction to your defense? What's the thing that hurts you the most? One thing that you could choose. One thing that you could build. It's Wooden Fortress. I have seen way too many Rus players die over Wooden Fortress. Because you should be able to repair. But the Kira Siphon can kill villagers repairing easily. The CSO, if he falls back on this Wooden Fortress to try and hold, things are going to get grim fast. So look at this Horseman Bob. The problem is there's just so many Limitane. Here we go. Kira Siphon on the Wooden Fortress. I think CSO knows as well. The reason, guys, is when you try to repair, the flames kind of linger on the backside. They can essentially kill your villagers straight away. Well, I say straight away. They will kill you in 5 seconds. No, 2.5. It's weird. You have the burst attacks, but it's like at least 3 seconds to kill. It's very fast. That comes in now. Also trying to wrap around the bat. The Javelins are pretty much going to stand their ground and go for the trade. The Limitane perfectly timed their Vortex. Even the scout to intercept the east side attack. That was sick. CSO didn't realize until it was too late. Now the Javelins mopped up practically all archers. Wooden Fortress down. New wave arrives. And it feels like CSO is going to be waving bye-bye to Highview. Damn. 10 Limitane left over. I mean, there's no munching against this. I wonder if CSO would have been better off with a few knights laid in. I get why he went Mass Horseman. It's all about having flexibility of angles. But Vortex played that elegantly. No gaps in defense. Even the scout. That scout came in clutch. 5 horsemen hitting that Jav comp earlier. All of a sudden, you're 7, 8 javelins worth. And he can't afford to be 7 or 8 javelins worth. At this point, CSO's also just stuck. If he goes for a tech up now, he'll get dove. Vortex just has the choice. He can either tech or continue his signature aggro. We do have horsemen now riding across, so yeah, he front over the scout. That's unfortunate for CSO. It reveals the intent. New Limitane are in the way, and he's riding blind with the horseman. Yeah, he doesn't see his target at all. He glimpses the wrong way. That's disastrous. How can you defend against this aggression? So, probably less... I think, honestly, less horsemen than actually just spears. Spears are surprisingly good against this type of strategy from Byzantines. It's just damage absorbers. You mess with the fight a lot. Ugh, speeder damage. Vortex? Just carry on gathering, boys. Just carry on. It actually works out. So this is one villager. Army difference is huge here, though. Second Curacao for now is going to make problems for CSO. He's just going to keep chasing the tree line. I wonder, is CSO going to take the bait and use villages to defend this? Maybe just move further back. I mean, that's what he's done with the lumber camp. At this stage, just cancel arrow slits. It's not worth it. I mean, he's got nothing else to spend stone on, I guess, so to hell with it. Just feels so wasteful. If he goes for the repair, he'll die to the burn. I've seen this too often. And oh my god, yeah, look, straight away, he loses two. You saw the health bars, right? This is what I mean. Flamethrower rams have this weird overlap point where the damage intended for the buildings hits the villages. It is brutal. You'd think it's because they're still attacking after a building dies, but I've seen it do it to a repair squad as well. Rams offer up no mercy. What does Vortex? He's over macroed on gold, just needs to fix that, and then we're going to be looking at castle. And then it should just be a pretty casual 1-0 lead for Vortex. I think CSO is just kind of stuck at this stage. He'll try and raid his way to victory. It's honestly his best option. But now you're sacrificing infrastructure. And Limitane. Ooh. He does actually move out with the archers as well. So everything out of the base means Vortex can just start diving in for kills. He's got the javelins here. Oh no, he's actually thinking of sending it back. Good reason. Golden Horn Tower is on the way. New wave of horsemen is building up to try and deal with this. But here we get stable, able to get away. Gold villages are going to have to be pulled off here. Feel as if CSO not diving here is probably his one shot gone. Villagers are now going to pull back. So I get what CSO is going for. It's actually, it makes sense, but credit to him. Vortex obviously has still the army coming in from the north. So instead of running villagers back into danger, he just rallies them to the main group. We do have a sandwich maneuver here, though. Villagers from Vortex. Where the hell are they going? What? That is wild. Sends them practically into the enemy's base for the berries. Means he can't really... Wait, just stick them in the Curasiphon, actually. That would have been sick. We'll just keep running them, though. I guess the risk of the Curasiphon is you just get surrounded by the horsemen. So Vortex does take some heavy damage there. Losing, 3-4 villages. Tech out complete. Like, TikTok goes the clock. Veterancy about to kick in for the jabs already. And Limitane not going to be far behind. CSO, however, is miles behind on an age up. I feel bad for him, man. Like, the idea of raiding your opponent's death and mass horsemen, pretty solid. Makes sense. The Vortex has just had his number time and time again, minimizing the losses. And doing so in a really efficient way. I think actually what Vortex present to people is just how frustrating these stealth forests can be if you do not bring a scout with the army. It changed everything about the dynamic. Early on, he had a scout, made it easy to chase and force a weird trade out for Vortex. But the last 2 times, always been riding blind into those woodlands. Limitane upgrade just kicked in. Limitane count good enough as well. At this point, you don't really need many to melt the horsemen. We have got a backstab though. Hello. Oh, had a backstab. And a small retinue of Limitane. It's getting surrounded. Is it time to call Vortex the dog? Because CSO is looking a little bit like a sheep. Sheep that's about to be sent to the slaughter here. High trade house. He has to go ultra greed. This is usually where Roos looks broken on high view. This. Usually you get like 240, 250 gold per minute. Vortex, I think it's just ready to keep diving the base. Economy-wise, you haven't got food here anymore. He's moving to the berries in the corner. That means nothing's safe. And yeah, Vortex already has the defense strat. It's just a handful of Limitane to deal with horsemen. And we are back into Kira Siphon mode. Never doubt the Kira Siphons. But here you go, guys. 87 trees. Which is going to be like 130. Okay, 106. Yeah, I think it's 130 when you get tier 3, or like 125. So 106, so he's getting 212 or 213 gold per minute. In a balanced and even game, that genuinely could be the difference maker. There's nothing balanced or fair about this. Level 5 system a 25% buff, that's an extra, what, 12 villages? 12.5 villages? And militarily, you are completely down. These rams are OP. These rams are very efficient, I think is the fair point to make. Kira Siphons, building one Kira Siphon feels better than building 2 rams. Building 4 rams feels better than building 3 Kira Siphons. The thing that really makes Kira Siphons nice is the lack of cloudiness. They clamber over each other like rams do. And also, you're less exposed. Like, yes, you are more squishy, but because you're so far away from the target, it de-risks a ram play. Even against TCs. Like, normally against a TC, you can just get clowned. Your opponent can hop out, throw a torch, hop back in. Against Kira Siphons, you have to hop out, walk 2 steps, throw a torch, walk back. You're gonna lose 2 villages, dude. So, I can't, you know, like, I'm not a pro in AoE4, but I'm pretty sure usually you want to build a base. He tried, but he won't have time. It's going to be mass men at arms, but it's too much damage. GG gets called. Game number 1, the Spaniard. Oh, wait, did I miss a wall lol? I don't know. Okay, so that's... No. He didn't wall lol the villagers. So, like, I gotta stop doing this. At the moment, I keep taking my headset off, and I don't know why. I really don't know why. I recently just, like, I'll be in games, I'll just do this. It's very weird. Yeah, G1 win for Vortex. Easy peasy. You say that there's been a patch? Well, as long as I don't reload the game, we should be safe. Oh, you wallowed a pony. Who cares? It's a pony. Bro, why are you taking my glasses off? I just ripped my face off. What the hell? Okay, so let's see. Wait, did I have this? Yeah, everything's good. Let's get rid of... Oh, wait, no, I need to change the map, don't I? So, left side win. And upcoming, we are into good old Dry Arabia. I think CSO may have been playing a bit too much with Louis MT. One and all, welcome back to the channel for the Pony Showdown. Japan up against French. Oh, this matchup has been swings and roundabouts, folks. There's actually a time where Japanese Mount Samurai demolished the French cavalry. Because with the deflective armor, you prevented the French from getting their bonus damage on the cav. However, as time has gone on, and French has felt a little bit better, and they've been kind of finessed into the meta again, people discovered you just scale into arbitrary, and you don't care. So yeah, the way that you win this is you don't go into mass French cav, you go into crossbows. So if CSO wants to win this game, tempo is going to be very important. I'm not convinced you can play tempo on feudal though against French, so you have to play tempo castle. Maybe Onimusha opening would be pretty sick here, and then just try to essentially out micro your opponent in the engagements. Nice. Great IRL word ban there. You didn't even spell the word correctly. Luckily, I'm using the word cavalry. Anyway, look at the spawn. Really good one for Vortex. Back deer. I mean, if you're CSO, do you not just lame these now? He can't really afford to. Actually, he could. He's got Tawara. So he could justify it by going berries now. Which, guys, you kind of want to do. Because if you don't go berries now, you're going to get hit by knights. Oh, crap. I used the word. All right, we'll reset the timer 5 minutes now. So, Coco Township. Really? Color me a little bit surprised. This feels like one of those matchups where you typically do Kura. I don't feel like Shinobi have a great deal of value. The problem that you have with Shinobi is technically the 2 units that the French are going to build both count you. So, what does that leave you with? I guess you could argue by opening a Shinobi you force a reaction. But the thing about this build, guys, is the Coca build feels most impactful when your opponent doesn't want to react. Does that make sense? So if you're playing against, for example, HRE and you think they're going to fast castle, this is great. If you're playing against English, you think they're going to 2TC. If Basses, you think they're going to 3TC. These plays are great. Water, great. But against French, that is not a civ that gets into the game right now and immediately goes, I'm going to 2TC. The first thing they think about doing is building their premium unit and aggroing. And then remember, most French comps follow up with archers. So both things count you. Have you seen a Coca build Intercept and Knights Templar age up yet? Does it completely cancel it? I have not seen that at all. Probably for good reason. The problem you'd have is that this stage in the game, KT is going to tech as well. By the time you reach their base, they'll be tech. Because remember, you've got to wait 20 seconds. And then it's going to take you probably about 25-30 to run across the map. Shunshin in. And burn is going to be like an extra 40. So in total, like you're not going to make that play until about 5 minutes into the game. Only for 5 minutes on the web ban? Yeah, of course. Like, are you crazy? With how many people watch, if everyone redeemed a word ban, like, come on. 5 minutes is pretty reasonable for that reason. And it looks like we are going to be getting the Pro Scouts. So Vortex, nothing too surprising here so far. Didn't go for the DA shove in, a little bit surprised. Wait, you feel scammed for the points you got for free by watching the channel that entertains you anyway? What a bad deal. Wait, you gambled everything on Dumu? Oh no. Yo, I'm gonna like make you aware, Gento. You'd feel less scammed if you were subscribed, because then you generate bird feed quicker to use on these fake internet point interactions. That's a lot of Shinobi, by the way. What? I guess he wanted so to like defend this. The logic I think for CSO in this game was to stop pro scouts. But it's night. Oh, it has been 5 minutes exactly. We're safe now. It's connects. What is this villager? Why is there a French villager? Is he really outpost rushing French, like Japanese? Why? Why does he need this? You know what? If it makes this game different, I'll take it. So, full process here is he can't build Ballad Samurai if he can't build a stable. You know what would be crazy? Imagine if you just built archery range and racks here. Okay, it's not going to happen, but we can dream. I'm very surprised by this. Technically, from an economy standpoint, you can afford it. French have more villages. They build more over time. But you need double outposts to make this justifiable, and your opponent has just built a bunch of shinobi. I'm shocked he actually got by with that. Yeah, I don't think that it was about the tree line at all, guys. I genuinely think it was the goal. But then he saw the outpost go up. He was like, oh well, and just walked all the way around. So now we just have this comical display of outpost rushing the tree line against a civ that barely cares about tree. Because think about it. He wrapped around the back over here and then went all the way around. Like, there's no reason to do that over just going this way. So he definitely won the gold. It's just CSO done the standard play. He built an outpost. Golf, handshakes, and claps. French? I'm gonna flash it. Okay, CSO, what's happening? Oh my god, he's so fixated on get that one kill. That was not worth. That was entirely a scam. 5 shinobi, one of them free. That's 400 resources to kill a 240 resource unit. That is horrific. Vortex, I guess we're just going to turn these guys into a garrison squad. Yeah, floating gate on the way. Good timing on the daimyo. Should complete before the floating gates, and then you can queue up a new abandonment, which means you do get your first heavy cowboy onto the field early. Hospital tower. That's what I was thinking. Didn't want to jinx it though. He's got to have many knights to send to hospital, which is just not the case right now. Gotta have to keep checking the time to make sure enough is past the say knights it has. Neatly, nightly, Nate. Oh, perfect moment. After diving the enemy TC, which is quite ambitious. Chevalier is on the way. CSO, abandonment. Vortex. I guess you just start saving up now? Maybe? Is he just thinking of all-inning with Cav and then going Castle Age with Royal Institute? Which kind of just feels like an ego child, but it does make sense. I mentioned the crossbows counter, but like it is a gradual thing to do. You don't just go castle and go, all right, I'm going to build crossbows. Because if you guys have ever watched heavy cav versus heavy cav matchups, quite often the player who has to switch crossbows is losing. The logic is that they've now lost map control. So usually you only see that if, for example, they've got their hand on a lot of the relics first. What would be really sick, by the way, from CSO is a switch into Onimusha. You've got a few Mad Samurai out now, but if you follow up with Onimusha, Vortex can't really fight you. He can't even run from you at that point. Because Kaburiya gives you the movement speed to chase. Ooh, that's cheeky. Tries to force his hand here. This is actually a good fight for CSO. It's like it's going to be a hit onto the Shinto priest. So actually, Vortex cares more about denying the relics, which actually is a big deal because CSO just built the shrine. Yeah, so now this just feels like dead wood. Until you get the next Shinto out, it's going to feel like a little bit of a waste. So actually, that was definitely worth it. Expensive losing a knight, but he has plenty more that came from. We are still seeing him gradually trending towards castle. The problem with the CSO here is the longer he has to do this, the worse this gets. He has an age up advantage now, but remember, French TCs produce quicker. So unless you want to Shinto drop a Yoroshiro into the TC, you're kind of on an urgent clock here. And yeah, he drops in the farmhouse because he's out of food. Alright, this is pretty rough. And this is the point in the game where I think CSO is probably reviewing this and wondering if the Shinobi was worth it. Because if he hadn't built Shinobi and instead had gone Kura, at this point in the game, he'd have 6 farms for free they give you gathering from, which would fix some of his food issues. He's going to get the wall up. Walls are an expensive investment, though. You would think when watching another Team Elephant member when you see this type of wall. Well, I guess it's actually a pretty logical wall. When we watch Louis Wall, it turns into the weirdest episode of Takeshi Castle I've ever seen. Late pro scouts for Vortex? No, he pro scouted ages ago. It just takes a long time. Don't know what else you want me to say. Like, think about how long it's going to take this guy to get back to base. Soon. And here we see the professional hunter in his natural atmosphere. Boringly strolling along the road. So slowly, I might actually die before he reaches his objective. Oh, he's going to be able to deny some of the pro scouts. Vortex, remember, he already aged up. He's got Raw Institute into the Bloodlines on the way. And CSO has yet to switch. No Onimusha, still. I know CSO likes his team games, but he's playing this maybe a little bit too much like a team game. The irony is actually usually Japan in team games goes mass Onimusha. Why is the update so massive? I'm going to take a guess here that they changed things about the game. But I'm not an insider, so I can't be sure. Okay, I'm sorry, that was a lot of sarcasm. A patch can be big for a number of different reasons. There can be a lot of scrub on the back end that you're not aware of that might not technically change much on the surface level, but is pretty much clean up after a big change earlier on, so they're optimized for future patches. Janitor duty stuff. Sometimes it is to do with the patch efficiency. So for anyone who's played Warzone over the years, or I think Apex had this a lot as well, it's very common with not even that big of a change to end up with a 50 gig patch. Actually, Warzone, yeah, Call of Duty Warzone was the worst one for it. Every single update for Warzone required you to pretty much reinstall the game. And the game was like 100 gigs. Oh god. No. Is this? I mean, he should be seen. He'll definitely be seen, but will he be seen is the point. Because right now, CSO is distracted. He's got 2 different groups of knights doing things. The Vortex says, let's up the game. Why not make it 3 groups of knights? And good reaction. CSO does see it in time. There's a lot of idle forced onto the berries, though. More center of the map. Raw Bloodlines is in. Vortex taking some fights where he's outnumbered, though. Okay, so CSO is buying time, but what is he buying time for is my big question mark. He has got a knight now to deal with that one. He has got a second relic coming home. Still no Euroshiro dropping the TC, though. And it's basically a 10 religion lead. Oh, why didn't we get Arislets? Come on. Oh, this is sick. This is actually sick. This outpost that seemed like it's a waste and a whatever in the end, look at what it's going to tell him. He knows exactly when the people are going to move out for those berries. These walls need to go up ASAP. Or maybe... Okay, come on. Yeah, he's trying to get cheeky. Sadly, the auto-aggro chase. He should be far enough away that I think he might be able to keep his distance in. It would be beneficial to him if Chivalry decided to kick in sometime this year. There we go. Oui, oui, Chivalry. Right. One's if you think CSO is going to win this game. Two's you think Vortex is. They do have the same night count. Like, in theory, I think the problem is just CSO isn't posing a threat. Gives 2 HP a second? Yeah, so I'd have to double fact check this, but and the tooltip doesn't tell you this, but I think the Chivalry increased by 1 health a second per age. It would make sense because technically Chivalry is a trash ability in Castle and Pure Age if it's 1 health. But they're definitely healing by 2. And I'm pretty sure 1 second is passing. I keep glancing between top and bottom. CSO's playing a game. The concern is, do we have Cantle Saddles? Yeah, we do. So Cantle Saddles gets negated. It doesn't actually trigger for a lot of these guys because of the deflective armor. But when you have this many, you're probably going to hit the same amount of Samurai multiple times. So some of these guys are going to get damage buff. Plus the extra HP. And now the sandwich maneuver. Oh my, villagers are in chopper to the north side. Vortex will rally and react quickly though. And that is a full chow down. An erase of the Japanese cavalry. Even with Uma Bannerman, no match for the raw HP count of the French Knights. I mean, that is as simple as that. This matchup used to be a bit more vicious for French, but Bronze 2 pretty much the go-to meta. Mass Knights, good enough. Sometimes you don't even need Arbitrary. Why would he stay in that fight? Because if he runs away, he's lost anyway. Like, at that point, you can see your opponent's got mass. You might as well try to, like, see if you can actually brute force through the other side. Because in the retreat, you're going to lose, like, half your HP. And then against French Knights, they're going to heal fully, and you're going to heal none. So, like, you just lose out. So let's go ahead and mark that up. Second game. So that was the Français up against Japan. Stuntwood, what are these flags? I'm telling you, mate. Gotta get on board with the dynamic flags. The power. Ooh. Yo, do you guys ever notice the Arjun flag? So Arjun flag kind of looks like you're trying to surrender. Which I guess just Japan kind of has that too, but that's fitting because Japanese players are usually surrendering in games. Oh, I'm sorry, Japan means like it's a sad time to be you. BO3? Nope, BO5. We've got at least one more game. Game 3 is going to be Relic River. And it looks like it is going to be Knights Templar up against Mongols. Good map for Mongols, but KT also very capable here. You'll see why just by these Sacred Site placements. Against French, it's FC Onimusha. Yeah, well, you can open Mountain Samurai, but you switch Onimusha. Because if you Onimusha straight away, the Knights just eat you. Because your attack speed's pretty bad, and your like animation gets you caught. Alright guys, big brain. Why not just head up this river and chop trees here as KT? Yeah, that's the play. Guys, you're playing as Knights Templar, head into the center of the map here, walk up the river, and then just chop the trees. They'll never find you. What in all, it would need something that meaningful right now for it to feel like CSO can compete. We are in game number 3. Vortex is 2-0 up. There's not much sign of life so far from CSO. Mongols could be the solution. Relic River game number 3. They've looked pretty good on this map. Then again, so has Knights Templar. Like, there are a few maps when you look at their design, you immediately think that was designed for Templar and Pilgrimages. And this is one of them. Triple Sacred Site, scattered across the map. Very difficult to block out all. Usually your best hope for doing so is to hit the base directly. I don't know if CSO is going to try for that, though, because normally on this map, instead of going for the enemy base, it's more probable that you just go for fish. Interesting is he's not. And I think, yeah, so this is a Mexican standoff, because both of these civs, funnily enough, guys, love Dark Age aggro. They both play Spearman really well. Mongols is the more obvious one, but what a lot of people don't realize, but are getting woken up to, is that Knights Templar's economy advantages make too much sense for spears. The racks itself, worth going onward straight away because I'm generating food. Now, because I was generating food, I have a very optimal timing to be queuing up mass spearmen straight away. And while other people might be limited by sheep until they have to give up on this play, all you have to do is just keep chow dowing on wood, and in the process, you're going to find yourself with some food. Yeah, pretty good overall. So, Lancaster Castle can no longer be placed within 8 tiles of an enemy capital town center. Yeah, I'm not surprised that happened. That was bound to happen eventually. Because if you Lancaster Castle and then you just start mana spamming on the forward, your opponent can't do anything. It's super cheesy. Especially when you consider that manas build in the same time as an outpost, but they are auto arrow slid and auto fortified when they are near the Lancaster Castle. It's pretty dumb when you describe it like that, isn't it? Because if you landcast a castle into mana rush them, a mana costs 300 resources. An outpost would be 100 plus 75 for the arrow slit, and then fortification would be another 100. So you could pay 275 and not get resources back, or pay 300. Lancaster. But we're not focused on them here. We've got the other new Sith. Knights Templar, Spinman on the way. CSO. Oh, wait. Did he actually cancel the racks? Okay, that's actually pretty crafty. It's going to be a pasture. Okay. I like this. This is looking cool now for CSO. A little bit tricky because, as we know, Knights Templar are really quick at catching up. And Vortex is about to get the full news confirmation that there is no counter pressure. Oh, and it would have been Corvinus playing KPMM. He doesn't sign up, so. I think the ladder's a bit too busy with the free-for-all ladders. Okay, so outpost reaction coming in from CSO. Makes a lot of sense. One tricky part is who's going to garrison it. You have got the card, but with tech on the way, it could just be arrow slits. There you go, Kingdom of France. We talked about this. Like, look at the timing. He had 4 on the Deer Stone. He pulled it down to 3, but legitimately, they're going to mirror. And oh my god, he's even outposting. Are you kidding me? Who outposts the outpost rushes? That is the question. I'm telling you, this is the new #1 outpost rushing Civ in Age of Empires 4. It's ridiculous. Does he have a backup gold? Yeah, to the north, so he'll be seen going to it. South is like your only option, but that feels terrible because Vortex is going to have French Knights. Oh man, this is so painful to watch. I mean, I guess I can. It's just ridiculous that I'm seeing it. So, what does CSO now do? He can smuggle some gold and just try to rush into siege engineering to clear the way. Because I don't think you want to be out here on the gold. You could actually make it kind of okay by fishing as well. But like if you go out here onto gold and then start fishing as well, think about the ramifications. Your opponent's going to get a lot of leeway to do things. And also, in terms of wood access, you're not looking good. You've got the tiny tree line. He prioritized it for the gold. Like, I think that's the most painful part about this spawn is that CSO clearly placed his TC here to be close to his stone and gold. And it didn't matter. Spears will at least be scared away, so Uva's going to get repaired. That gold is never going to get touched. No, that gold is like many of us when we were a teenager and we looked in the mirror and didn't like what we saw. Nobody's going to touch that. Oh, I got personal. Outpost coming up anyway. Should be quick enough. Good reaction with 5. Plus, we have got the Chevalier Carré on the way. I don't even know if he really cares about CSO's gold in a rush here. He's getting a lot of value himself with the Pilgrims. In fact, he hasn't moved across big onto the food wood. So probably not a rush into Safe Passage. Or of Sanctuary. That's fine. Why is CSO 4 villages up? Because Vortex sacrificed 3 when he teched. And then he sacrificed another when he got Sanctuary. Or rather, Safe Passage. And then there's maybe a very slight amount of eco disruption here in the scaling point. So yeah, at this point, you always expect Knights Templar to be 4 villages down. But it's worth it. This guy alone is like 3 more villages. We have got Keshik versus Chevalier. Okay, so Keshik versus Chevalier is actually quite good for Mongols. If you can fight early and rapidly. Because if Chevalier starts scaling too much, the extra raw HP actually kind of matters. But in the infancy, the extra HP is like 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, for Keshiks, although they have 15 less base health, their damage is actually better. They hit quite a bit harder. There's 14 versus 21 on Lance, and there's 15 versus 23. But they hit harder than that because of the armor difference. Keshiks have extra armor. And then add in the fact they heal, and it makes sense why a Keshik will beat a Chevalier. One tricky part about this, by the way, guys, for CSO, he's had to invest pretty heavily over here to protect because he went Keshiks. Because he went Keshiks, he can't clear the outpost. It's Spearman inside. Chevalier, I don't know why it attacked an outpost, but that is going to give an early warning, so CSO will garrison. I think you just barrel on south. You've got outpost defense here right now. The Keshik count isn't too high yet. Also, the TC is quite close by, so you can always fall back fully. And he has got wheelbarrow coming. More Spinman also on the way. Yeah, so leave spears to defend. Rally all Chevalier down here. Burn towers. Because, like, once again, with what CSO's done with his strategy, the moment he doesn't have gold access, he has nothing. Could CSO transition archers? It would be well serving. Pretty big balance changes in patch. Templar Heavy Spears got big buffs versus Elephants. Templar Anti-Gunpowder and Sergeant's got big buffs. Yeah, I think the Anti-Gunpowder change isn't going to be big enough. Sergeant's going to be interesting to see. And Heavy Spears are just basically being given a more pocketed role. I don't think in this matchup you normally are going to think Heavy Spears. Chevalier should be good enough to contest, especially in Castle. Usually, like with this, if it does go to Castle Age, you're looking at Genoese. Dix. Gets activated by CSO. Khan will get a kill. Can't quite get the second. Okay, so nicely done. Chip damage is adding up. That's the third worker kill. I think one of them was Pilgrims. Others were Raw. And now we do have the Keshik guy. Wait, did he pull the Spearman out? Oh my god, he did. He's going for the gold. Oh, this is sick. Everything's coming down here. The Pilgrims are on the way as well. No arrow slits either. Oh my god, what a timing out of Vortex. With the Spearman here, CSO, he can't defend this. Nicely microed. Vortex scares him away. Villagers need to run. Gonna target fire onto them. Keshik's with the body block here. Forces the engagement. Gets rid of a worker. Meanwhile, elsewhere, though, the Chevalier are finding the additional Pilgrims. But this outpost, I mean, this is the one where you lose villagers, surely. He's in position to block him. Spears chase him away. Villagers are going to make a run for it. They've got the Yam, still for the moment, but there's going to be a giant gap here in the network. This is sick by Vortex. He fully abandoned it. Fully abandoned that outpost. Doesn't really have anything but an arrow slate in there. But because he brute forced the north side, Keshiks couldn't burn it down. So now CSO has 0 gold access. That is a crazy timing by Vortex. And he can even just mirror defend here if he wants to. Oh, weirdly enough, actually, is he allowing it? Yeah, he is. I'm a little bit surprised by this. Then again, Vortex comes out the victor. Just look at the state of the economy. It's a 2-worker lead for CSO, but with double Pilgrim as a trade-off, CSO's behind. What a sick play. Now ball being played onto. I think Vortex may be regretting letting that outpost go down a little. But I think it's because he was paranoid his opponent was going to go back for the gold. Then again, he'd have to build double outposts, so I don't know if you really feel that threatened by the idea of him going back south. Either way, Vortex, he definitely could have been further ahead, but he's definitely the driving seat right now. CSO has to be thinking something other than Keshik. It's now becoming quite a lot of spears. Yeah, we're kind of getting to the point where Vortex can just leave the Spearman to defend against Keshiks and send Chevalier into the enemy base. Speaking of cavalry going in the enemy base, CSO is about to get a rude discovery. Yeah, Vortex. Game sense on point. Gets the wall up before his opponent can get in. And this wall's pretty sick as well. Gives mostly safe passage to the pilgrims all the way. No entry. Barely gets out. That berry patch was almost a graveyard. Honestly, it still could be. The health bars on these guys looks pretty underwhelming. And there's the Chevalier now going for the counter-attack we talked about. Oh, this divide, this split actually hurts CSO a lot. He's finally prepping a new unit type, but the new unit type is going to be countered by the Raiders. Meanwhile, Vortex has Spearmen at home to defend against these Raiders. Might be worth pulling a villager or two for the repair, but actually looks like CSO is going to freak out. Back off. Wow, that is a super wide rotation. The Gur is going to reveal what he's up to here. But he just doesn't care. He's pounding in. So, might want to turn around. Yeah, body blocks just in time. Does get a double kill in Chevalier. Is he trying to sneak in past the spears? It's actually going to work. But, oh god, Angevin Empire. You gotta be kidding me. Usually Angevin Empire is kind of funky, but he's playing a static defense type approach, but also on top of that, your opponent has mass Keshiks. Heavy spears are going to be goated. And the thing is, this, like, if you have to play defensive anyway, who cares? As long as you have Sanctuary and you're spamming fortresses, you're ahead. Meanwhile, CSO is in a game where gold access is only going to get harder from here on out. Okay, so Vortex age up complete. Remember, from like a math standpoint, let's say you're maximum gold anyway, getting Genoa itself, and this is actually another kind of crazy thing about Genoa, by the way. He didn't do it this game, like he was thinking, and for good reason. When you are pilgriming, if you go Genoa, the extra gold generated is about 39. That's basically an extra village. So if you wonder why Genoa is so popular, like, it's not just as simple as more gold good. The maths make sense. Teching into Castle Age takes 45 seconds. That's minus 2 villages. You're almost getting that back in extra gold gen. And by the time you build one fortress, it's a fully positive fight. Oh, we have got those heavy spears running out in a bit of a rush. Veterancy for normal spears is coming in soon, though. The problem with heavy spears, I will say, is obviously you're very anchored. You have worse movement speed than standard spears. Your men-at-arms movement speed. But credit to him, does have more tankiness, more damage. Reflects it to get himself a Keshik kill alongside his own death. Very dramatic death. Crawl! Crawl, man! Back to base now! Chevalier now arriving. There is a backstab coming through, by the way, and he just used maneuver speed arrow. Uh-oh. CSO, go deeper. Like, ignore what's coming behind. Just go so deep right now. Yeah, guys, honestly, this looks pretty chalked at this stage. CSO, by the time he gets Castle, is going to give full map control across the vortex. That has multiple issues. Templar Brother will be ready to die if you don't have spears. Your opponent is also going to be able to pick relics. And you haven't found a harassable economy location. Love this Rax out here, by the way. Just 1 or 2 heavy spears, just playing around these straight points goes a long way. Now, it's proper time. Yeah, heavy spear dynamic's kind of crazy against mass archer civs. I think I said this in a previous cast, like, heavy spears are very situational in my opinion. Most games you know is just better for the economy. But if you're against a civ like Mongols, where you know they're going to have worse heavy cav, and you know they're often going to follow up with archers, heavy spears are actually tough. As CSO is painfully discovering in his last game of Midweek last 20. Yeah, the Templar Brothers is muddy as well. There's nothing good for him to kill. There you have it, folks. Vortex. Clean execution start to finish. And a reminder that Mongols are no longer the ultimate outpost rushing civ. Don't you think that many people are focusing too much on the bonus that KT age up gives you instead of the unit you get? Maybe they're unbalanced units? No, I think it's pretty fair. The bonuses are widely applicable is the easiest way to think about it. So, for example, if we have a look here, if you look at the options you have, it makes sense to focus on the bonuses. Kingdom of France, it's a 15% production speed. It's a mini military academy. That's crazy. And you also get discount on gold, which most of your units you use in the game are gold bar archers. Principality of Antioch, it's primarily about the melee damage increase. Makes sense as well for units later that you mentioned. For example, the unique spearman. 10% damage buff is an extra +1 damage. That's an extra blacksmith tech. You're basically samurai at this point, or Japanese rather. And then Hospitalier, healing, once again, makes a lot of sense for the strategy that people are trying to do. Like the Knights Hospitalier themselves function because of that extra healing. If it wasn't for that extra healing, Hospitalier Knights would suck. They wouldn't be good at their job. So then Republic of Genoa is the most obvious one. Pilgrims are the backbone of most people's mid-game strategy for KT. Even the early game. So getting 30% more gold is huge. On something you're going to scale up to potentially 10 Pilgrims. That's ludicrous. That's like an extra... what does it end up being? I think it's like an extra 300, 400 passive gold. It's like a lot. For Kingdom of Castile, I mean, this one's more obvious. Genitors suck. They have a really bad wind-up animation that makes them unusable. I've tried. I'm a really kind of micro-sensitive player. Sometimes that makes me struggle with AV4 a bit, because obviously AV4 is better for responsiveness these days, but lingers behind other RTSs I've historically played and games like Dota 2. But Genitors take that to the extreme. Like, they have huge issues when it comes to their responsiveness. And then Angevin is the one where I think it is about the heavy spears, not as much about the bonus. For Angevin, like, Fortress and Dock health increase is great, but obviously by the time you have Fortresses, it comes in so late, it's like, kind of whatevs. So, like, there's this very thin veil of point in the game where the extra health for Fortresses feels like it's really impactful, in my opinion. Because if you miss that timing, your opponent just gets cannons, and it's like, whatever. Then there's Teuton. This is probably one of the clearest examples of building the unit over the buff. But I do think people are actually kind of sleeping on the all-gold units gaining 2 armor. I've heard a few people say it's not that big of a deal. I disagree. Late game, your opponents may be thinking of spamming Horsemen, Spearmen, etc. Good luck with +2 armor there. And also, it does affect the Teutonic Knights themselves. So it's just a self-buff. Republic of Venice. This is the one where legitimately, who cares? Condottiero, even with the buff, I think they doubled the damage reduction or something like that, or close to. I don't think Condottiero is a good unit, still. And then finally, Kingdom of Poland. This one, the bonus is so much of it. Schlachter are great, but it's hard to scale because they're expensive. Just the 50% charge damage increase is nuts. By the way, does someone have a link to the patch? Because we have a patch. So glad to see the Finnish flag following the Age of Empires 4 game. Wait, what? Silly you. Teutons are from the Baltlands. The Baltlands? The Baltics. On the south side, sir. I guess if you're colorblind. So, I think we do have... Yep. Alright, guys. We've actually got a patch to go over. Should we run through it quickly? Full cam, of course. Hey guys, KP here with a patch update. That's right, new patch just dropped. Some hot fixes in, some tweaks, a few nerfs. We're going to quickly dive through it live for the first time. Look at that, you guys get to be involved. So we were just talking about some things in-game. We're going to switch over to Dunk here now. Let me also just move the in-game chat over here. You guys can exist down there, you little cuties. So, a few things in mind. Obviously, we've got the cute things like rewards, etc., extra challenges. But we're straight down here. Wait, new game mode? Conqueror's Cache. So, Battle for Control in Season 10's new game mode. Fight for control of the Conqueror's Cache and the Conqueror's Bounty. The longer you hold one, the more you'll be rewarded. Over time, the hill will upgrade and provide stronger and more devastating rewards. Oh, so it's like a King of the Hill mode. That's actually sick. So, I think 2 years ago, when free-for-all was really hyped up, I said one thing that would make free-for-alls much better is if there was like care packages that dropped. Almost like when you play Rust or something. And this is kind of like that by the sounds of it. I really like that. That's going to be exciting to explore. And by the way, I'm actually really happy they're adding in new game modes because I think it's something that AoE 4 sorely needs. 1v1 is cool. We got it in a good place. But let's add new funky game modes that do different things. Let me know if you guys think the same. We've got some AI updates. Who cares? Main one is probably going to be Knights Templar, now aging up efficiently for people. Outside that, some hotkey changes. But we have got some map changes. So, they corrected an issue where the Ronins couldn't be hired if you didn't have food. I guess at one stage they cost food instead of gold. But this is interesting. Light Horizon, I think, has a lot of fixes. So, close to berry patch has been removed for each player. That should resolve a lot of the spawn issues that they have. Because quite often we've had games where one player would get berries, the other wouldn't. A large gold vein market and a wolf's den will now spawn at the far edge of the map. I like that because for anyone seen the Light Horizon, it's very empty in the absolute corners. So that's going to add in a little bit of deviation play, which is cool. And then outside that, relic spawn count corrected for FFAs. Carmel, this is big. For large deer, 2 deer packs of 10 appear for each player instead of 3 packs of 7. So that is going to be... Wait, that's... Okay, so that is a nerf, but hear me out. It's going to sound really stupid when I say it out loud. That's a nerf of 1 deer per pack. That sounds really bad, but the indication is, there you go, distribution. Large deer packs avoid spawning next to each other. That's the crux. So what was happening is because you had the 3 packs and you had the small pack between them, it would force a condensed spawn. So what should happen now with this change, they wanted to keep the identity of deer, it seems, but now most games should have a deer on each side of the base, which was intended. Outside that, we've got some crashes that have been fixed. Balance gameplay. Springalds have been nerfed. Down to 7.5 tile range. Only a slight reduction, but their range resistance also down more. I think this is reasonable. Springles are kind of slightly overperforming. They're very cost efficient right now. And it looks like fishing has been nerfed. I don't think anyone's going to be too upset about that. Fishing shouldn't just be the gravitational go-to play in every game for certain maps. And this should fix some of that problem. Also, the deep water fish nerf is intriguing. That could lead to more examples where people now start to play land aggro instead of just going straight for the boats. Why? Wait, what? Byzantines did not need a buff. Players already adapted. Guys, if you're struggling in your low-rank games because you can't build a system straight away, I've got a tip for you. Build a mining camp, send 1 to 2 villages there, and scale up systems. They were fine. They were fine. I'm pretty confident in my ability to go here. And okay, 44% win rate, but like that's the current midweek muster 21. If we look at midweek muster 20, I feel like they're at a 50% win rate and we're fine. Oh. All right, maybe I'm wrong. They haven't looked bad. I mean, maybe I've just been like, I'll eat my words on it. Maybe I've just been looking at the wrong sample group. But the games we've seen, I think Byzantines have looked competent, not overpowering like they once were. I reckon, so for me, this change, I think you just let it cook for another few weeks. I don't know. To me, this change, like, what I just saw in that win rate, and this isn't me just like backpedaling to cover myself. I think this is true of many examples. Sometimes we rush to nerf or buff things when we have early sample data. People for a long time have played Byzantines an exact same way, and all of a sudden something fundamental at the start of the game changed. And I wonder how many people just haven't adapted to that. Obviously, these are pro levels, so maybe it is fair. But yeah, interesting. Do we have China nerfs? Nope, Grenadiers got buffed. Twice. I don't think I need to talk more about China. Delhi has been nerfed. Their elephants less tanky. I think that's an appropriate change. Also, Pro Scouts not as a given anymore. I think that's also just as important here. It didn't feel like Delhi was sacrificing anything to get Pro Scouts compared to like probably 2/3 of the civs in the game. So that's reasonable. And Scholar cost increased to 135 gold from 130. And Dome Faith's been altered. So Scholar Pump is going to be slowed down a little bit. I think these are pretty tame and reasonable changes to Delhi and kind of necessary. They were too good still. Scholar scaling is way too easy and organic is the problem. I don't think this change will make Tower Victory any more competitive. Dome of Faith is still going to be the go-to. HRE, we've got... Wait, what? Charge bonus was displaying ranged infantry? That's kind of comical. Yumi Ashigaru. Wait, what? Yumi got buffed? 5 food doesn't sound like a lot, but that's really good. That's almost a 10% cost reduction. Yumi and Feudal might become a little bit more viable now, especially considering it's less food. Not that they buff the cost of wood, because food's the thing that's going to run out in Feudal quicker than wood. So we might actually see a few more Yumi Feudal games. Usually those end with someone going Castle anyway, but you can lean Feudal. Outside that, this is big. Mongols, the Monastic Shrines technology is now available in Castle Age. So if you guys remember, Monastic Shrines is the one that gives you, like, for example, the buffed effect that you can double produce. It's usually in Imperial Age. So this is a pretty drastic change. That's interesting. I'm curious to see the impact of that, because my thought process is now Mongols could theoretically do forward bases in Castle Age, which is something they haven't really been able to do before. Whistling Arrows has also been buffed. I don't really think that was that necessary. Most Mongol players would eventually get Whistling Arrows. That's the one that increases the duration of your buffs from your Khan. Additional Torches has also been reduced. I think that's reasonable. Additional Torches did not come out as frequently. That, as it sounds, is the one that added +3 torch damage. So Mongols actually getting a lot of aggro buffs, it seems. Raid Bounty has also been reduced in cost. Another substantial buff. Raid Bounty really is the organic way for Mongols to play into economy by attacking their opponent. It fits what their playstyle should be, and I think it's a big benefit to them. And it looks like there was some interesting resource implications around Wolf's Den that's been fixed, but I don't think this is enough to put Mongols up the tier list, guys, but like this is a nice start. I think they're doing a good effort of trying to improve Mongols' timings into aggressive plays, because one of the big problems with all these techs is it felt like it took a large chunk out of your tempo timing to get a very slow return on investment, if that makes sense, which is why they buffed the cost and they buffed the research time. Outside that, Ottomans, Akinji. Cost reduced by 10 food. Production time reduced by 1 second. I don't think this is going to change anything for Ottomans, guys. The issue with Akinji is that realistically, they come in too late. They need a Vizier point, and that Vizier point is the biggest problem. If you really wanted Akinji to work, you put the Vizier point in tier 1 as an alternative option, and that would actually allow them to prep Akinji early on. The risk there is that Akinji might just be kind of giga busted, because remember, guys, that is the Cav Archer that shoots twice. So small numbers, when there's nothing to count on them on the field, could be quite brutal. And Roos just mirroring the fishing change. Okay, so big changes to the patch that you guys were definitely looking for. We have got House of Lancaster. They can no longer place the Lancaster Castle next to the enemy TC. Yep, that was happening. Meme games, you would basically build a Lancaster Castle and spam your manners, and it was a full-on outpost rush. Thank God. And finally, the Demi-Lancer's charge damage has been fixed. They no longer are doing more damage than they were in Castle, because in Castle Age, Demi-Lancers do 14 damage. Part of why Demi-Lancers felt so silly is their initial point of contact. And Yeomen have been nerfed on cost. They've also slightly reduced the speed of synchronized shot projectiles. So yeah, this is Yeomen targeted nerfs. Honestly, my take on this, I said you could go for slight tweaks to Yeomen, but at the core of it, you shouldn't change their identity too much. So they're trying to lean around that on economy. I think this is a start, but at ground level 0, the problem is why are manners not getting nerfed again? Manners need a full rework. My expectation is they're planning it, but it's going to take longer, because I think they should rework them to be like hunting cabins where they can't be close to things and close to each other. But that is a change that would take longer than a small patch, which is what we're clearly looking at here. Knights Templar, though, base villager wood income reduced from 0.65 to 0.63. Small implication, but actually, guys, very smart change by the dev team. Although it's a small decrease, it's a big hit to a water play, where most of your villagers are gathering wood. Hospitalier have been nerfed in Elite form. Not really sure if that was... I haven't seen a single Elite Hospitalier game, so I can't really comment on this, but I don't know what would have triggered this change. Sergeant's damage has been increased, by the way, by 1 at every level. They still... I think this is cool, but the problem with Sergeants is that they feel clunky. Their attack point, and same with Genitors here, who also got buffed, by the way, takes too long. I think that's probably why they've done the Genitor change, is sometimes Genitors will basically go to shoot their Javelin, and the person will move too far away, and they'll just cancel a move. There's loads of clunky things like this that need to be fixed for it to work. Heavy Spearmen are also now buffed against elephants. And this is the big one. Condottiero have now got an increased reduction on gunpowder taken damage from 20 to 33%. This change will not change anything. This one is more likely to be impactful. Armor's been increased to 2 melee and free range from 1-1. The damage range reduction, I genuinely think, should be as high as 40 or 45%. So for those that don't know, Condottiero, they take less damage from gunpowder sources specifically. I don't think it works against siege, but it will work against hand cannoneers, grenadiers, KW. But my thought is Condottiero, for what they cost and statistically what they have, should be a hard counter to hand cannoneers. Now, they have movement speed to gap close on them, but the reality check is they're like 155 health. Okay, sorry, 195, a little bit higher. Just felt 155 with the melee and ranged. But you do pay like 120 gold raw. And it's only 16 base, double that against gunpowder. Their attack speed is maybe something you could change. I think you either give them higher damage reduction against gunpowder, up to 45% maybe, or you make their rate of fire even lower. But if you make their rate of fire lower, the problem that you're going to have is that they are basically going to be like an Onabigeisha, just with better stats. So I think maybe better is just to make them more resistant against gunpowder, because at a 33% damage reduction, that means that you're going to be taking still about 22 damage after range. So like 19 or 20 damage from a gunpowder unit. I don't think it's good enough. The other choices are just too much better. Okay, and it looks like the Hospitality Knights no longer get selected alongside your religious units. Kraken, you'll be happy with that. Okay, but that seems to be all the changes. So nothing too drastic here. Let me know what you guys think. I think genuinely looking at these changes, overall, I'm not expecting a grand deal of changes, but I was a little bit disappointed that the manners didn't just get kneecapped in the meantime until a bigger resolution could be found. Going after Yeoman on a surface level for a lot of people might seem like the appropriate solution, but all you end up with is when manners eventually, and they have to be, reworked, Yeoman are going to be worthless if you continue down this path. A 5 resource nerf isn't going to be too substantial and it's easily fixable down the line. But I'm really hoping we get something to do with the manners. I want to see more civs forced down to the map to get their value. And I know some people don't like that style. That's fine. You can still play House of Lancaster camping in a corner, but I don't think you should be able to camp in a corner and get the entire world of economy safely. Let me know what you guys think, though, down in the comments below. Like the video if you do, and be sure to share it around, and I'll catch you all in the next chapter. I don't know. I'll probably upload that. I don't know if it's going to be popular or not. I kind of like the idea of having more time and editing down in a refined way. But you know how it is. Food cost reductions across the border are enough to Pro Scouts. They haven't fixed the Janitor animation. No, they have not. It's sad because Janitors have the potential to be by far one of the coolest units introduced in Knights of Cross and Rose. Do you know that Templar Vills had 0.65 wood gather rate instead of 0.75? I thought their wood gather rate was better than standard villages. I could have sworn they had higher wood gathering rate. Because they get lumber techs for free, don't they? It automatically comes in. Because fun thing is sometimes, like fun little detail for you guys, keep an eye out for it when you watch Knights Templar. When Knights Templar tech, if we're looking at their POV, sometimes it will ping up that they got their lumber upgrades. Oh, it's worse to compensate the lack of walking distance. Got you. Yeah, that makes sense then. But like, they get the lumberjack upgrades for free. Because I remember I was just sitting there casting one day. And I was like, I just saw them get lumberjack, but they don't have a lumber camp. Same in tech for free. No, I think like it's fair if they didn't have a worse rate. Like keep in mind they're getting food as well, and they don't move. They're fine. They're absolutely fine. It would be ridiculous. But yeah, it's like it's not just the fact that like obviously they don't walk. It's the fact they give food as well. So you kind of have to have them be worse. It makes sense. Okay. But guys, I think that might be it. So plan should be to schedule remaining games. In fact, let me just update the bracket. So our remaining games should be happening on Thursday. Because I've heard nothing about them needing to be sooner. So B versus Lucifron, and let me update that now. It'll be Vortex versus Anatand. Ooh. Potential for a double Spanish Grand Finals this week. It's been a while since we've had that. Those are very interesting because they're either very underwhelming and that they are over each game quick because usually they'll GG out against each other at 10 minutes, or it provides like the most epic clash you've ever seen. So definitely interesting potential there. But yeah, Anatan and B this time not actually blocking each other from a semifinals into grand finals appearance. Like honestly, I'm gonna be. I feel like I'm gonna be happy either way. I mean, obviously we could have, instead of being Anno versus B and Vortex versus Lucifron, it could be, B versus Vortex and Anatan versus Lucifron. But I think like even those provide very intriguing matchups. There's a lot of cool finals that could be happening this week. So yeah, guys, if you haven't already, !Discord, join my Discord. Or if you're on YouTube, !, won't work, but it is in the comments always. You want to be on there because we do ping when we go live. I've been using @here at the moment. I need to talk to the person who's going to help me add in different roles on that and whatnot. For the time being, I'll keep using it @here. But I will ping when we go live on Thursday. Also, we do tend to let people know when the games start, etc. via those sources. And there will probably be a Reddit thread tomorrow or later today letting you guys know when Thursday kicks off. But a safe bet would be probably with 2 semis to play beforehand. I'd say about 1 p.m. seems probable. 1 p.m. UK time. 1 or 2 p.m. UK time. But YouTube, much appreciated. Thank you for tuning in. I'm going to end it there. I'll see you guys.